Hey, am I audible? Ah, fuck it.
Wait, there we go.
Yes, you are audible.
Coming up.
Oh no! Oh no! Gregor's got the echo, and there he goes. We've been doing this, God knows how long, and with Jeremy still can't figure this shit out.
Motherfucks. Am I good now or what?
Yeah, it sounds like it. Gregor,
Yeah,
is the echo
yeah.
gone? Yeah, you sound okay, Brett.
I don't
I
think I'm the
bought it.
source of the echo.
I bought a new I'm not echoing, am I?
No, everyone's fine now.
I bought a new computer. I've been plugging it up because I've been using a portable fan to keep it cool, the old one, and son of a bitch, I thought for sure that I wouldn't have any trouble this week. Motherfucker, I hate technology. Brett, so that you're getting a firsthand taste of how unprofessional I am, and that's kind of a signature of this show. So don't feel too disappointed. You know, it doesn't reflect on you, just me.
Yes, we suck, not you.
Can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So, man, what a short story collection this guy put out last year. The Parasite from Protospace and Other Stories. I think Frog Baby was a pretty good standout, and also the title story. Um, Explain the difference in that story between post space and proto space, because that's a really far out concept. It's like Marvel comics, like geek stuff. You know, it's so complex. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, basically, the parasite comes from protospace, and protospace is bound to swallow up the entire universe. And it's sort of like a mediocre place that people go when they die. It's not the greatest possible place, because if a person was to die before protospace comes, they'd go to post-space, which is the ideal paradise. And I use the metaphor of like a Walmart sheet cake compared to like this like luxurious carrot cake from Trader Joe's. And it's like the post space is the carrot cake, and then proto space is the Walmart sheet cake.
So it's sort of like a purgatory in heaven.
It's sort of like, you could either go to an okay afterlife or you could go to the best possible afterlife. But once proto space arrives, like, you'll be locked out of the ideal afterlife forever.
Why?
Because it's coming. It's coming and you can't stop it.
Huh.
It's an interesting cosmology, and it's almost like a optimistic, especially compared to a lot of cosmic horror.
Well, it's optimistic. It's like, it's sort of like that movie. I forget what it's called, but like where you end up in a slightly worse reality than the one you were in before you died. Like, I forget the name of that movie.
What dreams may come?
No, I don't think that's it. But it's a movie I saw a while ago where it's like you die, and every time you commit suicide, you just end up in a slightly worse reality than the one you were already in.
It makes me think it's like the opposite of like a Harlan Ellison story, where when someone dies, they find out that this was the good place.
Yeah, this is heaven already, and it just gets worse from here.
Yeah.
Let's see, and I mean, this parasite creature goes to like open mic night and screws a co-ed. I mean, it gets pretty wild. And he's also like a world devourer, like Galactus from Marvel Comics, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like he's part of a larger collective. He's just a spore that's like part of this like giant collective of like this hive mind, and like he's not really doing his job. He wants to alert people of the coming of protospace so they can go to post space rather than protospace, because his people or his other parasite clan, they want everyone to go to protospace, and and then that's why at the end of the story he like gets that injection, and that's from like another parasite that found out about him, and it like basically dissolves his consciousness.
Yeah, like I said, there were some wild stories in this. But so you're a drummer, right?
Yes.
And you're with Christoph's band. Is it still called Moses?
No, it's called the Dionysus Effect.
Oh, right, cool. Dionysus, the Greek god of wine,
No, he was.
and music,
Yes.
right?
Yes, that's precisely
Yeah.
it. The god of wine and partying. And our album that's going to be, not this one album coming out, but we have a second album coming out next year that's going to be called Partying with Ghosts.
Oh,
Cool.
So it makes sense for Dionysus. And that's one going to be featuring me on drums, because the album that's coming out like this year is not going to have me on drums. It's going to be, Sean Hanley, the guitar player, playing drums.
So
Yeah.
you were more a later addition to the Dionysus Effect?
I was a later addition. Yeah, they'd been playing music together for a while, and I joined last year.
How did you meet with Christoph? Was it through your book?
Well, basically, it was 2019, and my former professor, Daniel Nestor, knew Christoph and Lisa, knew about Clash books, and I was looking for a place to publish my first book, and he basically arranged for us to meet at this coffee shop in Albany. And so I met Christoph and Lisa at this coffee shop, and they were doing a reading there. And so I sent my manuscript to them, and they loved it, and then they decided to publish it.
Cool.
Yeah.
So how far back do these stories go? Are most of them relatively recent, or have you been working on them for a while?
No, the story Kaka, I wrote that in 2008 when I was still in college.
Oh, okay. But most of the stories are more recent?
That's the earliest one. Some of them date to some of them were written in 2013, 2014, 2015. I wrote them all throughout the years, but Frog Baby was the most recent. Frog Baby was written in 2018.
Why do drummers get a reputation for being really out there, and is it because you're constantly keeping rhythm, drumming on random objects? Because is that a thing?
I think that drumming. I just think I gravitate towards drumming because I'm autistic, and I think it's a stimming kind of thing for me.
Yeah.
And it's I drum to stimulate myself, not sexually, obviously, but you know what I mean. Maybe that too.
Well,
it's to stimulate the ladies.
I have known drummers who could not stop the rhythm in their head. They would have to do it wherever they were sitting or standing.
Yes.
Touching something and doing something with their other hand. If it wasn't occupied, they were constantly keeping rhythm, and it must become a compulsion, right?
That's exactly what I do. Yeah, I constantly have rhythms and music going through my head, riffs too. Now that I'm a guitar player in my other band, Raziel's Tree, which is a sludge metal band, I've come up with riffs all the time in my head. It's pretty much like playing drums.
Is this true? What Frank Edler says, that he saw the Dionysus Effect in Jordan Crawl's basement several years ago?
I don't know who Frank is, but he might have seen an earlier incarnation of him.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is before you joined.
Yeah, that was
No, Dionysus Effect is playing our first show at this farm in Gansevoort, New York, in May. May 29th or 30th. I forget exactly which day.
What is sludge metal?
Sludge metal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sludge metal is basically, think of it as Black Flag meets Black Sabbath, hardcore punk meets doom metal, which Black Sabbath style heavy metal meets hardcore punk.
Okay.
So it's almost like Black Sabbath but with screams, bands like I Hate God, Acid Bath, Crowbar, Iron Monkey is another good one.
Never heard of it. Never heard of
Iron Monkey are fucking sick.
Really? The Melvins. Do they count as that?
Yes, they do, absolutely. They're pretty much the inventors of it.
The Melvins were.
The Melvins invented both grunge and sludge.
The Melvins are a musician band. I'm not a fan of them. I saw them open for Tool, and I'm like, God, just get to the point, I didn't like them, but I know that, musicians all swear by them. And, who was the one you mentioned later? Acid Bath.
Acid Bath, yeah.
It's amazing how Acid Bath has never gone away after just 2 albums, and to this day, it's they're still alive as ever in the memories of music listeners in the underground. It's weird how many people know about Acid Bath, and they're still not mainstream.
No, they're not, and they probably never will be. Their lyrics are just too dark and disturbing. And then I love everything Sammy is doing with Goat Whore, and then I love Dax Riggs' solo stuff. I saw Dax Riggs live twice. I saw Goat Whore live once. I met Sammy. I actually waved at Dax, and he waved back, but I didn't actually get to talk to him. But I really miss Dax's solo stuff. I wish that he would come out with a new album.
See, Agents of Oblivion, Dead
Dead
Boy,
Boy and the Elephant Man. Yep.
they were missing something. I don't know if it was Audie's bass, Audie being the bassist who died in a car accident that ended the career of Acid Bath as a unit.
Yeah.
I'm going back and looking through the short stories in your collection just because it's funny. One of the titles is Summoning the Memory Eaters, and it seems like my memory has been devoured to some degree by something because, you know what it was? I remember your book actually comforted me at a really hard time last year in my life when my dad had a major stroke, and I was sitting out in the hospital waiting room like all morning trying to figure out what was going to happen, what I was going to do, how long was I going to stay there before I decided to go home. And I just sat there reading that on Kindle, and it's like it was a comfort, even though sometimes I was just kind of stumbling over the words, not paying attention. It still was something to occupy my head, you know. Yeah. But and then later, as things got a little better and improved, I finished reading it, and I remember Frog Baby making a good impression at the time. But yeah, a lot of the stuff in here has to do with alien stuff going on, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm fascinated with like just creating strange creatures from my imagination. Like, I believe that Charlene Ellsby was the one who made this quote that, like, I like to splice monsters together in my basement laboratory.
Yeah, the funeral machine.
The funeral machine. That's kind of a very Acid Bath like song. Zipper my black body bag. I believe that's the Mortician's Flame.
Yeah, really dark lyrics. Dr. Seuss is dead. Finger paintings of the insane.
Yeah. A lot of my stories are actually pretty much directly inspired by like Acid Bath lyrics and like doom and death metal lyrics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like Dax Riggs' lyrics have had a huge influence on my writing and even my poetry especially.
We'll smoke the bones of baby dolls. That was
exactly.
Good.
Oh yeah.
Why am I echoing?
It's not less an echo, but it's this weird after effect in your voice.
Is it on my end?
It's not on my end.
It doesn't sound like it's coming from anyone else. Gregor, say something, see if it does on yours.
Yeah, it seems like it's your problem.
Okay.
Yeah, Gregor sounds fine. And there he goes again. Please stand by, ladies and gentlemen. So how long have you been drumming?
Since I was 9 years old. So trying to think how many years is that. And I started in like 1998. So 98, 2018.
Yeah,
23 years.
Was metal like your inspiration for getting into it, or was
believe it or not, you're gonna all laugh at me. I know it. My inspiration for getting into playing drums was the band Hanson.
Was that was
I know who that is. That's great.
Yeah, because they were a band. They were a group of kids that were playing music, and I was a kid at the time. And I just
yeah. You were 9 years old. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my first concert too.
If you actually
if
look
you still
at
loved
Hanson's...
them, I guess I might laugh, but I mean, maybe not even.
Well, no,
do you still love them?
Well, no. If you look at Hanson's post hit career, they actually became like a legit indie sounding band.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they played a club near me too, not too long ago before COVID.
Yeah, and one weird thing about them is they apparently have Weird Al direct most of their videos.
Yeah. And like, I mean, it was not even long after that where I really discovered bands like Nirvana and Metallica. So it's like, when I was a kid, I was into that stuff, but it's like I definitely, it wasn't even that long after that I got into like Nirvana, Metallica, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Those are some of the first CDs I ever bought for myself.
Oh yes, Nail School, all that 90s goodness.
Like Foo Fighters, Stone Temple Pilots. I still listen to all that stuff today.
Yeah. What are you working on right now as far as writing? Because is the band keeping you pretty busy?
No, I'm working on. I mean, I'm working on an outline for this novel. The working title is The Kurgler, and it's basically a simulation novel. It's trying as hard as it can not to be the Matrix, but it's like, this guy and his entire reality is like trapped in a simulation run by these aliens called the Kurgler. And it's KURLU. No, KURGU. Hold on. KURGURLURR. Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah.
I'm always fascinated when like sci-fi and fantasy writers come up with fancy names like that. Like I'm working on a story right now that has a militia group, and I just call it like the militia group the Grippers.
Oh yeah.
It's like
I mean,
come up with those.
I'm actually working on a bunch of short stories right now too, and like lately I've been coming up with a lot of like Semitic sounding names for people because I'm obsessed with Kabbalah and like Jewish mysticism. So it's like I have this one character named Azadiah, and his father is like Azakiel, kind of like a reference to Ezekiel.
Yeah, Ezekiel is Jeremy because he's the sheriff.
Oh
yeah.
Where's my hat at, man? Here it is. Yeah.
He does security. He does security at the mall. He's gonna sign the flashlight.
Yeah.
So anyway, So is that spelled correctly down there?
2 R's at the end.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't forget the 2 R's.
like per.
What does that refer to? Is it? Is there any story behind that?
It's the sound that they make because their language consists of them going kurgler, gler, kurgler.
Is there a sort of comedy aspect to this, or is just this?
No, it's just the sound they make is kind of supposed to sound like when cats try to imitate human speech.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
It's supposed to be that kind of sound. But actually, that the Kurgler were actually first featured in this story that's going to be coming out in Black Telephone magazine in May. It's this demon that gets summoned by this guy who like botches a summoning ritual. And instead of I guess he does. The demon was supposed to be a Kurgler, but it ended up being like the demon that he actually summoned was the correct demon.
So I'm sorry, but the cats actually try to imitate human speech?
Yeah, they go like.
Yeah, haven't you ever seen that one video of that cat that sounds exactly like the average person, like Louisiana sounds like?
No, I didn't know that they actually tried to emulate human speech ever. That's interesting.
Yeah, even
they
lions
sometimes do. Yeah.
What'd you say, Ben?
Even lions do. There's like footage of lions in zoos from Middle Eastern countries saying the word like Allah because they hear people saying it so much.
I'd never heard that.
You muted yourself, Sheriff. You're muted.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're.
Yes, now you are,
You're
Candle Boy.
And I look like TV static on a screen too. What is happening to me?
It's the light.
You're probably
phasing
phasing out
reality.
into proto space, is my guess.
Yeah.
It's the light. The light of the Elohim is coming through you.
Yeah. By the way, we got to talk about Zach later too. But oh my God, man, what that kid is sick now.
We'll talk about him now. I mean, if you brought him up, let's hear about this.
No. Right
Brett
now,
is.
Brett.
It's all about Brett.
Okay.
Yeah, Brett right now. We'll get to that little shit later. But so do you do any editing or assisting Christoph and Lisa on Clash Books projects?
No, I don't.
But something tells me you've got a few manuscripts in a drawer somewhere that maybe you might want to clean up later. Like Parasite from Protospace, that was probably your most like well composed work, but you've probably got some other stuff laying around, right?
I've got tons of stuff like just on my hard drive. It's just like stuff like you wouldn't believe, like so much stuff, and it's probably never going to see the light of day.
Why?
Because I mean, it's probably just not polished enough, and I could polish it up, but it's like I feel like a lot of the stuff is so old that it's like outdated, and I've definitely evolved as a writer since I've written that stuff because I have stuff dating back to like 2012.
Yeah, maybe you'll find something like that you can plunder for more polished ideas. But yeah, I know what that's like having like half polished stuff on your hard drive that you're never going to use.
Well, I have these things called story seeds, which are like maybe a paragraph of like story that are just, waiting to be expanded, and I could always expand those. And I could always rewrite a story too if it has a cool concept, but the prose is just really bad.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with cannibalizing something that's sitting in your drawer, figuratively.
Yeah.
Yeah. So would the Kurgler be your first attempt at a novel, or have you?
Oh no, I've attempted 2 novels before, and they both failed. Like I basically worked. I worked on a novel about a space colony for the entirety of 2020, and I sent it to Christoph, and Christoph just totally poo-pooed it. It was like no good, and it's like I got depressed for like 2 months because like I worked on that novel for like a year, and I guess apparently I needed to do an outline, and so now I'm working with him on the outline. So it can be like a marketable novel as opposed to just like something just thrown together.
For an outline of a rewrite of the 2020 book, or an outline for a different book?
The Kurgler book is a different book.
Okay. I thought you. Okay, who's helping you with the outline on the Kurgler? Okay, I got you.
No, the space colony novel was going to be called the Pentaculon, or just Pentaculon.
Okay.
And that is going to be a novel I'm going to write. I'm going to rewrite it in the future. But I'm going to use the original manuscript and take things from it and just rearrange it into an outline that's just better.
Right, you're going to make an outline and then take some scenes from there that fit into the outline and then fill in the gaps, that kind of thing.
Yeah, just make it Christoph approved.
Okay. I probably would have poo-pooed the that one manuscript too, just because the way you describe it, the way you pitch it, is just that space colony thing. I mean, it just doesn't sound very exciting.
Well, he's lost his enthusiasm for it now, right?
There's more to it. It's basically, I didn't really describe it to you. Basically, the space colony novel is like, I'm trying to remember. It's about a biologist who gets assigned a mission to go down into the basement of this space colony and take a brain tissue sample from this entity they have stored in the basement. And it's like she has to go through like this, like all these levels of security, which like hack into her brain and make her experience like these like simulated realities, these like simulated puzzles that she has to unlock in order to get to this entity. And then all the while, it's like she has to face her past too, about like this terrible thing that happened to her when she was younger.
Well, see, when you describe it like that sounds way better.
Yeah. I wasn't describing it in full.
So, who are some of your inspirations? It sounds like you're very inspired by science fiction.
Yeah, definitely like Philip K. Dick, Jeff Vandermeer, Jorge Luis Borges, Harlan Ellison was a big influence, and then who else? Like lately, it's been like Blake Crouch, Neil Stevenson. And then video games like Xenogears, Xenosaga, Chrono Trigger, Shin Megami Tensei, the Nier games.
Oh, Xenogears was beautiful, man.
Xenogears is my absolute favorite game of all time, and like that's one of the biggest inspirations for my stuff.
Hey, Phoenix.
Hey, how's it going?
Talking to Brett here about his short story collection, The Parasite from Protospace, as well as his influences and everything. Have you been following?
Yeah, I was listening a little bit earlier. I actually hadn't listened to Acid Bath before. Was that the one you were saying was pretty influential?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Acid Bath's
2
lyrics,
albums.
Dax Riggs' lyrics, just in general, have been a huge inspiration to me.
They're very morbid.
Yeah.
necro-oriented, death obsessed, and
Yeah. And psychedelic too.
psychedelic and spiteful and strangely romantic in a sick way.
Yeah.
But Frank asked a question here. Is it easier to get your work approved by Christoph if you pretend to like ska?
I'm pretty sure that you're getting Christoph confused with Jeff Burke there.
Well, I'm actually, Dionysus Effect is doing a song called In Defense of Ska, and it's going to be a ska song, so I guess I'll be playing that. I'll be drumming on that.
Who are you going to get to play all the brass section?
I don't know how we're going to do the brass section. We might just fudge it on a keyboard.
Synthesizer.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Talk about some of these other stories in this collection, because you got some really wild stuff here, and like I said, it's coming back to me now. But give people an overall idea of the themes from this collection from your own perspective. What made you fall in love with this project enough to want to finish it?
Well, the plan was to write 22 stories, and each of them would be based on a Hebrew letter and a tarot card. But Clash only really selected 9 of them because those were the best, and they didn't really want to do a book that was 300 pages. And so the first story is Parasite from Protospace. And that was, I kind of wrote that really quickly. That was the first part of that story was just written on caffeine, I'm sure. And then, wait, what was the question again?
That fucking echo, man. I don't know where it's coming from. Give people an overview of basically the themes and in your stories and the connection and everything, and the collection and everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm trying to think.
I don't remember Cacaw at all.
What was that?
I don't remember Cacaw at all.
Cacaw was basically a story about mental illness. It was this kid who was afraid of crows and had paranoid fantasies about crows, and they attacked him and his mom in the parking lot of a Toys R Us, and she lost her eye to cancer. And he equated it with the crows. The crows, he thought the crows caused it.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people really like that story. I feel like it's one of those that's a hit or miss.
Phoenix is actually writing fantasy work right now, which, fantasy is like a distant cousin of sci-fi. What would you suggest to him, since he's getting into writing more epic fantasy, at least the last time we spoke to him anyway? What advice would you offer him? Because he's very... he's not one for brevity. He tends to use a lot of words.
Yeah.
Very economic.
I've been writing more fantasy lately, and I feel like my favorite kind of fantasy is it's not high fantasy, but it's Lord Dunsany kind of fantasy, or Philip Pullman, his Dark Materials, where it's a fantasy world where anything is possible because things operate on magic logic. And I would say just when writing fantasy, just use every last bit of your imagination to craft your world. Don't hold back. Don't restrict yourself to just one type of fantasy.
I always get confused with the logic of fantasy. So I would say that it's probably not epic fantasy. It was just kind of my tag for it.
Yeah.
Because I think it does deal with the world as it is today. So it's not like Tolkien, where it's just a secondary world.
Yeah.
But the idea behind the book is that you have this place called the End, and the end of the world is actually a double entendre, I think is the phrase, because I'm speaking of the end of the world as in a place, but also as in time, if this apocalyptic element. And so it's actually been really fun exploring that. But I read a little bit of Lord Dunsany, and I wanted to go back because what was your description of his work again that you feel is relevant for? Because the other piece I wanted to say too before I forget is that I feel like it's easy for me to hold myself back because I want to keep everything contained. Like I want it to make sense, which is ironic because as Jeremy's saying, it spills off the page. So do you have any thoughts on that? Because like I totally like focus way too much on the logic in my stories, and I try not to do that, but
I would say like the anime Gurren Lagann, kick logic out and do the impossible.
I missed the reference, but I like the idea.
Yeah.
And and the idea of a proto space. So is that like more science fiction or?
Well, I feel like my stories definitely combine science fiction and fantasy. Like my sci-fi is very soft. There's a lot of fantasy in it, but I've been doing like a lot more fantasy lately. Yeah. What was the question again?
Oh, so I'm just focusing on like ways of like letting it spill out instead of like limiting it, because like I feel like even though I have a plan to make this book, a pretty good length, I think I'm reining it in too much. And basically, your point was to say try not to do that. But I think it's
definitely let your imagination flow. Don't be afraid to like go to places that you otherwise might not have thought of.
Yeah, the examples in your.
You can always cut it if it doesn't work, Phoenix.
Well, yeah, no, I know, and I actually was wondering what my book would look like on post edits, but I just mean like, so here's another example of kind of what I mean. So like, say that you have so I'll use an example from my own book actually. So I had two alternate premises for this family that I'm writing about. Basically, the idea is they go on a journey to the end of the world to find the golden sword, and I have written a few iterations of the characters in the past. In one iteration, they were as average as it gets, like no one cared about them. But then in another version, they were actually very wealthy, well-to-do, very connected to the community and to this kind of power. And I can't write both in a book because it wouldn't be logical. That's kind of one aspect of what I mean, where like you want to like try, I mean, unless I did like alternate timelines, but that would get way confusing. Because the other piece to this, I think that is super important, even though the editing, of course, is extremely important for later. The piece that I'm struggling with is that I don't want to do something. So the info dump is like one aspect, which we've mentioned on this show before. But another aspect that's related to that is when you come up with a plot device just to explain what's going on. I don't want to do that. I know that I'm like being too strict on that, but it's because it bugs me. It bugs me because then I lose track of what I'm writing, Yeah. So, I
mean, I really enjoy info dumps. Like
really?
Talking about Xenogears, like Xenogears. There's parts of that game that have like tons of info dumps, and I find the info dumps to be very aesthetic, and they're overwhelming, and that overwhelmingness is like powerful.
They can be done well. I mean, in some books they can be done well. If somebody takes the care to make that info dump almost poetic, you could make it. You can do a good job with an info dump. But the
example I think of is 1984. Like when he's reading Goldstein's book, that whole section is like one big info dump, and it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, like, because this is the idea I find fascinating about my original conception, because we're talking about like 21 years, like all of this has been in my mind. And I've tried different iterations, and they've all, unfortunately, I lost all of that work, but I remember the idea so well, at least in how they made me feel. But I liked this idea of speculating about your own speculation. So like, you like have this idea of like a golden sword, and then you speculate on the golden sword and are like, and like contradicting yourself with its own explanations. Like that's kind of what I get with what you're saying, but like it would be cool to do something like that, because you would be, not that the point would be unreliability, but there would be a degree of mystery to that. Like, what is actually going on? Like, what does this force actually, like, with the sword actually do? And so I find that idea interesting, because you can philosophize about your own fantasy world and like use contradictory elements. And so anyway, that's kind of what I got out of what you were saying.
Yeah, you're talking about like a crucible type of situation there. So I've got a question for you, Brett. So you talked about, the initial vision for this collection was to do a story for each letter in the Hebrew alphabet. and also tie it to what is it? It was the tarot, but what?
Tarot, yeah.
Yeah. But but it would be. What is it? The major arcana or arcana or whatever? Is that what it would be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So my question for you is, after it was carved down to just 9, right? Did you take a look at what you had left, and did you take a look at what the 9 remaining Hebrew letters signified or spelled out, or
no, I actually didn't.
Yeah, that's what I would do, right? I would be curious to see what that comes up with, right? And then also to look at the tarot cards that they corresponded with to see what those told you, right? What the remaining tarot cards,
I made a list,
what the reading would be for that, right?
Yeah, I made a list one time of the corresponding letters to the stories, and I just it's somewhere. I just have to find it, or maybe I threw it away.
You probably know the corresponding cards as well, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's for the better that you lost it. You know what happened to that guy in Pi.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I just watched that movie. It's funny that you mentioned that.
Yeah, but that's what I would have done after after it had been a done deal. I would have looked at those correspondences, right? I would have said, "Oh, let me take a look," since the original thing was to do, one, big work based on those 22, right? Then to say, okay, well now, based on the publisher, there's a divination here, right? And you can take a look at what that is. Yeah. So do it and come back and tell us what you figured out.
Maybe I could go back and just think about the themes of the stories and what arcana they're associated with. I'm pretty sure I could get it right, like I had before.
Yeah. It would be interesting to see what it is that you came up with.
Yeah.
And what the ultimate, say, quote unquote, meaning of the collection is based on the correspondences.
Yeah.
The memory eaters in the second story, they cross paths with the parasite from Protospace who's out to save humanity or whatever at some point, don't they?
No, I don't think there's a crossover between the memory eaters and Parasite, but they
open mic night in that story though, right? Kind of like a cameo. Am I remembering it right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
What describe the memory eaters? They're like super dimensional 4D.
They're mealworms from a dimension that's kind of like a cone shape. It has a vanishing point at the end, and there's an inverted wolf fang that's going to be plunging into the ellipse. And the memory eaters live on the ellipse, and they have to they travel to other dimensions and eat people's dreams and memories in order to shed their skin to molt, so that they can coat the ellipse in their shed skin, so that the ellipse can't be penetrated by the inverted wolf fang.
So what is the outcome for the actual humans whose memory is being eaten? Is it a is it a good or a bad thing, or does it depend?
It's the reason people forget. Basically, the memory eaters they only eat the memories of ghosts. They don't eat the memories of actual people. It's only ghosts.
What gave you that idea? That's amazing.
I think I was just completely manic, and I was working as a substitute teacher's aide at a high school, and I was just writing these ideas down, and I was just completely jazzed up on life, I guess, and it just came to me.
So the memory eaters only eat the memories of ghosts. So see ghosts is fairly commonplace, and these particular creatures eat those memories. Is that correct?
Well, they travel to a timeline, an era of history in which the human race has been obliterated by some catastrophe, like nuclear war or something like that.
Right.
And so they just go around the world and they just eat the memories stored in people's ghosts.
Oh, in people's ghosts.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant I had a memory of ghosts. These things would eat it.
Oh,
right. But you're saying that my ghost, after I die, these creatures will eat my ghost's memories.
Yes, and those when the memory eaters eat those memories, it affects your mind in the present. So if you forget something in the present, that means your memory is being eaten by a memory eater in the future.
Yeah, so a memory eater in the future is dining on my ghost's memories right? And then that's impacting my mind, my consciousness, my memory in the present. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's a great premise.
So you're saying that if I've ever walked into a room and forgot why I went in there,
then maybe so.
Yeah. Memory eaters.
That's memory eaters. Yeah, that's a great premise. I like it.
Yeah, high on life. I'll bet. Was it really life that you were high on?
Probably Red Bull too.
Yeah, mushrooms, as Frank Edler is speculating.
I mean, some of the most manic ideas come from uppers, which are, I think, they're downright evil. Compared to downers, any kind of downer, like anything that's a stimulant, like with amphetamines in it, is fucking evil. From diet pills to Adderall to the harder stuff like cocaine and meth, all that shit is it damages your actual interior soul, I think. But some of the most manic ideas can come from that. The problem is that when you revisit them later, they have massive holes of logic in them. For instance, King was way into cocaine when he wrote The Shining, and there are logistic errors in that thing regarding the boiler room and how he uses the boiler room to destroy the hotel, and there's just some logistical errors there that he probably didn't think of because he was high on coke for most of writing.
Tommy Knockers is probably a better example of that.
That was his last one, yeah.
Yeah, I really loved the first half of that book, third of that book. I thought it was great. Then it fell apart. Yeah, and that was when he was on the coke or whatever. You know what I mean? I think after he was going through withdrawals is where it fell apart.
And then he wrote Insomnia and Rose Madder, and those two, he called those overblown, working too hard, trying too hard.
I liked Insomnia. I've not read the other Rose Madder, but I liked Insomnia.
Anybody else hear that? Anybody else hear that?
Yeah, your microphone is malfunctioning.
No, it could be mine. I don't know.
Whose microphone's malfunctioning?
Yours.
Somebody
Mine is?
X on it or something, I'm convinced.
Yeah, we get this all weird electronic buzzing once in a while.
Maybe if I just move around, it'll work. I might have a wireless headset. So
Frank Edler says Memory Eaters is good too. Yeah, that's a good plan as well.
Yes, that's how humanity survived. Yes, that's correct.
So how far do you usually get in these novels before you decide you're going to abandon them? Because I always hit a brick wall at 30,000 words no matter what. I've never gotten beyond that.
My last novel attempt was 20,000 something words. No, it was 60,000 something words.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 60,000 something. And my novels tend to be maybe 200 to 210 pages, and then they just my first novel attempt was 190 pages.
To get that far into it and decide, okay, I'm not fucking with this anymore. And just leaving it by the wayside, isn't that hard to do? Do you regret it?
Well, actually, they are finished. Both my novel attempts were complete at 190 to 210 words.
Pages.
Pages. Pages. That's what I meant. Pages.
But for whatever reason, you decided just to go on and leave them behind.
Well, yeah. Well, the Pentaculon Space Colony novel was rejected by Christoph, so I had to start over, just write something new for that. But then the first one, I gave up on because I wasn't. I think it was just I figured that I just needed to practice writing novels before I could actually write a good one. And then maybe use some of that material for a novel in the future. It's almost got to keep doing it over and over to get better at it.
Okay. So, Fergler, did I say it right?
Kurgler.
Yeah. Like burglar, but with Kurg.
Yeah, exactly.
What were some? Are you would you say? Are you on Team Star Trek or Team Star Wars?
Definitely Team Star Wars. Just
all right, good. Yeah,
fantasy mixed with sci-fi.
Yeah, I don't want a textbook recited to me on this shit. I just want, the hero's Campbell's hero's journey. That's what I want in a story, not like textbook science, like fact shit.
That's why I'm not really a fan of like Asimov that much. I mean, I feel like I own the Foundation trilogy and I'll probably read it at some point, but it's like I'm just not into a lot of Golden Age of sci-fi stuff.
Yeah, it prides itself a little too much on being somewhat factual or having like verisimilitude, to actual science, and that can have its good points. But I would choose Heinlein over Asimov any day. Heinlein was very,
like fantastical elements,
emotional, and he related to the human spirit a lot more than Asimov, whose only company was robots.
Well, I like Clark. I liked Rendezvous with Rama, and then 2001: A Space Odyssey and Childhood's End.
Never been able to.
Childhood's End is great, and so is Rama. I really like that. Or the first Rama. I've only read that one.
I've never
Rendezvous.
Finished Arthur Clarke's books.
What's that?
The thing.
Go ahead, Phoenix.
The thing about Asimov is that some people have pointed out that his prose actually isn't that good. And part of it might have been because he was focusing so much on the highly technical parts of his stories, and because he didn't have as much of a, I would describe, creative appreciation of language. Because I've actually heard that Heinlein as well, with reading some of his books, that he was a little bit more thoughtful with the words. There was a little bit more going on with the prose.
And then you could say the same thing about like H.P. Lovecraft's prose and like Clark Ashton Smith, who are both other major influences on my work. Like their prose is definitely like flowery and purple, I guess you could call it. But it's actually it's a different kind of problem from Asimov, though. Asimov was more technical, whereas Lovecraft and Smith were like, just like poetic to a fault almost.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about Lovecraft and that connection. Yeah, because it was like, I was thinking about how artful his language felt, and I was like, how is he able to do this when he's still telling like an actual story with a plot? It was really interesting.
Yeah. That's what I like about That's what I like about Harlan Ellison's prose, is that it's very poetic, and I feel like my prose can get to that point a lot. Like I feel like my prose and Harlan Ellison's prose have some similar points.
Ronald. So what else would you like to impart to our small audience before we wrap it up?
I don't really have much else to say.
Of course, you can stick around, but we're getting ready. As long as barring any complications, we're getting ready to receive our next guest in about 5 minutes. Of course, you're welcome to hang around, but we'll be talking about her work most likely. And if you want to contribute in any way, ask her questions, you're more than welcome to. Or if you've got to get going, that's cool too. But yeah, man, feel free to stick around if you want to.
I think I better get going, but thank you for having me.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thank you.
I hope that next time we speak, I have a bit more of your bibliography to draw from. As far as I know, that's the only thing you've published so far, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay. You're off to a good start, though. And Christoph had hyped you up when he came on here. And, the cover was intriguing enough, and the title got me in the door. And, I was happy with it. Like I said, it was comforting at a time when I needed it most with family crisis, So even though that wasn't your intention, I appreciate that, of course. So
yeah, I look forward to reading it.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to plug before you go?
I'm trying to think. Well, I know I'm doing anyone local to the capital region of New York area, I'm doing a reading on April 17th in Albany from my book, The Parasite from Protospace and Other Stories.
At what venue?
It's 93 Grand Street. I'm not sure if it's a venue because it's going to be outdoors.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if anyone's local.
It's possible. It's possible. I think that Frank Edler could probably drive up there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Brett. And, I hope to bring you back on when you got something else to promote,
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. Keep up the good work, man. Yeah, great short story, author. So.
Yeah, have a good day, guys.
Yep, you too.
Too.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, the shit's golden, man. But here's our next guest. Now we got it. This is another first-time author, as far as I know. Has anybody been seeing the whispers? And the art for the cover art for this book, Magic Mutant Nightmare Girl.
Yeah, I saw you posted on Facebook and Goodreads.
It's pretty badass, huh?
Hold on.
I'm guessing.
I'm trying to hold it up.
From the,
I got you. Yeah.
Based on the title and the plot summary, I'm guessing the cover art is a bit deceptive.
The title works with it, if that makes sense.
It's a good juxtaposition.
It's not necessarily deceptive. It's just that normally Holly's like covered in blood and body parts.
Yeah.
She just had a bath, so
yeah.
I did get pretty for her photo shoot.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm about 2/4 of the way into it, where she's starting to draw.
That would be half, Jeremy.
Huh?
2/4 would be half.
It would be half. Yeah. So, and she's starting to draw attention from like these shadowy, characters who have an agenda, whether they be, government agents or criminals, or a little in between. But she was actually, it all begins with an encounter with these big dopey muscle heads who are like leak blue goo. They explode and cover her in this blue goo that's like erupting from their like steroid ridden veins, right?
Yeah, they're kind of like Toxic Avengers, basically, but blue.
And so she wakes up and it's kind of gotten into her pores, and then it's hardened and solidified. And the way you describe it is that her cheeks are a little more slender, like a Barbie doll almost. She just
looks a little bit like if you saw a real person, but they had like a Photoshop filter on them, you go, oh, maybe they're sick. Maybe there's something wrong. Like not enough to really stop and go, ew, but like, something don't look right.
Yeah. The way you described it, though, that next morning when she seems to be, altered in appearance, what it reminded me of was this girl here in real life, and I'll show you. You may have heard of her or not, but have you seen?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I picture when you describe her the next morning.
A little bit, the kind of the reaction, I guess, the physical feeling you get when you look at her picture is like, oh, that's a person, but she looks just odd, just sort
of like a battle angel Alita.
Yeah, maybe not quite so distorted, but her eyes are kind of a neon-y blue color now, which is interesting.
And
it's really striking.
I mean, the goo. I don't quite know what it is yet, but I mean, it's pretty obvious it was probably made in some lab. I'm guessing maybe it had something to do with, improving the performance of athletes or something. But like I said, I'm still kind of early.
In Magic Girl stories, it's almost always aliens.
Could be aliens.
I don't know. Aliens are kind of like, it's an interesting, I guess, thought, aliens, but not really aliens, more like cosmic magic that's linked to sort of like an obscure sort of god figure.
You mentioned
would probably be better way to describe it.
You mentioned the Marvel Cinematic Universe as an influence.
Yes.
So are we dealing with multiverses here? Is that going to figure in at some point? That seems to be what every author is occupied with right now, is multiverses, alternate versions of this character, and that character. Mm-hmm. And the reason is because it's such a huge sandbox to get lost in. It's fun, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. I have ideas for other books kind of that I'm working on right now, stuff that's not sold or under contract yet, but it all has sort of the same world building. So they're set in the same world, but different parts of it kind of happening simultaneously. So not really a multiverse, but like a bigger picture of how the magic and the world work.
Are you going to write something else that may be more male centric, but within this same universe?
Yes, this is definitely my girly book. I'm working on one that's basically fairies plus The Hills Have Eyes.
Wait, what meets The Hills Have Eyes?
Like fairies. The Hills Have Eyes, but with fairies.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, that's actually about two brothers. So there's a very male-centric relationship.
So evil fairies?
In that book. Yes. I wouldn't say evil necessarily so much as just amoral and somewhat alien in the way that they approach life and death.
That's awesome.
So
there have only been a handful of people who have written fairies as evil, or like you say, amoral, or not, totally benevolent. And the only one that comes to mind right now is Shane McKenzie with, just the book titled Fairy, Fairy.
Yes, I have that one on my TBR pile. I saw that when I was doing research, and I was like, oh, I have to read that one.
I don't want to spoil it.
Have you read any Graham Joyce? Graham Joyce does
a good
work with fairies. Yeah.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah.
I have a pen at my desk. That's lucky.
But I won't spoil it.
I can type it in here.
I won't spoil it, but the ending for Shane McKenzie's Fairy is pretty wicked. It's very ironic, but I won't spoil it.
Can you guys still see me if I have a different page up?
Wait, what now?
Oh, I just wondering if you can still see me when I have a different page up. I was just Googling that author.
Shane McKenzie?
No, Graham Joyce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Stephen Graham Jones. I think maybe his most well-known work is he's probably more well-known as an editor than he is as an author, but I think Mongrels might be his best-known work. Maybe
I was talking about Graham Joyce, not Stephen Graham Jones, but
my bad.
Yeah,
Graham Joyce, Some Kind of Fairy Tale is a good fairy-related book, and then also, what is it? Just a second. Tooth Fairy is good, and then Stormwatcher is also fairy-related.
Oh, awesome! Thank you for the Rex. That's good.
You're welcome.
I'm just trying to get stuff, together as I'm drafting this. I'll read a little bit kind of in the beginning, and then I don't want it to be too influential when I'm writing, so I just go off and I do my thing, and then I have a big pile of stuff I get to read before revision.
Well, yeah, or you can just put it off until after, right? But I think I don't know what you like, right? But
pretty much anything in the horror genre. Horror is kind of like my first love. So
okay, well then as far as the books that I just mentioned, I would say the Tooth Fairy would be the one to start with, because that's the most horror of the three that I mentioned, right?
Yeah.
The other two are more, there's horrific elements to a certain degree, but they're a little bit more say closer to a magical realism.
Okay. Well,
Tooth Fairy is certainly very dark.
Yeah. Definitely, the fairy book's pretty dark, so that's a good one.
Something else refreshing about Magic Mutant Nightmare Girl is that for it to have that grade of a cover to it, and it's not published by Eraserhead Press. That's so refreshing. Yeah. Midnight Tides Publishing, which I've never heard of, but
it's pretty new. They formed this year because I knew a couple of the girls. Basically, we all had other publishers that went under or changed their distribution during COVID, and it was everyone getting together with books basically that were ready to go and starting our own thing, just because we were kind of homeless for a while in the regard to publishers.
What were some of the
Oh gosh, there's a couple of Lyrics and Curses by Candace Robinson is really great. It's like an 80s inspired portal fantasy, basically. Paranormal romance. It's also YA, but that's a really fun one. Trying trying to think of what else just recently came out. Of course, like whenever anyone asks me important questions, I'm always drawing a blank. There is one of my good friends, Lou, has a great steampunk book.
Yeah, we can pull up.
Which is really awesome. Yeah, here I can.
Right. A lot of it looks like it's fantasy. Some of it like
there's fantasy, sci-fi. There's a couple more adult titles, but a lot of it is sort of new adult and young adult.
Right.
The Girl in the Clockwork Tower by Lou Williams is a really great book too.
Yeah, it looks like a very professional outfit to me. What I can tell.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Like I said, it's kind of funny that we just had so many titles ready to go all at once and came together sort of as a collaborative effort of people whose publishers, because they were all smaller mid-sized presses, went under when basically COVID hit.
Right.
Ragnarok.
Yeah, these look really good.
Oh yeah, they're all great. I can definitely vouch for everyone. It's a talented group of writers.
Yeah.
Yeah, your cover certainly stands out amongst the pack, right? I mean, it does not.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not trying to be rude by any stretch, but it certainly stands out as not necessarily belonging with the general vibe on this site that I'm looking at, right? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, what's that? You know, that seems odd that that's there even. So that's pretty cool.
Right.
This one looks good.
Yeah.
Spud Gold, Rumpelstiltskin origin story.
Yes, that one's great.
So, how did you guys all come together? Were you already friends, or did?
Yes, actually, it was another friend of mine, Leslie Rush, who is now with Champagne Books for her paranormal young adult fantasy, was talking to me when my publisher switched distribution. I got my contract back, and we were talking, and she's like, well, you know, I've got these friends that are doing Midnight Tide, basically. And I was like, oh, well, what's that? Maybe I should go and I should talk to them. And so I submitted a query, and I was like, here, I've got this book. It's pretty much done and ready to go. It needs like one more round of copy edits and arcs. But besides that, it's basically finished. And I didn't expect them to get back to me quickly, but in a week, Elle, who runs everything, Elle Beaumont, who's also a great author, she basically got back to me and said, yeah, we love it. We'll take it. And I was like, oh, yay, great. Because it would be heartbreaking to work on a book for so long and then, like, you know, have it go nowhere when you're that close to publication. It was pretty rough. But my old publisher went from both digital and paperback to just being digital focused with all the money sort of shakeups that happened with COVID.
Right.
And they gave authors a chance to have their rights back since that wasn't our original contract. So no ill will at all, just not what I wanted, you know.
There are a lot of people who get into publishing and quickly realize that they're in over their heads when it comes to the scale of paying your authors, the percentage that, you know, and then dealing with third parties and Amazon, and whether you do Hatchet or Lightning Source, it can get very complicated. And
I've peeked behind the curtain a little bit to do some like odd jobs or favors for people, and it's pretty crazy what goes into the publisher side. I'm glad that I kind of just have to do marketing and writing the books, you know.
Yeah. Do you have a position with Midnight Tide, or are you just an author?
I'm just an author. We all kind of help each other out on release weeks and stuff by doing social media posts, but it's more of a just we throw up in the group chat, hey, I've got this coming out. Can anyone do a post, or do they want to cross-post their stuff to Facebook? And we just do that. But it's more of we're all friends, so it's, you know, it's sort of a small little community where you don't feel like you owe anyone at any given time, but we're always happy to help out.
It was something interesting. I've never heard of Umbrella Academy, but I do pick up on a reference to it. It just seems like it would be a reference to it based on the fact that she uses a parasol to either decapitate or slice open her assailant's throat at the beginning during the attack of
she stabs him kind of in the top part of the diaphragm and just a sort of stretched piece of skin, and that's enough to pop the whole bubble of the mutant, basically.
So this goo, whatever it is, it turns him into basically human balloons, I guess. Right? It
is. You'll get a little fur. Can I tell spoilers? I don't know. I don't want to
I'm
spoil
okay
it too
with
much.
it. I don't know about this guy. Gregor doesn't like. He's turning into a sob sister with it, but I don't like spoilers.
Yeah, but basically what it does is it makes people like sort of super strong, and they can still be like basically injured in the flesh, but they heal very quickly, and that's sort of what it does. But there's a stabilization process where your body just gets all kinds of fucked up, and that's what she caught them during. And if anything pricks you, cuts you, bumps you the wrong way during that, it's just
Well, what happens if she? So you can't get cut, or you will die.
No, just in like the first half hour to an hour of serum transmission.
So that guy was unlucky. Okay.
Yes, incredibly unlucky.
Now, are these abilities that she now possesses, like what, super strength and what else? Quick recovery.
Yeah, just very fast healing, kind of like Wolverine, I guess, would be a good analog.
Are these temporary or permanent?
They are permanent because, honestly, the people who made this stuff never thought that they would actually have a test subject that it worked in, and they have absolutely zero idea how to reverse it.
Wow.
Yeah. So it also...
do we find out who developed it in this book?
Yes, I think you are probably with them right now. They're acting like they're cool, and they kind of are like, we're big super secret agents, Men in Black, but they're all basically like an outfit of 4 people, like raccoons in a trench coat, just kind of trying to scrape by.
I really like it. It's a strange thing because usually you look for like a lot of depth in main characters. What I like about this one is how shallow she is.
Yeah.
Is.
A lot of people hated that, so I'm glad that you like it, because like it was on purpose. I'm like, no, Holly's not a good person. She's not really all that likable.
Yeah,
she's not say so.
I've got something highlighted. I've got it highlighted in here somewhere. A really great passage that really puts it in perspective. Right after she kills the guy, she goes home and takes a shower, and the worst thing that she's worried about isn't that she killed somebody, or that she could go to jail or something, but that they ruined her favorite dress.
Yeah.
And it's just refreshing.
This is dry clean only.
It's well, in her defense, it's almost 20 years old now, because there's kind of a cult surrounding this particular dress from this particular brand, and you can only find it secondhand for like thousands of dollars, which she could buy. But if she were to approach anyone that she knew like had it in her fashion community, then there would be just like a feeding frenzy, and prices would go up even higher. So she's like, well, I don't want to do that, and I don't want to be weird, and she's just very sad. It was important to her.
So it sounds like to me, you don't have to like give us any details of what I suspect is true, but it doesn't look like you've published anything else under Erin Grammar, but you may have published something under a different name at some point. Is that true?
No, actually, this is my first novel. I have not published anything else.
Okay. All right. So something you said earlier gave me the impression that maybe you had published previously under a different name. Okay.
No, I haven't. Just that I had my contract before, but that was still under my name. It used to be we were going to put my middle name on the cover, but then there was no room. So now it's just, instead of Erin Elizabeth Grammar, it's just Erin Grammar.
Okay.
And how long were you working on this novel?
Oh, gosh. I started the first draft in May of 2017. And now it's almost May of 2021. So it's been about 4 years.
You worked on it for 4 years?
Well, on and off with some other stuff, because it's book 1 of a trilogy. So I've got book 2 done and going to edits, and book 3 outlined. And it just kind of goes to show you, because I signed my original contract in, I think, October of 2018. And my book was going to come out, I think, the first part of winter of last year. And that's when the big shakeup happened. And then I was publisherless for about 8 months again, 8-9 months, until September of 2020. And just traditional publishing takes a long time. It's to get marketing plans ready, and to send different rounds of edits and copy edits. And, you're CC'd with your editor and your copy editor. And it's just sort of like a lot of it's hurry up and wait, like deadlines a month to turn around a developmental edit. And then you wait for 3 or 4 months and get the next one.
Okay, I found it. Killing a man only bothered me a little. He struck first. He was a monster. I did what had to be done, but the most awful part of it all sank in as water from my shower had blasted my trembling hand. I'd ruined my favorite dress. I love it. That's, yeah.
Yeah, she's like that the whole way through. She doesn't get better in this book. So
you're gonna hire Jeremy for the audiobook?
Yeah, actually, that was fantastic.
It'll be funny to have him to have that voice being the voice of the teenage magic girl.
Normally a cover like that, I would be like apprehensive about this, just because I'm not all that feminine, but because you put horror in the metadata or whatever, and it kind of makes it okay for me to own a book with like super neat, like loud pink cover. It makes it okay because of the horror, tag.
Well, he gets showered in just mutant organs and blood in the first chapter, so I feel like it belongs there because that's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's mine. So
yeah, that's kind of what I meant earlier when I jokingly said deceptive. Is like you first look at it in the face, you think it might be some kind of like a Western version of a light novel, and then you see the font and the title, and you're like, oh, what is this?
I'm glad that people have had that reaction because I've heard from a couple of bookseller friends that it's been kind of the same in stores, which is exciting because I do want people to go, huh, and then at least pick it up and like read a couple pages and see if they're going to chuck it or keep it, So I'm glad that it's working.
Do you feel like it's had a good reception so far?
You know what? It's been mixed. I feel like it's one of those things that people either really like or they really hate. And I think that's definitely just the kind of book that it is, definitely because it's like if it's not your thing and if you don't like unlikable characters and if you're not into people that just make really terrible decisions, then you definitely will not like this book.
That's straight up my alley, so I'm sold.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know. I have trouble with the idea that your characters have to be, perfect and no flaws, and you have to be able to self-insert and agree with every decision they make. Because to me, that's boring. I want to read a character who I want to shape because I'm like, why would you do that?
To me, people confuse likable with engaging. Like a character can be like the most unlikable asshole, but still be a very engaging presence to follow.
For instance, the Big Lebowski. I mean,
I love the Big Lebowski.
When you get down to it, but everybody, still calls that movie a classic, and there are examples in literature too, like the loudmouth Mercutio or Mercutio in Romeo and Juliet, the loudmouth like troublemaker, where he goes.
Bateman is another good example.
Yeah. So,
absolutely, yeah, totally.
Flawed characters are good because they can propel a story forward easier than someone who always makes the right decision and always wraps everything in a neat little bow.
Right. And I don't know. My big thing is like empathy too. Like, you could hate someone but still understand, especially if they're like as traumatized as Holly is, why maybe she makes such bad decisions and why she's clinging so hard to her fairy tale world when things are literally falling apart all around her.
Okay, are we going to see some kind of flashback with her later in this book or what?
You learn more about basically the death of her parents that happened before she moved to San Francisco with her best friend. This doesn't spoil anything because it happened in the past, but basically they were farm workers that got mulched by a combine. And so they died very, not pretty, not in a good way, very suddenly. And so part of her persona that she's built up is, I don't want anyone to get too close to me. I want everything to be perfect in my own, my own little bubble. And I'm not going to make friends because what if they die too? It's, it's one of those. She has made herself this perfect little porcelain China doll world because she does not want it to shatter. And that's what I did in this book. I took a big old sledgehammer and went, nope.
The world's perfect. Oh, here you go. You're a magic girl now, bitch.
Yeah, with the worst possible powers for someone who wants to be dainty and unobtrusive.
the LGBT is mentioned as one of the sections for the book. How do you factor in? Because I haven't seen an example in the book yet that I know of. What is the connection to that? Is that you?
I think all of the characters' sexualities are discussed at some point in time, but it's not an issue book. It's just more like, oh, I like girls and guys, or oh, I use, she and they pronouns if you want to put my info down in like a cop log book. It's all very casual because I didn't want to make it about people's sexualities. It was just a part of the characters that kind of worked its way organically into some parts of the book. Like Holly's bi, and you'll see her basically thirsting after different characters throughout the whole series.
For instance,
what? Sorry,
you really got distorted there.
I know. I don't know what is with that echo. My gear is malfunctioning or something. Okay, the guy with the fake badge. That's kind of.
Yes.
Is she lusting after him a little bit? I haven't.
Yes. Brandon has sort of a problem in his life, is that he's very mission oriented and very uninterested in relationships, but he's pretty attractive, and so a lot of people are very sort of interested in him, and he'll talk about that later in the books when they first get to know him, until they realize he's kind of a tool when he's trying to be in charge of things, and just sort of very quiet and awkward at all other times.
So
yeah.
Maybe after you get past the 2/4 mark, you'll be able to see that.
Yeah, I think
get about to the 3/6
everyone
mark.
kind of unveil themselves as you go forward. But yes, he's sort of the main love interest, so nothing really super romantic happens in this book at all.
So she doesn't have a friend.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't have a partner, no girlfriend or boyfriend, because her whole ethos is I don't want anyone close to me ever again besides her best friend, who just basically will not be forced out of her life no matter what, the person that she followed all the way across the country
To San Francisco.
Yes.
Is that place really as crazy as I've heard? Do you know?
Yeah, actually I have family that live in the area. It wasn't super crazy about 10 years ago, but I think it's just depending on what area of town you're in now, it is more so than it was, because there's been a lot of the housing crisis and prices skyrocketing, forcing people out of their homes, and that kind of creates, sort of economic disparities and the issues that come with it. But it's definitely a beautiful place to visit, though. I would suggest it. I loved going there to visit my grandma when I was younger.
You're in there. I'm sorry for that. You're in the Pacific Northwest, right?
I'm actually in SoCal, so I'm right by Mexico. I'm in like the San Diego North area.
Okay. Do you ever get out to conventions? I mean,
yeah.
Aside from what's going on right now, I mean,
Oh yeah, Comic-Con I used to go to every year. Then ALA, which was one that was up in Los Angeles, was another big one. Anime Expo. I used to love going to cons. There's a big steampunk convention here, too, a gas lamp gathering. That was always fun. I really missed that. It was a quiet year.
If this whole thing with COVID, calms down enough, because they're starting to open up conventions in some areas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw Comic-Con announce their tentative dates for Thanksgiving of this year.
If Midnight Tides can really get behind you and build some sort of get some sort of vendors booth or something for you to advertise this book and everything, with a big poster board or a design of the and like maybe a giant dollhouse that represent characters from the book. I mean, that could be really rad to pull people in.
Yeah, it's funny that you say a booth, because I know one of the people I met who also has a yard sailing business, who works on the small press sort of board that puts together who's in the vendors hall. And so I've been stalking that page, waiting for applications to go up, and I'm going to bug everyone, be like, hey, if you want to come, pack into my house when everything's safe, and we'll all be at a table at Comic-Con if we can get in.
What are some authors or books that have informed your style over the years? I mean,
oh gosh.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the cover, it's obvious, Sailor Moon was an influence, but were there other like animes and magic girls that inspired it?
For sure. I always loved Sailor Moon. I actually liked, this is kind of a horrible one, but Dead Man Wonderland, because it was just really twisted.
Never heard of it.
it's basically an amusement park where convicts are sent through like a meat grinder, quite literally, to see like who's worthy of eventually leaving the place. And so they throw like kids into like the Hunger Games, but a Willy Wonka version of it. I don't know. It's pretty old now.
Some of the most feverish ideas come from anime. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an exciting medium to consume if you see something that catches your eye, you know, along with books and movies and TV. Because I definitely think there are different sort of ideas that are more prevalent in what's available across the world. And so that's an interesting sort of way to expand, I guess, what your own thought process is. But other authors that influence my style. I love Christopher Moore, I think, because he always has very irreverent sort of slice of life books.
Towing Joe.
That I always really enjoyed. I haven't read that one. I have like a whole shelf, but not that one. But who else? I really like the White Trash Zombie series.
Never heard of it.
The author is escaping me now, but there's a ton of these books here. I'll look it up. I wish I was like just a little closer to my bookshelf so that I could see. Diana Rowland is the author of those books.
White Trash.
Yeah, I've seen those books. I've not read them, but they all have real nice covers.
Yeah, they do. They have beautiful covers, but those were really fun. That was another influence. I never actually read a lot of YA before I started writing YA, which I know is like the cardinal sin, and is probably why, I guess, for better or for worse, my book really stands out in that market. But now Rebecca Schaefer has a great novel called Not Even Bones about a girl who dissects monsters for a living, which is really great. That was another sort of influence. I read that one sort of in one of the early stages of drafting. And that book is great because it just pulls no punches. It is absolutely just visceral, and that you can feel sort of the, you know, embalming table, and the way she describes it is really fantastic. Cool. But I'd say there's just been sort of like, I kind of pick up on things as I go, and I don't have one sort of genre or thing that I like the most besides horror. Like I love Clive Barker, and The Evil Dead has like echoes in everything that I do.
What was your?
Those are both good. Both, yeah. So you obviously have good taste.
Thank you.
I'm sorry again for the echo shit, but what was your first anime?
My first anime? Oh gosh, I watched DBZ a lot as a kid. It was, and I still actually, I have a Dragon Ball tattoo. I have the 4-star ball. It was always very comforting to me. Like no matter how bad my day was at school, or if my friends were like, you know, being dicks or something, I could go home and watch that, and I'd be like, ah, yes, their day is much worse than mine.
Did you play a lot of JRPGs growing up?
I didn't actually. I never played a lot of video games. I didn't get into it, but I played a lot of Risk, and I played Magic with my friends because we were big nerds.
Yeah, I just played some Risk last weekend.
Oh, nice. I haven't played in years.
So what is the name of that book with the monster vivisectionist or the dissectionist?
Yeah, I'll go grab it. I'm actually looking at it. I'll take you 2 seconds.
Not Even Bones.
Yeah.
It does sound fascinating, doesn't it?
It's very good. I definitely. Oh, you got it. Okay.
Does she dissect monsters for science or for justice?
It is for black market parts, basically. Her mother sells them.
Wow.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's fantastic. And there is another one in the series as well. And I do not remember the second book's name off the top of my head. Because apparently Only Ashes Remain is the second one.
Yeah.
But yeah, highly recommend. Great read. Really fast read. It's great.
You know, somebody who's really successful in the underground publishing, you know, particularly Bizarro, they once told me that you kind of have to stop reading books in order to be, you know, to succeed full long term as a writer. And this person kind of knows what they're talking about, but I can't imagine not keeping up with, you know, what's going on in fiction books, particularly with non-mainstream stuff like underground stuff like we're talking about. You know, I can't picture a time when I wouldn't be like neck deep in that stuff.
So I can't imagine I would listen to anybody that said that, right? I mean,
yeah, I think it's important just to, like, obviously cultivate your own ideas. That's why I don't I found out about Umbrella Academy after it, like in the middle of revision, and I wanted to watch it so bad, but I was like, it's way too close to my book. I'm not going to touch it. I don't want to look at it. I'll do it later when like things are set in stone. And now I love it. But basically it's like, yeah, I think you want to keep your finger on the pulse of what's happening, but also just give yourself sort of time to, I always say, like, stare off into space and just think about two of the weirdest things you can mash together, and then like throw a little bit of blood or a little bit of glitter on it.
Right. Or just read outside the genre that you're publishing in, right? I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I find all of this super fascinating. I should probably head out soon, but I really appreciate listening to your process and the ways that you've been writing your book.
Oh, thank you. It's been great.
It's fascinating. I like the I don't know what the term would be, but I like the way that you describe your writing, how it's like you're like using some tropes in interesting ways, but like you're also like coming up with like your own way of writing it. And I like how you do both. I like how you do both of those, because like a good example of what I mean is like the character is like a little bit offbeat in an unexpected way, but it's also familiar because of like how we think about some of these themes in writing, like I would say femininity or like, and it's just interesting how there's like a balance there between like thinking about what can be immediately visceral as well as what might be unexpected. So I don't know if that made sense, but I like the aesthetic because I mean, I don't know enough like too much writing to like know like what it reminds me of. But I like that there's this mix of familiarity and the unexpected. So
Phoenix
Thank you. That means a lot.
Phoenix has published like 10 things. He's being really modest right now, or trying to be, but he's published about 10 things that are each 700 pages long.
Phoenix, what is your last name?
It's just Phoenix.
Okay.
Phoenix,
Yeah.
Phoenix Rises.
Phenix Rises,
Yeah.
Kid, Contorted
I
Royal.
want to look up everyone's books.
Yeah, The Street Kid is probably his main work, I'd say.
Awesome. I need more stuff to read, so that's super exciting.
Everybody here has written more than one book except me. So, all these guys could probably, throw their books at you. I mean,
Seriously, like, do it. Even just, you can always just send me all like your links too on my email is on my contact website. Oh, Cranky Toddler. I think she's okay.
if you need to step away, that's fine.
Yeah, she's probably okay. She had to go to the urgent care today because we were out at the strawberry patch this morning, and she got a giant piece of hay stuck in her foot. So,
she okay now?
Yeah, she's okay.
What is the best way for people who hear this or people who are already fans of you to reach you? Is it Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, email?
I'm really easy because it's all the same across all platforms. It's at Erin Grammar, just ERIN, and then grammar like English grammar on Instagram and Twitter. I'm always on Twitter pretty much because I feel like you have to be for YA. So you can always just drop me a message there, or my contact info is on eringrammar.com.
It's a very writery name.
Yeah, I always thought people would think it was fake. Like, no, it's on my license.
Well, for a moment, I did think it was a pen name, actually.
Yeah, no,
I like that.
That's what I figured. Kind of funny.
It kind of sounds like elevated, like exalted, in a cool way.
Yeah, I was just like, I hope it's not too cheesy. I thought about a pen name for a long time because I was like, no one's gonna pick up a book with my real name on it.
So this is going to be Trilogy, Magic Mutant Nightmare.
Yeah.
What can we expect from future novels? Will she learn to be more compassionate? Will she double down on her, selfishness? What do you think her journey is about?
Well, I think she definitely does learn that you can't be an island of just one person. You have to eventually let other people pick up the slack in areas where you lack the ability to do things. But it's sort of a kicking and screaming the whole way process, because after you've been sort of, dragged through the mud by life, I think it's pretty hard to open up to new people again, especially in circumstances where you're pretty much the antithesis of what you would want to be. But there's some weird sort of fate soul magic that happens in book 2, and then book 3. It's like, I'd say the transition is like, it's science, but there's magic behind the science. No one knows how the science works. And then book 2, they figure it out that it's magic. And then book 3 is just bonkers.
She'll probably be Roy Planets on book 3, right?
No, she pretty much stays the same in terms of powers, but other people gain powers too, and they meet more mutants kind of along the way of the journey, basically, to the soul tree that is the source of magic in the world.
Yeah, the YA theme is really interesting here because it makes me think of like the process of maturation, and like even if the character, at least in the first volume, isn't necessarily likable in the same way, or at least I think likable that we would expect. It sounds like there's kind of an arc based off the way you were describing it.
Oh yeah, I think if people don't like Holly in the first book, they probably won't like her in the third. But I think if people come to the book with sort of an open mind of watching someone grow and maybe not being completely an adult yet, because like she's going to be 19 at the end of the series, and I know I was not a perfect person at 19. I think it'd be crazy to expect someone to be, but she definitely does change.
I mean, it is risky to have that arc, though, to start with a character that's not likable and have the world basically teach them lessons to the point where they mature and they become a likable and maybe even a heroic character. I mean, that's kind of a risky way to start out a series. Now, I'm not saying that that's what your goal is here, right, at all, but it can be, and also can be, you can be walking a tightrope by writing a character that's intentionally unlikable, kind of tongue-in-cheek, kind of knowingly, but not getting it across to readers that that's what you're doing, that's what your intent is, right? So that's also very tricky. So it sounds like that's kind of the problem. The second scenario I just laid out is kind of
it's hard.
The problem you're having, kind of, right? That folks don't quite get it, that it's you know that this character is like this, that you're doing it intentionally. Right. Yeah,
I think in YA especially, there's sort of an escapism that comes with the expectation of a lot of it. So I think even though I've tried to be very clear in my marketing materials, like, Holly's a bit of an asshole.
Right.
You got to kind of expect that going in. But I think there's definitely an expectation of characters maybe being a bit more mature than their actual on-page ages and being a bit more morally upstanding. But I don't know. I hate books that are super preachy of like, yes, I'm the main character, I'm a paragon of goodness, and I'm supposed to teach the readers lessons, and I want people to make their own lessons.
Yeah, it'd be like the old Sailor Moon cartoon and have the character direct the audience to give a moral lesson about, I don't know, traffic safety or something.
At the end, yeah.
I remember those little shorts.
How did your book become young adult? Because like I'm trying to think about it from the context of like, I guess, just contemporary books in YA. And because it's interesting that you mix the anime influence, which I'll admit I haven't seen too much anime, the anime influence with like this feeling of like young adult characters. I'm wondering why you chose that approach. Obviously with anime it's because you like it, but I'm wondering what it was about young adult that drew your interest. Because I know that sometimes young adult might be like caricatured a little bit as being like maybe a little bit more flashy, but it sounds like with your ideas you're actually melting together a lot of different elements, like the horror, even the Marvel influence, which is not coming of age, or I mean young adult. So yeah,
I think because I started writing really in earnest when I was a teenager, and that was always the time when I felt like I was reading. Like, I Love Dan Rice was another, like, when I was 14 or 15, because those books always had characters that were just awful people. And I never really gravitated towards YA then, because I felt like I read Twilight because my nieces were reading it, and I hated it. I got like 3/4 of the way through, and I quit because I couldn't take it. But and that's okay. Twilight is beloved by many people, and that's totally fine. I would never rag on people for what they like to read.
See, I think True Blood is just as bad as Twilight, personally.
Oh yeah,
The Stackhouse novel.
Comforting.
You like it?
I wouldn't say I like it, but I like the aesthetic of it.
You want to?
So have you read Lost Souls by Poppy Z. Bright?
No, I haven't.
Okay, that's a really good book with a bunch of reprehensible characters in it.
Okay, I'm writing that one down.
Exquisite quotes too.
Church Mouse is the greatest vampire book ever written, and there's a character that's thousands of years old, and he's a real bastard. He's legit bastard named Serge, who was around during ancient Egypt. He goes all the way back there, and he is one of the most fascinating characters I've ever read, other than Holly in this book.
Oh, that's so nice.
But yeah, Church Mouse is an awesome vampire book that is not Twilight-like at all, if you want to check out a good vampire book. Yes,
I actually haven't read vampire books in like years, but I'm kind of getting the hankering again because I have another friend that I know in the book community, S.P. Gibson, who just wrote a book called A Dowry of Blood, which is like a Dracula's Brides reimagining, and that's a fantastic book.
That's a good name.
Yes, it's really awesome, and it's doing really well too. And that's another small indie pub book, so I'm really excited about that.
Vampire, I think they'll always have some staying power. Zombies, I'm pretty much burned out on.
Yeah, I get that. After The Walking Dead, I was kind of done too.
I mean, they've made them fast. They've made them talk. They've made them cognizant of their actions. They've made them everything you can imagine, with every different kind of virus concept. There's not much more you can do with zombies. I mean,
I think that the voodoo zombie has some mileage yet.
Really? How's that?
Actually, no, that I might agree with.
Yeah.
How so?
I just don't see it often, right? I think you could probably take that concept and do something with it, right? So, but I mean, the undead zombie, all that, and virus zombie, fast zombie, slow zombie, all that shit is pretty much played out. But I think you could probably do something with the voodoo zombie, concept.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. The last place I read a book that had a voodoo zombie was a James Elroy book.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's I can't remember what it's called, but it's like the last in his American tabloid series. There's a part where one of the characters is down in Haiti, and he actually gets put under a zombie voodoo spell, and he breaks himself out of it when a rat crawls in on his face, and he bites down on it until he breaks the spell in his head.
Holy crap!
Wow.
Yeah, James Elroy can get really out there.
No, I like that though. That's kind of my shit. So.
Yeah, definitely check out James Elroy if you like crime stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Erin, how long do you think you can hang around? Because we've got another co-host that usually comes on at, I guess, 7 your time, or 6 your time in 9 hours. What do you think you can hang around for about 20, 25 more minutes so she can maybe get some questions into?
Oh yeah, sure, of course. I can stay I blocked out till 7, but I'll probably end up going a little bit early since we had such a crazy day here. But yeah, I can definitely stay on for at least 20, 30 more minutes.
Great, because she said, will Erin still be there, when I come on at my usual time? And I said, yeah, I'll try to see if she'll stay.
Oh yeah, I blocked off at least an hour and a half. So
what's your favorite Clive Barker book?
Oh gosh, I just I really like the Midnight Meat Train short story.
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
The books of blood in general are the books of blood are still probably my favorite.
Yeah.
What about novels?
Oh, novels, gosh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I actually remember reading one of his fantasy novels years ago.
Than the novels.
Oh, you should read Imagica. That's a fantastic book.
I just I had a friend who came to visit right before everything COVID happened. Actually, the book thing behind me, he got me the Yattering and Jack, the little graphic novel.
Oh yeah, that's a good story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
there's Imagica like a massive, epic, crazy ass fantasy horror novel. It's fantastic.
Yeah, there's a graphic novel adaptation of Rawhead Rex that I very highly recommend.
I've seen that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I wish I could remember who the artist was, but I think it's really great adaptation. Actually,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that Clive Barker actually wrote some plays, but I ended up buying that recently since I'm working on a book of plays.
Yeah, he's got two collections of plays, I think, that's 2 or 3.
I actually went to school for playwriting, so that's funny.
Yeah, Ben's working on one now, right? We're writing a play right now, Ben?
Well, I'm working on a book of plays. It's just like, it was actually kind of funny, the story behind it, because I just write plays because, I kind of just do what I want to do. And I made like a joke post on Facebook, like, I should stop writing plays because nobody's going to write them, but I'm going to write them anyway. And then a guy who is a publisher messaged me and, offered me to publish them. So now I'm working. I've got a contract to finish that.
That's amazing. Congratulations. Like, wow, that's great. The universe stepping in for you there.
Yeah. Frank, you're crazy. Frank, you're crazy about Mr. Be Gone. That's not a very good book.
A lot of people didn't like that one.
I mean, there's one section like in the middle that's great. Like, that is truly disturbed. But overall, it's not a very good book. That's like some kind of trunk thing that he grabbed because he had to publish a book and he was just painting paintings or something like that. And they just wanted to get something out there. So,
yeah.
Are you much of a Stephen King fan? Because he's like the most obvious one, but he was my gateway into like horror novels.
Yeah, I read because we had a lot of Stephen King books kind of like lying around my house when I was younger. So I read quite a bit of Stephen King. I think Carrie was my first, and then I loved the cover on the edition of Desperation that we had. So I read that next. And
have you read The Regulators?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's better than Desperation. That's like its sister novel or whatever, It's better than Desperation. The Regulators is fantastic. Yeah.
I liked the idea behind Desperation, but at the end it was just dragging so much that it wasn't like the horror element of it just kind of faded out, I feel like.
Yeah,
The Regulators is way better as far as pacing, and also the concept is better. It's just more Technicolor craziness going on constantly throughout. So, it's very good.
Yeah, what I like definitely way more.
Yeah, in Desperation, the one scene that sticks out to me the most is like toward the beginning when the sheriff arrests the couple and he's like reading out their rights and like he's saying like, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law. I'm going to kill you. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you.
Yeah.
Do you actually say it that way?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's just like reading it.
A robot, like staccato. It's super creepy.
Yeah.
Ron Perlman in the adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember.
Frank's really trying to pick a fight with you here, Greg.
Well, I'll win. I mean, I think Mr. Be Gone is not one of his best works. That's for sure.
Frank, if you want to jump in and argue this, you're more than welcome.
I mean, he probably likes the Scarlet Gospels as well, as my guess.
You know what? The Scarlet Gospels is probably as close as we'll ever get to the third book of the art. Harry D'Amour, Hill, it had all the ingredients for third book of the art. But Clive Barker has been saying, I'm still working on it. He's been saying that for 30 years, I think now.
Yeah, that's kind of
yeah, that's his that's his it's probably going to suffer the same fate as the last book in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Probably, yes. Yeah.
It's like, even if it does ever get, it's like Chinese Democracy. Even if it does come out, it's going to be a disappointment.
Or the last Tool album. Yeah.
Or the third Patrick Rothfuss book in that series. Yeah, that's never going to come out either. Yeah.
Third what?
Book, Patrick Rothfuss's fantasy series. I can't remember what it's called. The King Killer Chronicles, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that book has been I think postponed 5 or 6 times already.
Yeah, that's not coming out. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's got fairies in it as well. But go ahead. Sorry, Ben.
Well, which is worse? Actually, spending time and trying to perfect it, knowing that when you release it, it's probably going to be disappointing. Or just doing what Stephen King did and just rushing through like he did with the Dark Tower series and ending up with a pretty disappointing ending.
Yeah, I didn't like the Dark Tower. I don't know. I guess because I was expecting more traditional when I started.
I'm not a big fan of the Dark Tower. There's about 3 good books sprinkled out between 7 books, right? I mean,
Come
there's
on,
like,
man.
there's three good books worth of material spread out among 7 books. It's a lot of,
Which ones?
It's sloppy.
Which ones are you saying are the good ones?
I'm saying that there are, there's one really good one, and that's the Drawing of the Three,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And then everything else is like there's bits and pieces sprinkled throughout the books that are great, but there's not another book in that series, in my mind, that is in and of itself a very solid book. And Drawing of the Three is definitely one of my favorite Stephen King books, but I can't say that about any other of the Dark Tower books.
Song of Susanna was solid, man. And the Dark Tower was absolutely GD riveting until that last chapter where he basically breaks the fourth wall and says, "You're not going to like this ending. Why don't you just not even bother reading it?" And then it was back to the beginning, that bullshit cop-out bullshit.
Right. I mean, but you're one of those people that likes Blaine the Train, I think. So, I mean, I can't.
Well, I like Blaine the Monorail, yeah. I will defend that to the gallows. No, it's not.
I'll say that's terrible to the gallows. That's the worst thing almost ever created.
You are completely wrong.
He was going for this Lewis Carroll type feeling and having it play off Roland's Western badass character. He was going for that Alice in Wonderland feel. I could tell. I know it. I mean,
Well, he failed.
I get that feel, but I don't. This is terrible. But I actually don't like Alice in Wonderland either. I don't know why. It's just like. And it
seems like it would be right up your alley, but
I know everyone says that. It's just I think it's because I'm so meticulous about like world building and through lines and stories, and that and like Fantasia were always just way too like kind of everywhere for me that I didn't have like a big thing to focus on.
So you need like world building. You can't just go with whimsy.
Yeah, like I like whimsy, but I also like to like kind of get the logic sort of behind it, or even a hint at the logic. If I have just like a whiff of it, I'm good.
So
I'm big into like surrealist like worlds, so I'm cool with like not having like a solid world. If anything, I think if something is more absurd, it more reflects my own experiences.
That's true. I could see that.
Song of Susanna, I think was like.
Is that the one where it's like the whole book is a flashback, or is that a different one?
That's Wizard and Glass.
That was Wizard and Glass, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Mr. Frank from the Bazong podcast, our brother podcast, is on here. And Frank, by the way, check out that beautiful cover.
Mr. Frank!
Doesn't that look like a breakfast cereal box or something? I mean, it makes me want marshmallows and like sugary, I don't know. It's just, I can feel my teeth rotting just looking at it. It's so sweet.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of a painful book in places, so I think that works.
What do you think, though, Frank?
The cover of Magic Mutant Nightmare Girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty perfect. It's I like the dichotomy of the image versus the font.
Yeah, what we were
title
going for
itself.
design, so it's good.
Could almost be like a Gore Grind album cover or something.
Yeah.
Are you a metalhead, Erin?
I'm not, but I have some friends that really are, so I'm sort of like, I guess, adjacent to that community.
What do you like? Alternative, indie?
Gosh, I don't know. I listen to a little bit of everything. I don't think I have like sort of one genre. I really like a gentleman called Historian himself who does it's almost like folk, like rock operas. I don't know, like super great. That's the one of the like I'm working on a paranormal book too, not the fairy one, but basically I've listened to his album on repeat while I've been drafting that. But it's he also does illustrations for like dinosaur history books. So this guy's really neat. Historian himself. He's super just a neat dude.
Always was in mountains. Tales from the Tomb. I'm gonna check this guy out. Yeah, what is this statue I'm looking at in one of his pictures here? It's
he actually makes all of the like costumes and props for a lot of his videos. So he's made giant like model dinosaurs, and he has his own like pantheon of gods and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's a sculpture he made too.
That's awesome.
But Gather Bones is the second one with the deer is my favorite.
Oh wow!
This definitely looks very metal, but you say he does like more folkish music?
It's really creepy folk. Like, if dinosaurs became human, became witches, and made music, that's probably what I would say it's like.
Oh, we'll have to check it out too, because I really love like dark folk and country music.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's awesome. I think you just gave us our lead on our next possible guest, Erin. Thank you.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh, it'd be great. I will be watching that show for sure, because he's going to get a byline if I ever publish that witch book, because I have listened to Gather Bones. I am probably half of those views on YouTube.
Frank, by the way, it wouldn't be all that bad to hear you on Frank's Bazong podcast as well. That's still going strong, right, Frank?
Still going, still chugging along.
I'm a few episodes behind. I apologize, but he's introduced me to a few authors that that somehow slipped by me, and so I always like to repay that favor. There's just so much good shit out there. Have you noticed, Erin, how much people don't take it for granted? There is a lot more freedom for artists and authors now than there ever were before, because there are more audiences, right?
Oh yeah, and if you find sort of that niche and you get, I always say it's not about, I think mass marketing that like Big Four, because now it's not Big Five, now it's Big Four because there was a huge merger. But they do like other mass marketing campaigns. But I also think that indie has always been just sort of a very viable route for authors. That if you're from a smaller press or mid-sized press or you're self-published and you find your little niche in the water, people will talk about your book.
For sure.
You just got to get it in the right hands. And I think that's sort of,
it seems to be very viable, especially for like YA and new adult, it seems to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Paranormal
Regina
romance.
Watts.
Oh yeah, that especially, yeah.
Yeah.
Regina Watts is in the house.
Regina was the one that wanted us to hold you over so she could talk to you. So Regina, have your way with her.
Thanks so much for hanging out for me a little bit of extra time, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me on. This has been probably one of the most fun lives that I've done.
That's good. That's good. Sometimes we can come on a little strong, so I'm glad to hear you're having a good time.
Yeah, that's my wheelhouse. I get really nervous when it's sort of a more uptight sort of Q&A where I feel like I have to say the exact, right thing. So this has been great.
Totally. Well, that's good. I'm so glad to hear it. Man, I'm really enjoying Magic Mutant Nightmare Girl so far. I think I only have about 100 pages left, if that.
Oh, wow. Awesome. So you're flying through.
Yeah, I've been really having a lot of fun with it. I really love it. It's really a great combination of, Western kind of adventure literature and thrillers too. And then this, obviously the magical girl trope. I assume you've already been asked all the fun questions, like what are your favorite magical girl anime and shit like that, right?
Oh, yeah. Sailor Moon being still the fave.
Yeah, man. I fucking love Sailor Moon. Also, I'm getting like minor Madoka vibes from it a little bit.
Yeah.
I definitely love it. Also, I wanted to ask you, do you collect ball-jointed dolls? I actually just had my dolls on the show last week, but I saw them mention
don't,
it.
but that's so cool. I actually collect Hello Kitties. You can see
the
board behind me, but they go
oh my god! I love them.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Awesome.
Muchos hola gatos.
Have you actually been to a Hello Kitty store? I mean,
was
I've
going to
been
ask
to one
that.
There's a big one in LA that they haven't been open, I think, since the pandemic started. But also the first time I went to New York City, I lived in Connecticut for a while. We went to Times Square, and that was like my mission. I had to find the Hello Kitty store.
Yeah, they're amazing. It's an amazing thing to be in there. I mean, I don't really care about Hello Kitty at all, to be frank, but it's still awesome. I mean, it's still it's an amazing. I don't know, what do you want to call it? Design feat, I guess. The Hello Kitty stores.
It appeals to so many people.
Yeah,
it'd be something I'd want to visit just on the grounds. Is much like Erin, I'm a complete weeaboo. So,
I was talking about like the production design of the store itself is what I'm talking about. But the design of the doll, the character as well. But the store itself is really interesting. So
yeah, it's almost like going through like. Oh, I guess, like Science Museum as kids used to have like dioramas of different storybooks and stuff. Sometimes it's like that.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I went to Pearland too, which is like her amusement park when I went to Japan.
It's called Pearland?
Pearland. Puroland.
Oh, okay.
And that's
I thought
just
you
like
said
one giant.
Pearland.
Yeah,
it sounds like something Ben might like. But,
it's like a giant Hello Kitty store. I don't know. It was super fun. I had a good time.
That's awesome.
It does sound cool.
You actually, I don't know. Did you make the pipe for the doll too, Regina?
Oh no, I didn't make the pipe. I just bought it from Etsy. There's such a great community of people who craft all kinds of different little various props for ball jointed dolls, and I just was browsing randomly the other day, and I saw that somebody was selling a little set with a little pipe and little miniature weed nugs and a little
So that's not an actual. That's not an actual pipe. I actually thought it was.
No, I wish it was. I wish I could light up for her. That would be hilarious.
I mean, my own pipe is roughly about that big.
Do you want to show them off to her, Regina?
I want to see.
The dolls are downstairs. I should have. I thought about bringing one up, but I left them downstairs, and I can get them, but then the cat will chase after me. So,
okay, let me know your social media if you have pictures of them. I will look. I think it's so cool.
Yeah, man, I'll definitely look it up. No, I loved it. I got a little excited. I was like, oh man, of course, and she's coming on earlier than I usually come on tonight, because I was like, damn, I could leave out with this chick for hours. Damn. See, it's like I come on late and I don't know what questions have already been asked, and I hate to, re-ask anything. But I guess really what I'm really just interested in is did you encounter any particular problems with kind of bringing the anime tropes into literature? Because I definitely
querying was an absolute nightmare hellscape, because you have to find recent comp titles in, especially when I queried the YA version, in YA specifically, and the closest book is Sarah Kuhn's Heroine Complex series, and that's sort of a new adult book, and that's also great. But it was just because everyone's always looking for, well, if I could sell this, I could sell that. So because I'm it's like Sailor Moon and Marvel, and everyone even if people like Sailor Moon, they're like, well, I don't know how this is going to translate to the aesthetics of the book. Since books are very cerebral media, it's not like you're watching a television or something like that. So I think that was challenging.
I mean, I have written my first book has a short story in it that's, I think, very heavily anime inspired, except it's inspired by things like Violence Jack and Mad Dog 34 and all those weird ultra violent animes. And I actually found it fairly easy to translate, because it's fairly easy to write that as a pulpy kind of fast paced style.
Yes, definitely, I can see.
Yeah, for sure. And I really, I feel like your fight scenes and your action sequences are really good. Do you find it hard to strike a balance between extreme, goofy, almost cartoony violence and fast paced and comprehensibility? Do you ever? Because I am always worried about my fight scenes.
Fight scenes are the bane of my existence. I'm glad that you like them, because I hate writing them. Oh my gosh, it's where are someone's hands? Where are they punch? It's I think the end product is fun, but going through fight scenes, I hate. I would put it off. If I had edited something, it was I'm doing a day for the fight scene by itself because I want to touch it.
Totally got it.
But it's I think my sort of whole thing with pacing is that, especially because I think it's a pretty fast-paced book, and it's so funny because I heard 3 people in the same day say it was too slow, too fast, and just right.
Wow.
It's okay, this is a span of 3 hours.
Like Goldilocks.
Just whatever.
I think that's probably a sign you're doing something right.
Yeah.
I know, but it's I always want to kind of intersperse very quiet, calm moments with moments of just sheer panic, kind of like a roller coaster, because I guess that's what life is too.
Yeah, totally.
Even on your worst days, you have that moment where you get to sit down and have a drink or smoke a bowl or just take a breath, and there's just sort of those moments in the book too, because I think that's after the adrenaline rush sort of reveals who people really are when they finally get to sit down and have that second.
Right. I think that technique's called scene and sequel, I believe is what it's called.
I don't know. I wish I knew technique, but that sounds right.
Scene and sequel is what it's called. But yeah, I mean, if you have too many action scenes back to back, people get tired, right? They need at least a little bit of a rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Yeah.
Be like trying to make a novel out of John Wick.
Yeah. Yeah. Even like old like men's adventure stuff would have, breaks in between all of the violence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For the hot sex babes that you met during the last violence scene.
Exactly.
You gotta tie it together.
you gotta have just the right balance of the sex and the violence.
Right, exactly. It's a very careful chemistry. Which I mean I'm really loving just the various homages to the different I definitely get aspects of Tuxedo Mask and some of these characters, and it's just like I don't know, it's a really fun nostalgic book to read. So good job, dude.
Thank you. Definitely the rooftop scene reminds me of like very Sailor Moon Tuxedo Mask sort of vibes, and that was intentional there. So that's cool.
Totally, man. No, you should be proud of yourself. It's really a fun book, and it's I think it's great. So I'm really excited to see more coming down the pike. Yeah, man. So how long have you been writing? Just catch me up to date on that.
Oh gosh, probably forever. I was talking about earlier when I was a teenager, because I just never had like books for teenagers that I wanted to read. I always read adult books because they felt more real to, I guess, a teenager going through very adult problems. Then I didn't like fluffy books. Like I didn't like Twilight. I didn't like The Hunger Games, even though The Hunger Games is a really rough book. I never connected with it, even though that was more college for me. But so I started sort of writing my own worlds that I thought were more interesting. And I guess that's now why I want to write for teens. I want to kind of bring sort of a different perspective to the industry, one that's more of a mirror than this is a list of things you should be. It's more of it's okay if you're kind of flawed and fucked up as a teen, because honestly, who isn't?
Yeah.
But
for me,
go ahead.
For me, like the whole YA thing has become a little, I don't even know what it means anymore, because nowadays it almost seems to mean like, oh, the characters are teenagers.
That's where it fits in the market, yeah.
Yeah, which of course seems odd to me, because I can think of a lot of books with teenage characters that I would not actually recommend to teenagers.
Yeah. Well, I had it kind of explained to me when I was working at the library. I got to be friends with the YA librarian, Jackie, who was going to school at the time for, to become the YA librarian, basically. And so she was explaining to me that it's like almost at this point YA has kind of branched into 3 different genres, where there's like young adult, and then there's like young adult, and then there's like kind of older kids.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little more of a range than most people would think, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it could almost be anything. I mean, have you read anything by like Margot Langen, or I don't know how to pronounce her last name, Langen, I think? Black Juice, have you ever heard of her?
That name sounds very familiar, but I haven't read her work.
I mean, her stuff's very dark. It's it doesn't read like anything that anybody would imagine a young adult work reading like, So, I mean, I think she's an Australian writer.
Yeah.
And I recently read...
I know a little bit about the Australian market because I have a friend from there whose book is also coming out soon. It's a gothic romance, and it's also YA, Lake's Edge by Lyndall Clipstone, and that's going to be cool. There's like dark gods and a crumbling manor. Very excited for that one.
Cool.
But so I guess saying back, when did I start writing?
Yeah.
I just wrote down my own stuff, and then I went to school at Ohio University for playwriting. And
I was going to ask you, so are you from Ohio originally? I caught mention to it in the book there.
I kind of bounced around a lot as a kid. Like I was born in Ohio, and I lived in Indiana for a long time. And then I lived in South Carolina, and I lived in Ohio for a little bit longer in high school. And then I went to college kind of on the West Virginia border.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time there. I didn't go to college there, but I spent the weekends there with my wife. So yeah, but I spent a lot of time at Ohio University. Is a great area. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, it's beautiful. My dad still lives in like a little town that's about 20 minutes outside the city limits there.
Yeah, I love that area. It's beautiful. And you get a nice workout walking up and down the hills.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know. There used to be signs up like, don't skateboard after a certain date because one of the hills was like straight down. And you'd see people do it anyway because it would like get covered in an invisible sheet of ice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But so I went to school for playwriting. I took a couple of years off. I worked at a daycare for a while, and that was illuminating.
I'm sure. Jesus.
And then, then I started writing novels, and this is the one that I really started to pursue traditional publishing with, I guess, because it kind of just grabbed hold of me, and I wouldn't let it go, even if I probably should have a couple of times, but I'm glad that I didn't.
Yeah, man. Clearly, that's awesome. Really.
So this really wasn't your first novel that you wrote? Did your prior ones, did you abandon them, or did you write them and realize, these aren't good, or anything like that?
Yeah, I had a couple false starts where I'd start projects and then I would just peter out because I guess my heart wasn't in it. But when I wrote the first draft of this book, I gave myself a goal to get it done in 3 months. So I wrote 2,000 odd words every day, even if I was sick or felt crappy or had a long day, whatever. I made myself sit down and do it. So that helped. Even if I had to throw the words out later, eventually I just at least got that first draft done to play with.
Right. Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to push through to get the clay.
Yeah. Did you outline it, or are you more of a pantser when you write your stories?
Yeah, I'm more of a pantser. I had a vague idea. I knew the beginning, I knew the end, and I knew the magic system in a middle point. And then I just went from thing to thing, thinking, okay, how can I make Holly's day worse today? Was kind of how I wrote the book.
The way to do it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just writes itself.
It was funny because it kind of did, even if I got to the point where I was like, okay, I have no idea what's going to happen next. I have to wake up tomorrow and I have to think of something. It would hit me, around breakfast time. I go, okay, I'll do this later.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of times, that's what all you need is you need a somewhat interesting character and a good concept, and the story will practically write itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it felt that way with this book more than anything else I had ever started, for sure.
That's cool. Yeah, it really shows. It's a really fun, natural plot, and it really, it feels very, on brand for both the Magical Girl series and kind of just a Western action series. Excellent.
That's cool. That was funny you mentioned thrillers before, because I had a publisher take interest before my first publisher. Not the one who I'm with now, the one whose contract was reverted back to me eventually. But these first people wanted to buy the book, and I did an R&R for them. But then the editor-in-chief came in at the last second and wanted to make it a strictly thriller series with no magic. And I backed out of it because I was like, I don't know if that's the same vision. They were very nice people, but it was receiving that email was kind of an odd shock to the system. I was like, oh, that would be different.
Yeah. Editors, they're there to make the books better, but when they do something hey, can this book that's called Magic Mutant, can you take out the magic?
Yeah. It had a different...
Not just in the title, right. All of it.
What was it going to be?
It was called No Frills originally, because I can't draft things without meme titles, apparently.
No
yeah.
As in, no bells, whistles, that...
Yeah, that was its original title, which I like. I've had kind of mixed feedback from people who knew the book before the title change.
This is
with
better.
The new publisher. Yeah, no, I think it is too. I think it fits. And I think
it's definitely a better title.
Yeah, I definitely like the newer one. It's more eye-catching, and, it really, seems to fit with the aesthetic you were going for.
Yeah.
It's also very 90s. It's a very 90s title because a lot of people did that in the 90s, Biker Mice from Mars, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it's a very busy kind of... Huh?
That's all the stuff that I love, so...
It's a very busy title, and I love it. It's very interesting so far, though. And like I said, I don't even feel embarrassed for reading something so, over-the-top pink because of the horror tag, so I appreciate that. But
yeah, I mean, she's got blood on the cover. It's coming out of her face, so it can't be that girly. It's, you know.
I'm really looking forward though to your let's say adaptation or your reimagining of fairies, you know, as something that is indifferent to humanity. They're not helpers. They're not anything, but they're just into their own, you know, world, and that's it. They don't care about humans whether they live or die, right? So
yeah. Well, actually, the Fae in the fairy book, they feed off of human suffering, and they live in the hills in Death Valley.
Yeah, considering you compared it to The Hills Have Eyes, and that's a very, very ugly and violent movie.
Oh yeah, it's the two main characters are a witch whose sole purpose in life is to become the best fairy killer that ever lived, and then his brother who is a fairy who became human because all he wants to do is make pools.
Make what?
He just wants to build pools. His whole
swimming pool.
That's great.
Yep, that's all he wants to do. He sold out basically a giant section of his family to the band of roaming fairy hunters so he could become human. And
I like that concept.
Yeah, that's
it'll be cool. Look for it in several years.
Yeah, 2027.
When's book 2 of this coming out?
It will be next spring. I don't have a release date, but the title is Magic Mutant Nightmare Soldier.
Like
That's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you've definitely got a style about you that is unique, and I like how you handle prose. You know, it's very, you know, it's not like uniform like so many authors. You know, it flows well. So,
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think having a background in playwriting at least helps me write dialogue because I was always basically told in class, you know, if you don't put it in the dialogue, people are going to forget it. Never put it in the stage directions because the director's going to throw it out anyway. So I learned to be sneaky with hiding details.
So were you ever in like an acting troupe or did you just write, you know?
Actually, I made props for a long time. I was going to double major in props, but my playwriting workload ended up being too much my senior year with just some personal issues going on too. But I would make like, you know, basically the stuff that you see, you know, on a table backstage. Like for one, we did a post-apocalyptic show where we made a wagon covered with voodoo dolls. So I was the person that made the voodoo dolls.
Fun.
Mm-hmm. It's still something that I love to do. So I like, I built a giant latex arm for my husband for the horror convention up in LA a couple of years ago. It's Monster Palooza, which if you ever get a chance to go is like heaven. It's
that's
the best
so cool.
thing on earth.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Did you write original plays or did you like put your own spin on pre-existing plays like Fiddler on the Roof?
Mm-hmm. I actually always wrote my own stuff. I knew people that did adaptations and they did them really well because our program was sort of a joint BA, MFA, like the BA students and the MFA students worked together a whole bunch so that we were pretty much indistinguishable except for what got stamped on our degrees. And that was really great. It was awesome to learn from people who had already been through bachelor programs for different writing or just even some people, I think one person we were in class with had an engineering degree. So that was a different sort of perspective.
Can we see them out there anywhere?
But no, actually, they're not published anywhere. They're in a notebook, probably sitting across from me on the bookshelf. And I might go back to them one day because I found an old hard drive like a couple weeks ago that had stuff that I'd forgotten about. And I was reading it and went, oh, this isn't bad. Okay, I can do this.
You don't think that anybody uploaded the end result to YouTube at any point? Or
no, because this was, gosh,
Yes.
I was in school from 2009 to 2013.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was just before people even thought to upload stuff, you know, like you were on the internet.
Yeah.
Sometimes you could still send tweets from your phone, like to a phone number. Not an app. It was like you had to text the 98 something something.
Well, I think we're going to move on to Mr. Frank and Gregor's Desperation and Regulars debate here. I wanted to see what we can squeeze out of that. But does anybody else have any questions or comments for Erin? I appreciate you hanging in there. So
oh yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man.
It was awesome.
Is there anything that you want to plug before you go?
No, but I'm just saying, if you think the book sounds interesting, if you guys like glitter and gore and like basically the campy sort of aesthetics of magical girls, but also the movies that they play, the horror movies on like late night TV that you always stayed up as a kid watching so your parents didn't know, then you like my book.
Yeah, man.
Very cool.
Cute rules the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
Not human. Not anymore.
I love it. I love it.
But this has been such a great show. I really, really appreciate you inviting me on, and I'm so glad I found that email.
Mm-hmm. I know. I thought maybe you were just like, avoiding it because maybe an agent cautioned you against it or something.
No, there's a folder that I have that just like all the Goodreads, any sort of like website that I'm not on a lot goes to, and so I go through it every now and then. I was like, oh, I missed this. Yeah.
See,
I found the new one.
I may be the only person who makes most of their communications through Goodreads. It's awkward, I know, but I feel like I'm closer to the
book
the
people,
authors,
though, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
the author's actual work.
Yeah.
I feel like it eliminates all the politics that's inherent in social media, and it goes straight to the authors and their books. That's what I like about it,
Yeah, I can totally see that. Like I just kind of went away from Goodreads for a while because it's like, I don't know, reviews are mostly for readers. Like I probably can't, you have editors and stuff, and I can only do so much. I can't have too much in my head at once or I just go crazy. But
Erin, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I would love to definitely tune into the shows in the future. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go check on the baby, see how she's doing.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for coming on. This was a great conversation.
You added some great vibes to the show, and good job on the book. It's fascinating right now. So,
thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. All right, you guys have a good night, and thank you again.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Yep. Have a good night.
Kick ass. And we talked to Brett Petersen earlier too, who is a drummer for Christoph Paul's band. Christoph runs Clash Books. I don't know if you've ever heard of Brett Petersen's work. He's fairly new. He's a first-time author like Erin, but he wrote a short story collection called The Parasite, from Proto-Space and Other Stories. And it's pretty fascinating in its own right. It's definitely a different vibe from what Erin brings in her work. But it's been a really cool show tonight, despite my technical difficulties. So.
Well, good. I'm glad that it's been such a good show. I'm sorry you're having technical difficulties, though. Yeah, and I'm really grateful to Erin that she stayed and was able to hang out and talk to me a little bit because that was great, and I'm really enjoying her book so far. So
yeah, you're ahead. You're further in it than I am. Any revelations? Anything that's like really you weren't expecting that hit you over the head or anything?
No, I think so far it's pretty consistent with the kind of tropes and plot that I'd say I'm expecting from the book. But I think it's just fun. It's just a really fun read, and it's like I said, I thought she was doing a good job with her fight scenes, and I think it's just a really fun book. And it's fun. It's really nostalgic for me because I grew up it's like I could name at least 10 magical girl shows that I just fucking loved throughout my life and still love now. And I'm sure that it will probably for the rest of my life continue to be one of my favorite anime genres. So it's just fun to see it reflected in literature. And it's interesting, too, because I was thinking to myself the other day how, like, one thing I'd really like to do is a harem novel riff off of, like, Sailor Moon or one of these other magical girl ones where it's, like, a guy gets, like, embroiled with this team of magical girls. I think that would sell really well to the market, but that's a whole different conversation. Anyway, Erin's book is great. And, yeah, if you are interested at all in the subject, like, I'm kind of surprised actually that this is being marketed as a YA. I guess I can see kind of why it is, but I don't know. I think anybody would like it. I think it's just I think it's a fun book.
It really is. And
I definitely need to pick it up. It might give me steam to actually start my own anime-inspired book that I've had in mind for a while.
Yeah,
Really?
man.
Cool. I didn't know you liked anime, Ben. I mean,
What?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well,
I've never made it a
about,
secret. I mean, Zach was up in here calling me a weeb every other day.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I should have put that together then.
And he had an anime avatar forever, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, I totally missed it then, and But we talked about Jinro, the Wolf Brigade, and how neither one of us have seen it. So I remember that. Did you ever get around to seeing that?
No, I still want to though. I've heard it's really, really good.
So yeah, man, awesome guests tonight. I've also got two arranged for next week, as long as they don't fall through. I'll talk about that in a little bit. But Frank, you're still here. Thank you so much for hanging in there. I want to see what can develop, because apparently there was a little beef in the chat between one person being vocal about desperation and one person being vocal about regulators. And so Gregor and Mr. Frank, should we put on the gloves? Let's talk about it.
Mr. Frank, how is it that you can say that desperation is better than the regulators? He can't. See, he can't even come up with even an argument.
Are you there?
Oh, Frank,
he must have stepped away.
Yeah, so he lost.
Like,
so yeah, regulators is definitely better.
How long is this Barbie girl going to talk? Okay, well, Frank, if you get back, I don't know. I hope you're not passed out or something.
Am I here?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
All right. Yeah, I had a little internet interruption there. There's some storms passing through my area, so.
Yeah, you're not the only one. Jesus, tornadoes, hailstorms, and flash floods here in Tennessee.
Dogs and cats living together,
marrying in the streets.
So, desperation versus the regulators. Frank, you say desperation. Gregor says regulators. The Richard Bachman, books. So, where do we begin?
I say Frank. Gregor's a crazy person. That's all.
Why is it that I am the crazy one?
The regulators was, I don't know, man. I found that so boring, and it just.
See, I thought the desperation was somewhat dull. I didn't think it was necessarily so boring, but I thought it was somewhat dull in comparison to the wackiness going on in the regulators. Now, I initially didn't like the ending of the regulators, but after I thought about it years later, I came to like it.
Which one did you read first?
I think I read the regulators first.
Interesting, because I read Desperation first.
Okay.
And I read them back to back too. Did you read them that way also?
I don't know that I read them directly back to back, but probably within a couple months, maybe. Right, like because I knew that was part of the deal was that they kind of had allusions to each other and all that kind of business. But I don't think I read them back to back because I don't recall picking up on a whole lot of the
Well, there's not a whole lot like the character's name might be the same, but they're completely two different beings,
right?
Different books. So it's but I think reading it back to back and having read Desperation first, there might be that bias already towards the way characters were in Desperation, and then to jump right into the regulators, could have been.
I mean, it's a jarring difference, right? I mean, they're not in any way alike, right?
Totally different book. Totally different books.
Right.
Is God a possum in one of them or something? Is that accurate?
I don't think so.
Possum. That doesn't.
He's referred to by the name Tak, Tak or something, and he inhabits the possum.
Tak is a.
That's a Dark Tower, reference really.
Well, Tak is in the regulators. That's what's like possessing that kid or whatever.
Yeah, the sort of godlike thing. Yeah, I mean, it was the premise was cool, but I just remember it being feeling like it was a little corny, I guess.
Well, but part of it,
dark nature of desperation, I guess,
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was definitely, as far as the feel, like, was entirely different, right? So I can easily see where you're coming from desperation, which was I guess more of a, I don't know, a straight novel, I guess, right? As a straight horror novel, I guess is the way I would think about it. Whereas Regulators is kind of like, I would think, almost proto-Bizarro in a lot of its approach.
True, very true on that.
That's why I'm kind of surprised you didn't like it more.
Well, I mean, I also read that before I got into Bizarro. But I don't know. That means nothing really. But
right.
It's funny. It's just one of those books, people. It's like the toilet paper doesn't go over the top or come under the bottom. The roll of toilet paper, right? I always seem to have this.
It's over the top unless you got cats, is what I understand. That's the answer, right?
I mean, I always over the top is how I go on that one. So at least we can agree on something there.
Yeah, but do you have cats or no?
No,
I don't either. Right. So by my understanding is that yes, that's the correct way unless you actually have cats.
Huh. Okay.
Isn't that correct, Mr. Catman? Jeremy?
Well, I don't have toilet paper rolls in the house anymore. It just kind of sits there free, like on. Like,
you're going to say 3 shells.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you just use your hand.
Okay. I'm flattered that you're so.
He lives in Tennessee. He uses corn cobs.
Come on. I'm flattered that you're so invested in how I wipe my ass, but there's a woman present, okay? So
I'm sure she probably wipes her ass as well.
Yeah, please don't hold back on my account. I'm not a delicate flower. I really
I know. In fact,
you've heard the shit that Regina talks about on here.
I know Regina's more hardcore than me.
I literally wrote, I was just thinking earlier today about the scene at the climax of Dottie for You season 1 where Harold gives her a wine enema in preparation for being eaten alive. So I really, at this point, am so numbed to everything. I just don't care. Say whatever.
Discussions about shitting out our doo-doo asses isn't gonna do anything.
Which episode is that?
What? Oh, that's episode 8. That's the final episode of the season. That's
he's got to know what episode that is.
Yeah, it's like the whole second half of the book. Like the last 20,000 fucking words are just Harold slowly and methodically preparing Dottie and then roasting her alive, and then she comes back and she murders him by like smothering him, and it's great. And then it's just they have like awesome cannibal primitive sex on the dinner table afterwards, and it's like a masterpiece of erotic literature. I am so proud of it.
This is like one of those like body horror phenomenon stories. It sounds like Human Centipede or like I don't know what else,
like Hellraiser.
Or that one Queens of the Stone Age music video or something, like what's people eating bodies and meat and shit and blood and it's all like together.
Right on. Jeremy.
So, Mr. Frank, I'm sorry. We could talk about poop and everything. But Mr. Frank, what is going on with your Mr. Be Gone defense, right? What's going on there?
To compare you to excrement would be to insult the product of my bowels. I can quote that. I don't know how long ago I read Mr. Be Gone, and that line immediately jumped out at me, and I memorized it, and I have it this day just stuck in my head. It's the greatest fucking line ever. And I mean, on that alone, I will always defend Mr. Be Gone. But
what's the line again? I'm sorry. What was the line again?
To compare you to excrement would be to insult the product of my bowels.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I mean, there, it was it's a novella. I mean, that's one thing, right? I mean, which is fine. But I think that part of the reason, as far as my disappointment around this, was that it partly was due to its length, right? And I think that, it'd been years upon years since there'd been a Clive Barker book out, right?
Okay.
And this is what they gave us, right? You know what I mean? They gave us this slim novella that was not much more than a fat short story, really. And it just wasn't. I mean, there was some part in the around the middle where like the demon is just talking about, like, I don't know, he's just going on some kind of a rant or a tirade or something. I think it's basically about how much he hates humanity or something to that effect. That was very, very dark and very, very, disturbed, right? That was the best part of it. But aside from that, I was kind of let down considering that, I don't know what came out directly before this, but it was probably something like Great and Secret Show or something. And then this was followed up by, you know what I mean? So it was a disappointment in that regard.
I
mean, it's not nearly as bad as Scarlet Gospels.
I hadn't read like Clive Barker in a long time when I picked up Mr. Be Gone, and what I love about it, I love the meta of it. I love that the whole book is a fourth wall breaking. It's and I had the physical hardcover book. I read it, and the whole premise is that it's a demon trapped in this very book you're reading, imploring you to burn the book,
burn it, right?
Book. And that's the whole rub the whole way. So it almost, to me, like actually brought, it's not just reading a story. It was like I'm holding the physicality of the nature of this book. I really, really appreciated that whole end concept while reading it. And then it has the greatest line ever.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I've got another great line from Clive Barker as the title of this episode. I don't know if you caught that, but it's just a coincidence. I mean, not lying down dead, my friend. Walking around in my fucking cell dead. Anybody remember what that's from?
No.
Is it from that? What's it called? Is it from the short story that takes place in a prison with the guy?
No. It was Nightbreed.
Oh. No.
But of course, Clive Barker directed Nightbreed, right?
Oh, I thought you meant a book. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's based on Cabal, but I mean, I'm pretty sure but Clive Barker directed Nightbreed. He directed Nightbreed, so, and it's a great line because he says, "I don't know what you're trying to pull here," when he's talking to the other investigator, and he says, "Why?" And he says, "Why? You tell him why." And he talks to the coroner and says that, and he says, "No pulse. The man is dead." And he says, "Not walking around, not lying down dead, my friend. Walking around in my fucking cell dead." Great line. Also Clive Barker. What is that noise?
Sounds like someone typing.
Oh, sorry, it could be.
That's all right.
So yeah, Mr. Be Gone came out like after a 6-year hiatus or something like that, after Cold Heart Canyon, which in and of itself was not that great, So, I mean, Cold Heart Canyon was okay up until the last 100 pages, which was just the longest, denouement, I don't know how you pronounce it, in the history of the world.
Denouement.
I don't know. Regina knows how to pronounce it.
He's fucking no.
Okay, so, but yeah, the last 100 pages.
Gary Busey called it denouement, and I'm inclined to believe Gary Busey.
Yeah, he's definitely erudite kind of guy.
Yeah, he's the literary expert I trust.
He's Gary Busey.
He's somehow managed to do more drugs than Jeremy. Obviously, he's trustworthy.
But have you read all of the Barker novels, Mr. Frank?
No, I'm not. I haven't read a terrible lot of him. I mean, obviously, I've gone through all the books of blood. I don't know. I even have to look to see. Obviously, my favorite book of all time is The Thief of Always, which
that's
really.
I've been trying to figure out who said The Thief of Always was their favorite book forever. Yeah, I thought it was Phoenix. I thought it was what's his name? Chris something, Lesko. I could not remember. And I asked Michael no if it was him, and they all I haven't even read that, so it was you that said The Thief of Always was their best.
Yeah.
That's an excellent book. Yeah.
It's kind of geared towards kids or young adults, right?
Yeah, it's more of a fantasy book than it is horror. It's not horror at all, really.
Yeah, it's a middle grade book is what you would consider it, I think. Yeah.
When you bring up Cold Heart Canyon, And Mr. Be
Cold
Gone.
Hard Canyon, not Cold Hard Canyon. That's something else that you've been watching.
No. That's just my southern inflection. I did say Cold Heart.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't emphasize it. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So both of those books I always saw as a cop-out to avoid working on what he was supposed to be working on, which is the third book of the art. Isn't that what everybody cares about at the end of the day with Barker, right? It's unfinished magnum opus, the closing part of the trilogy.
Cold Heart Canyon was a lot better than I thought it was going to be based on that terrible cover that they put on that book, right? Of Barker. Like, what is going on there? I don't understand why he's on the cover of that book, but it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, right? But then, like, the last 100 pages, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like,
something about a tapestry on a wall. It's a portal to another.
Yeah. It was pretty good actually, up until the end, and then it was just terrible. It's like why didn't anybody say just cut this last 100 pages, right? Because the last 100 pages was just a long slog. Like, it was just, what is going on? It was like the main action of the story's long done, and you're just hanging out with this guy who's like a ghost haunting this Hollywood Hills home, trying to get to the understanding that he's dead so he can move on. And that goes on that goes on for like 100 pages. It's terrible, but beside that, it was good, but
and the Aberrat books.
Oh, I like those, especially the second one. The second one's fantastic. The third one's pretty decent.
It's another series he didn't finish. Am I right?
No, he'll never finish that, I'm sure. Yeah, that'll never be finished.
That's the thing with Barker. I've noticed as a fan of his, I always pick the artists who are slow as hell and not very productive and take like decades to release stuff.
He is productive, but he's just not productive in the fiction realm, which is annoying to me because I'm not running around LA going to galleries to look at all of his art pieces, right?
What he does is he will write something and then, make it so it's going to be a multi-volume thing or a series, and then he goes and writes something else to escape the responsibility of finishing that series.
He does seem to be that type of procrastinator. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, maybe he does just have creative ADHD. I mean, I know I've had problems with that. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at this cover of Cold Heart Canyon. I see what you mean. He looks like he's trying to be the fucking Godfather or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. I mean, I don't get it. And then like there was a couple other books that came out, I don't know, later on in his career, I guess, let's say, or one was called Galilee, which had a terrible cover, and the other one was called Sacrament, and that also had a terrible cover. And, I put off reading those books for years, and I was a big Clive Barker fan, ever since the very first thing I ever read by him, right? But eventually I came around to reading those two books, and they're both great, especially Galilee. Galilee is like one of his underappreciated books, That's an excellent book.
This is the best reference for Clive Barker. This website,
they've been all over this thing. Yeah,
right. They'll catch up with him every few months to see what he's into, and apparently he's working on he's on the final draft of a new novel called Mercy and the Jackal, which was probably written to avoid the responsibility of finishing Aberrat or something else, I'm sure.
I mean, I don't believe anything that's said about him and what he's going to be doing anymore at all after reading the Scarlet Gospels. I think it's all bullshit. And I'll read what he puts out. I'll give it a whirl, but I'll believe it when I see it, because the Scarlet Gospels was not a Barker novel. It was a piece of trash. I finished at the 70% mark. It was so bad. I was just like, God, I can't even do this.
A slew of rumors that surround that book, and it seems, unanimous that everyone agrees. It's unanimous that the Scarlet Gospel sucks. It's a horrible piece of shit. I haven't read it myself, but I mean, the fact that it has Harry D'Amour and Pinhead in it, I don't know. That seems to me like that would be a win, even if it wasn't as bad.
I know, Mr. Brain Chew Pillowface Man, but it's just not the case,
Okay,
I mean, that rumors. I mean, I suppose if someone were to be ghostwriting a Barker book, like Gregor has speculated, like I would see them like try to put Pinhead in there as like a marketing ploy.
That is the rumor.
Well, I mean, see, the thing is, he's been talking about this book, right, and that concept of on this site, right, that we're even looking at for years, like decades, right. And then he'll go into these details of these awesome ideas that he claims that he's already written or going to be in the book and everything like that, right? None of that crap was in the book. It didn't have any of the richness or the texture that a Clive Barker book had, right? It was like a ghost written book. And
he's a bullshit artist.
Yeah.
He's good at schmoozing.
No, I think that what happened is that he almost died from like this blood poisoning thing from this dental work thing he had. Yeah. And then he had some vultures, jump into his life and take over and take advantage, and that they're the ones that are putting out this crap under his name, basically exploiting his IP for their own personal gain. All speculation, just theories. I'm not saying anybody's name or anything like that, but that's my feeling about what's happened to Clive Barker.
I have spoken to people who publish in horror to this day, and they say that they have a pretty good firm grasp on the idea that Barker did have the Scarlet Gospels ghost written, or he had help writing it.
Oh yeah,
he is in bad health from years of cigar, his cigar vice or something.
No, I mean he almost died from some kind of weird dental surgery that he had, right? Some blood poisoning.
When you go septic, I mean, there's bound to be some brain damage or all kinds of things. Well, look who it is, God Emperor Zach, the converted fascist.
No shit. What's going on, dude? Homie?
God Emperor Zach. What's the deal, man? What is this about banning the Marvel movies from your state? Your what do you call it?
Theocracy.
A new theocracy.
Oh, you're going to start a theocracy?
Yeah.
So
we started the theocracy.
Let's see. What
I'm sure you've got like pages and pages of it written out in fat fucking crayons.
So what? Does garlic or I know the cross doesn't work on you, but does garlic or like showing you your reflection like deter you from these?
No, you just have to cut the head off.
So I mean, I'm kind of like missing the context here. What is going on? I mean, I don't understand, right?
I don't know what vampires have to do with
it.
So all fascists are vampires.
It's not really. I don't think it's not really fascism, but he's getting deep into that stuff that at least I've been where he's at in his head. And I told you, Zach, it's only fun for a little while. What it is that you go so far against just social justice warriors that you almost embrace, wrong things yourself in order to just piss them off more. I've been there, man. And like I said, it's only fun for a little while. It's exhausting. Eventually you're going to want to be normal.
I've got things figured out, but that Emperor stuff was a joke, which I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But we do have to kill you before you, become like a real life dictator. You understand that too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. You got to go in the guillotine.
We all have to die sometime.
So, how have you been, buddy?
I've been well.
You see that
two movies with my girlfriend tonight that were awesome: Phantom of the Opera and Psycho 3.
Which Phantom of the Opera?
I don't know. I think it was 2004. It wasn't that good.
Not the Robert Englund.
That's the one by what's his name? The theater guy who did Cats.
Yeah, it had
a musical.
Yeah, it was a musical.
Okay, yeah, I saw that on Broadway.
Yeah, me too, man. It's great.
Zach?
Yeah, I've heard the movie version isn't very good.
I know you're pretty well versed in old school horror. Do you have an opinion on Clive Barker? I can't remember. You read his Books of Blood, I know, right?
No, I've not read his Books of Blood, but I've seen a ton of his movies for sure.
Okay. Well, we were talking about that and how his latest work was ghost written, and now he never finishes, series that he sets up. Even on that website, Clive Barker Revelations. Now he's talking in January about Aberrat books 4 and 5 on his desk, and they probably won't see the light of day for like 4 more years, if that.
I don't think they'll ever come out.
Wait, so he didn't write these?
That'd be my guess. I have no idea.
Okay, you remember Scarlet Gospels, right? You saw Scarlet Gospels as a book, right? You've heard of it, right?
No, I've not heard of it. But
okay, well, basically, Pinhead from Hellraiser, although he's not called Pinhead in the books, it's his last hurrah against a detective who investigates the supernatural named Harry D'Amour that used to crop up in a bunch of Barker's old books. And the two do battle in hell, I guess. But it was not written by Barker, is what many horror authors, either allege or speculate quietly, that it was ghost written by someone else because of his failing health. Like Gregor said, he almost died from a dental appointment, and his blood, he went septic. And when you go septic, I mean, there's going to be some after effects, I've seen it up close. It's horrible, you can die horribly from it, but he did not. But,
so, Zach, I hear that you unpublished, what was it, Indie Rock Cabin? Is that right?
Yeah, I unpublished that one, and I actually just got word from the president of Journal Stone. I've got Swamp Beast is being taken down, so I still have Dinosaurs up, and I plan to get more stuff up this year, but it hasn't happened yet.
So why is the journal? Why is Journal Stone taking it down?
It's terrible.
Oh, I had them do it. It was just old.
Oh, how come you're taking down? How come you're taking down Indie Rock Cabin?
I want everything to be kind of going along with a different direction.
Wow. This is some serious roboting.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sounds like
and I know you made that face because Zach's on here, right?
So I mean, I don't see why you would take Indie Rock Cabin down, though. I mean, that seems to be,
I was a mistake, man. I think it was a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, I was happy with that one, but I plan to have kind of like a remake of it out, like focusing more on the Uncle Dean character.
That's a good idea, but maybe you should have kept it up and done a continuation. I don't know. I'm
glad I read it while it was available. Is all I'm saying, I guess.
I'm glad you liked it. I remember y'all both saying you liked it.
Hey, I haven't read it yet. I have the physical copy though.
Oh yeah,
I did really like Dinosaurs and Potted Plants though.
Yeah, I'm going to try to have a sequel to it too.
Any better this time?
Doesn't look like it.
Not really. No. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you now. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Okay. Now I can sort of hear individual voices. Man, it's like the building. I'm not going to call it my building because I'm getting out of it as fast as possible. But the building I'm in until Thursday has like this force field that just destroys the internet
and your soul.
I have to get, and my soul, that too, and possibly my body if my luck is bad enough this week. But
she dropped.
She dropped.
That seems to be a pattern.
It finished her off. Hey, I was going to say, though, Regina greeted you with a warm reception, and I feel like you've always been kind of cold and distant to her, and she's always shown good faith to you. Can't you say something nice about Regina?
I mean, she's a fine person. I mean, I'm not.
She's a what?
I'm glad she greeted me. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not on here to fight anyone.
You don't actually have to say anything nice about me, Zach. Honestly, it's okay. I understand that, we have some opposed beliefs and not everybody is cool with, the level of debate in which I engage can sometimes be very autistic and driven. So I'm sorry, but I hope I've never hurt your feelings while we've been talking. I find it very interesting to talk to you and I enjoy our conversations.
No, it's kind of hard to hurt my feelings. It's like these days I don't have them.
So
this is ridiculous.
Are you still doing the show with Ken Ami?
No, I plan to do something in the future for a while, I'm wanting to focus more on some life things, which I won't go into because I need to keep a low profile. But I want to focus more on that. And eventually I want to get to something that's not purely theological, because I've got more obviously doctrinal like obligations. So I kind of want to leave like that up to like actual professors and whatnot. But I eventually plan to get in something a little more laid back, but different and possibly anonymous.
Okay.
Hey, Ann, any better? Okay, we'll wait on you. She's an integral part of the show, even if she bounces in and out every time.
Yeah.
So is Ken doing anything still, like podcast-wise?
Oh, he's always doing stuff. He's like, literally, you can't make him tired. He's constantly like, I mean, he's like, could literally be my father, and he has 10 times more energy than me.
Huh.
Oh, I know he was on Modern Day Debates not too long ago.
Yeah. He was on them. He was on the Kill Stream a while back, which I think I was still on here when
we were talking about that. Yeah, I thought that was funny. Wild. I thought that was wild that he mentioned your name on there. You got your name mentioned on the Kill Stream, which I mean, you know, they're not exactly celebrities, but it's weird enough because of I've listened to that show for so long, you know, or at least I used to, and to hear your name shouted out on there was really surreal.
I was quite pleased with that, but
yeah.
Within our corner of the internet, there's
I can't really. I don't have the energy to keep up with the drama that comes with listening to Killstream anymore, though. You know. So.
No, I gotta say I like them, but that's the same reason I just don't keep up with them. It's too many people, and sometimes it's a little too laid back. Like I like laid back, but they're, you know, sometimes I want to get in and get something informational and then get out.
Right. It was weird that they chose Kinami as a interview subject, and then they also interviewed Delicious Tacos, who we also interviewed before them. I wonder if they were taking guests from us or so. Is that too outlandish an idea? Or?
Yeah, that's way.
Well, then why did they?
You need to get bonked for that. If I had a club, I'd hit you over
wait a minute. Why did they interview both of them after we did, though?
I take guests all the time from Bazong.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I can totally buy that, though. I mean,
I'm sure the fat idiot who runs the Kill Stream has enough, you know, of his own drama to keep clout to get guests or whatever he does.
Well, so Anne has bowed out for the week, unfortunately, due to bad reception. That really sucks because I always enjoy her, you know, when she's able to talk on here, but it's always kind of iffy. But at least we got a full house here. A lot of great people. So, do we have anything else to communicate on the Desperation versus Regulators front? Have you read either of those, Zach?
That's Stephen King, right?
Right. Yeah. What kind of conclusion did we come to, gentlemen? Because I feel like we were just getting started.
It was Frank that was wrong, I think is what we came up with.
Regulators is more crazy, and Desperation is more restrained, right?
That's true.
Yes.
I mean, beyond that debate, one of the more interesting things happening is that Richard Wright is having one of his unpublished novels published in April.
Okay, yeah, I'm on it. The man from Underground. I don't know too much about his career, but I saw this. Apparently, it was rejected at the time that he wrote it, and it's about a guy who, to escape a murder charge, decides to live in the sewers, and it changes him psychologically or something, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it because I really love Native Son and I really love The Outsider.
It's Man from the Underground, right?
Yeah, that does sound like a good book. I think I put it on my TBR probably because of Ben or maybe you, Jeremy. Somehow I came across that because of Goodreads as my guess. But
I can't.
Earlier this week, I fell for this trick that Amazon tricked me with. It was like, oh man, if you spend like $26 on ebooks, we'll give you a $6 credit. You know, and so of course I bought a bunch of books, like an idiot, because What's that?
But you can only spend it on certain books, right?
Why don't you link it?
No, you could. I spend it. I spend it on whatever I wanted. It seems like, yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of funny because I had something like
I have
that.
seen what you're talking about, though. Yeah, where they say, "Oh, pick
Right.
this stuff that nobody buys." Right? Yeah.
It was more of a case of like I bought like a Gore Vidal ebook, and they said you have a $2 credit, and it turns out I can only spend it on other Gore Vidal books.
Right. Yeah. I've seen that too, but no, this was just you could buy $26 worth of ebooks and you get $6 back. It just didn't matter what it was. It seemed like.
Can you link that book, Ben, in private chat or regular chat,
So
we can get it up on the screen?
Well, you can just go to Goodreads and put Richard Wright, The Man Who Lived Underground.
It doesn't come up in the regular search results. At least
it's on Goodreads. It's on Goodreeds.
I know it's on there. I know it's on there. It doesn't come up in the scrolling,
Put it in Google, then it'll come up there.
Okay, the man, is it Richard Wright?
Yeah, The Man Who Lived Underground. Apparently, apparently one of the things that kept the editor from accepting it back in the day was apparently like the depictions of police brutality were apparently too graphic and brutal, and considering how there it is. And considering like how graphic and brutal The Outsider, A Native Son can get, that's really saying something.
Native Son, also a book by Wright.
Yeah.
Why was this book rejected? Because of police brutality was not like plausible back then.
Well, partially because of the politics, and apparently partially because of the violent depictions of police brutality.
In regard to it slanders police, or because it's actually hurts a black man,
this was back in like the 50s or 60s. Obviously, they didn't care that a black guy got hurt. They cared about, they would care more about the police, how they were depicted, and the violence being too graphic and things like that.
Okay. So what is it that makes this book like a touchstone? It's so epic that it's being released now. Why it was rejected, but how did it gain this notoriety for that reason?
Well, apparently one of his descendants found the manuscript in like his papers, and they finally decided to put it out.
It's probably a forgery.
Well, there are records of it existing.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. I mean, when we talk about this guy learning to live in the sewers, like how deep, like sleeping in shit, or just like a drainage tunnel that's like just damp a little bit. I mean,
well, we don't really know yet.
It hasn't been released yet, right?
I mean, the premise sounds somewhat similar to Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, except in that one, it kind of ends with the main character deciding to live in the sewer.
What a shitty place to shack up, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm sure, being a black guy in America at that time, just running away from everything seemed like a good alternative.
Well, yeah. So
that's one book I'm looking forward to. There's also James Ellroy is releasing another book this year, Widespread Panic, and I am interested in that one because one, it's not like a huge doorstopper. It's only like 350 pages or something, and it's not part of his new LA Noir series. It's a standalone book.
I might be dreaming too big here, but what if we could get this Malcolm Wright gentleman who was part of Richard Wright's estate and got this published? I guess he wrote the afterword for it. What if we could get in touch with him and bring him on here? I know it's a long shot because it's Penguin, Random House, but
It might be worth looking into. I don't even know if he's online or not.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but yeah, I'm looking forward to the new James Ellroy book because I'm a big fan of his.
I got one for you guys. Fucking wicked. Okay, and Zach, no, you're not gonna like it. I know, because of the religious, implications. But for me, it was a really great story that presented, a very different perspective. Okay, so, we all struggle with the idea of if we're religious or talking about religion, the concept of heaven and hell and how you have to make a moral choice, whether to, be in the world or be of the world. So like, what's the Bible verse, Zach, that be in the world but not of the world, right?
Yeah, I think something like that, and stuff about people who live according to the flesh are dead, etc.
Okay. Well, this is a place. There's a place in this book called the Black Farm, and it exists on this island, and it's for suicides. It's funny, we were talking about suicides earlier being reborn consistently, because that's exactly what happens here. This is where suicides go in the afterlife, is to the Black Farm. And they're tortured by these creatures called the Pigborn. And what they are, they're vomited up by this gigantic, pig creature that's as big as a skyscraper. And it's disgusting and, bloody and sweaty and pus-filled, and everything. And there are these creatures, I think they're called guardians, and they walk, in the water around the island, and they hang people from their their cross-shaped heads like necklaces. This is some wild shit, man. The Black Farm by Elias Witherow. I was invested from beginning to end. It's wicked, great horror story, and I really liked seeing the guy take charge and the badass ways that he took out the Pigborn as well as the Pig disciples. At the Temple of the Pig with a giant axe. I love how he learned to use the axe. It became like an extension of his arm, and how far he was willing to go to protect his woman, because they made a suicide pact, and so they both ended up there. She was raped and enslaved, and he butchered so many people to get his woman back. I love this book. It might be a contender for my top 10 at the end of the year. Frank, I know you'll like this one, without a doubt.
It definitely sounds like a cool concept.
Yeah, I don't know much about this author, Elias Witherow. I wonder if he's written anything else.
Oh, it's a thought catalog book?
Yeah. I'm not familiar with them.
I didn't even know they put out fiction, because they mostly put out nonfiction and humorous stuff.
Really? Yeah, apparently he's been writing for a while. Look at this. He's got a full bibliography here. Yeah. But so The Black Farm was probably the most badass read I read this week. Piranesi by Susanna Clark. I finally finished that. And I'll say that while it is 4 stars, the pacing is so lethargic. And it's almost like the concept is too airy and like vapor-ish to fully appreciate. These 2 individuals live in this gigantic complex where statues lead to other worlds, and they go to monitor them and measure the tides that come out of this one doorway. I don't know. It was all real metaphysical bullshit. It was interesting enough to keep reading, but I was glad when it was over. I would never read it again. And the concept was unique enough for it to warrant 4 stars, but the pacing was so damn sluggish that I just lady, get on with it, But yeah, I'm glad that I finally was able to slog through it, Man, The Black Farm was so badass. Let me make sure there's nothing else. Slashviver. Okay, that's a book about a game show where people murder each other in a kind of like a cannonball run or obstacle course type challenge.
How do you pronounce his last name?
Kozanuski. Is that right, Frank?
Yeah, Kozanuski.
Have you spoken to him before?
Yeah.
Is he pretty cool?
Yeah. He's a funny dude. He at the last Scares the Care I did, they had a bizarre reading hour, and out of all the bizarre people there, the story that he read was blew all their doors off the hinges. It was pretty fun.
Cool. Yeah, but Kozanowski wrote a really badass novel about those. What do you call them? Those weird.
Hematophages?
What are they? Hemato.
The hematophages.
Yeah. Oh my God, man, that's so disturbing.
I really want to read that book.
Yeah.
Those things that are like eels, but not, and they have gigantic mouths with like the conical teeth arrangement. You know, what are they called?
Yeah.
Lampreys.
Yeah.
They're like the things. The hematophages are like that. Only they like take over a person's circular system. They like rewire their brains as parasites, right? That was a badass book. Slash Viver was okay, but I think that the murdering game show thing is way overdone. Just like little girls singing lullabies before they swing a hatchet at somebody, or killer clowns or giant spiders. All these tropes have been done to death, and murderous game show hosts with dark humor can be added to all those tired tropes now. It's been done before. Kozanowski did it well enough that you don't notice it's an old concept, but I think it's one that needs to stay retired. And finally, this author I'm pretty sure is set to come on next week. Doug Goodman. He wrote Cadaver Dog, and there are like 3 or 4 other books in this series. This dog basically tracks down zombies. Zombies are like out as like almost like wild animals in society, and the police, they have like task forces that hunt them down, and they're controlled by these giant wasps. Well, this girl's dog kind of sniffs out the wasps and the zombies, and for that, the dog is a hero. But by the end of it, he's bitten by the wasp. And so I have a feeling by volume 2, which is ironically enough called Dead Dog, that he's going to become like a zombie. And hopefully he'll have enough left in him to still be loyal to his handler, but I don't know yet. But Doug Goodman is set to come on next week. Something interesting about Doug Goodman, and I intend to drag this out of him, going to be real interesting, is that most of his books are about animal handlers or animal wranglers, Terrible Lizard, a memoir of my time in the police dinosaur unit. That's such a wacky concept, but he pulled it off in that. I read that one previously. And then you got another one, Backpacking with Dinosaurs. He makes dinosaurs and zombies a normal part of everyday life in a weird way. And I really am excited to hear. I have a feeling he's had experience with like police dogs or tracking dogs. And so he's writing from what he knows. Why else would he include it in all his books, Everybody still following me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not boring, Emma.
No, sounds great. Sounds really interesting.
So Doug has agreed to come on next week, and who was the other one? I had some. Oh yeah, okay. I don't know if anyone else has read this, but it's one of the most unique books I've ever read. Bleak Warrior by Alistair Rennie. Anyone heard of this?
Nope.
It's like Mortal Kombat meets Game of Thrones, I guess. I don't know. There's a really good description someone made down here. It's just a wild book. I don't even know how to describe it. Black metal new weird. That's a great explanation for this book, Bleak Warrior. Alistair Rennie has also agreed to come on next week, failing any snafus. So we got Doug Goodman and Alistair Rennie for next week. Hopefully no one will talk him out of coming on here. And if any of you guys want to come forward with any guest suggestions, I'm sure we can fit them in too. But man, we've been on a roll with some great guests recently, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
Have we not?
I think so.
Absolutely, man.
Brett and Erin earlier, didn't they both knock it out of the park?
But, those are pretty awesome.
Anybody have any ideas though for the coming weeks?
Not that I can think of. Right now, anyway.
Yeah, I still got a couple authors I'm trying to get on here. I gotta read the one's work, and then I gotta give the other one another nudge because I feel like I'm starting to break her down a little bit. So we'll see what we can do.
Did you say Bedlam?
No. I don't think I'm ever gonna get Bedlam on the show, but I might be able to break somebody else down. So we'll see.
Cool. I'm working on Brandon Faircloth as well. He's hard to get a hold of, but he hasn't responded yet, but I continue diligently. This is a really kick-ass short story collection I'm reading right now. My Uncle Makes Dolls to Replace Souls in Hell. The title explains it all. But
it is a very descriptive style.
It's pretty cool. It's a pretty wild ritual, man. He has to basically keep making these dolls to protect himself from being banished to hell forever. And he kind of got strong-armed into it, fleeced into it. And now his niece, because she did not leave the house as soon as she burned this doll for him, she is going to end up in hell if she doesn't, make a doll herself. So he's kind of trapped her into the same cycle as him. Fascinating short story, and he's really great with titles too. I Will Make My Arrows from Your Bones is another great one he wrote, and this one right here, Incarnata. Like I said, I'm going to do an author feature on this. I got back kind of behind this week with all the stuff going on with Dad, but Incarnata is another compelling book. It's a book of interconnected stories. This organization basically can destroy or rewire your memories. And it often happens with malignant results, unfavorable results. They can reprogram your own mind to turn against you. It's really freaky, if you really think about it. It's like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind if it were tainted by horrible black magic. Okay. Awesome. I'm telling you, this guy is a great author, Brandon Faircloth. Right. And so that's all of my book stuff for this week. Who else has got some stuff to report?
Sure, I'll go next. So I finished reading High Rise by J.G. Ballard, and it was really good. I also watched the movie based on it, and I thought the movie was really good as well. I actually liked it better than David Cronenberg's adaptation of Crash. It's like I mentioned before, the idea is takes place in the 70s and the inside of this super modern high-rise building that has a school, a supermarket, a gym, a whole bunch of amenities for the people who live there. Most of the rich people live at the top, including the architect who designed it. The middle-class people live in the middle, and the lower-class people live on the bottom. And gradually, problems in the building and petty differences results in the building devolving into all-out warfare between each other. With the different factions starting to go to war with each other. It's a very allegorical story. It's basically saying the class structure is thinly veiled barbarism, but it's a really good book. I very highly recommend it. Also read it's a pretty short one, but I read War is a Racket by Smedley Butler, which is
I read that ages ago. Somebody recommended that to me back during the whole Bush 9/11 Iraq drama. Somebody recommended this book to me back then. I don't remember much of it other than he made a pretty compelling argument against it. And I mean, he reached the top of his field, right?
Yeah, as Adam Parfrey notes in the introduction, he also blew the whistle on a fascist coup that a bunch of business leaders were planning against FDR. And, he was dragged pretty hard in the press for that. But there are 3 essays in there. One is, of course, about how, war is mostly waged for the profits of private corporations. The other one is more about how 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 the military should be more defensive rather than actively aggressive against other parts of the world. And there's also a set of photos in there which shows like a bunch of atrocities from World War One that was actually suppressed at the time. So I think it's one of the best like anti-war of like, it's not very long. It's almost more pamphlet length, but it is a very good anti-war book. And the introduction by Adam Parfrey also reminded me, how much he is sorely missed. I also started reading Cormac McCarthy's No Country for Old Men, and I'm really enjoying that so far. I'm about a third of the way through it. It's definitely like because I'd been reading Cormac's older work, and that tends to be more of a flourish kind of prose. But this one, the prose is very, very stripped down and very direct. And part of that was because he originally conceived it as a screenplay. But I am enjoying it so far. It's a good thriller. It's about a guy named Moss who's like a poor, trailer dwelling guy who, while he's out hunting, he stumbles upon a bunch of cartel guys who have been shot up, and he takes the money that they had, which was over $2 million. And since he's gotten the money, he's now being pursued by Anton Chigurh, who's of course one of Cormac McCarthy's most famous characters. And it works very well as a thriller book. And I'm really enjoying it so far. Let's see. I also started reading The Exploding Book by Mike Russell.
Yeah, that sounds fascinating. Yeah, I bought that too. It's like, go ahead. Yeah.
Mike Russell, he actually sent that to me too, sent a review copy to me for that. It's a little bit hard to describe. It's almost like a Calvino-esque book. It's about, it's told in the second person, where you, the reader, go inside the book and you're following all these characters. And, it's a very heavy emphasis on this sort of almost fairy tale like town. And there's a lot of considerations about.
I'm sorry, Ben. What happened to Gregor? Did Gregor go?
I guess so. He typed Mr. Be Gone in the chat, and then he left.
Oh, man. I thought he was going to want to talk about his books. It's not that late. Well, okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
But yeah, the Exploding Book is a very Calvino-esque book about, it's there's a lot of emphasis on like language and how people relate to it, and how often when someone doesn't have a word for something, it doesn't exist to them at all. And there's also a funny gimmick where every time there's like a paragraph break, in between it is the words tick and talk. Like it's counting down to something. So that's
the synopsis says something like, it's a book about an exploding book.
Yeah, it starts off with a library exploding because of an exploding book. But it kind of suggests that there's something more going on with a tick and talk being on every other page.
Mm.
So,
would you recommend it? I mean, is this guy an active writer right now? Then, see if he sent that to
you. He's recently put out another short story collection. I really enjoyed his short story collections, and this is the first of his novels that I'm reading.
Why don't we see if we can get him on?
Yeah, we could. He's in the UK, so that might cause some problems, but it's worth trying.
Do it a little earlier. Right, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
But that's everything I've been reading.
Okay. Regina?
Oh, let's see. I actually got a lot of reading caught up on this week. I read Night Stalkers by Christopher Triana, which was and Ryan Harding. Excuse me. It is a collaborative work, which is really interesting. There's a real trend right now in these collaborative novels. There's a lot of Neil Bimbo just announced a collaborative novel with somebody. It's like there's a lot of that going on right now, which is really interesting. And I'm not really sure why it's like so prominent at the moment, but I liked Night Stalkers a lot. I thought it was great. I thought it was a really funny piece of satire. And I made the mistake of writing about the fact that it was a funny piece of satire in my review, which got posted to Goodreads and it got posted to godless.com, but it somehow got rejected from Amazon because the premise of the book is basically that these hapless employees of this grocery store have been asked by their manager to work the night shift on a night when it just so happens that the workers of the satanic grocery store across the street are planning to come over and do like this violent Manson-esque like raid in the name of Satan to, like just do all this horrible shit. So it's extremely violent and it's very gory, and it's obviously a metaphor for how the common man feels very kind of left out high and dry by his boss during a time of natural disaster. And so that's all I put. I didn't say anything about Amazon as a company. I didn't even think about the fact that I was posting this review on Amazon. I was just like, I feel like this is a great satire for, the inability of big corporations to treat their workers as people during a time of natural or infernal disaster. I make sure there's no profanity in it. I hit send. I don't think about it until first thing this morning when I wake up and I get this email from Amazon. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? Because usually it just is like, oh, thank you for your review, whatever. And instead I see that the title of this email is, your review of the Night Stalkers could not be posted to Amazon. And it's so passive aggressive. They say, thank you for submitting a customer review on Amazon. After carefully reviewing your submission, your review could not be posted to the website. While we appreciate your time and comments, reviews must adhere to the following guidelines.
Was it like auto
after?
Or was it an automated message, or somebody actually, like a living person writing?
I think what happens is because I used the word capitalism, and I think honestly that was the trigger word that caused them. Because I want to say, it made me realize that they probably do have to filter reviews for people going in and saying, fuck Amazon, boycott Amazon, these capitalist pigs make their workers pee in bottles, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, that's clearly not what I'm saying.
Do they really do that?
Well, I think they must. I'm sure. Amazon's number one concern is fucking union busting, man.
Yeah, they don't make them. It's just that they give them such strict standards of timing and such that people have no other choice but to piss in bottles and shit in bags to be able to make
that is like straight up the Jungle by Upton Sinclair levels of like.
Yes.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah.
Yes. This is the problem.
And this is why, after careful consideration, we have determined that Jeff Bezos goes in the fucking guillotine.
Yeah.
Okay, but not Amazon, because I do all my shopping there. I don't care. It's convenient.
The people who work at Amazon should take it over and make it a workers' co-op.
Most of I just get ebooks from Amazon, so that doesn't even require much physical labor, right?
Yeah.
Well, you just switch to Smashwords.
No. Regina got a book banned from Smashwords.
Yeah, I got a
joke called Smashwords is horrible.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's not great. The best alternative, at least for physical books I've seen so far, is bookshop.org.
What about
it's good for
palsbooks.com?
What is it?
Pals is good.
Yeah,
Have you
Pals.
ever been in the physical store, Zach?
No, I'd like to go over there. But
Oh man, it's like you really should, dude. It's like honestly worth the trip to. It's Portland, right? It's fucking great. I love that store, man. It's so fun. You'd love it.
Say Powell's.
Yeah, man. It's just
Powell's.
a huge bookstore. It's wonderful.
In Portland? It's in Portland.
Yeah, it's in
There's
Portland.
a lot of signings there, right?
Didn't you go there when you went up there?
Me and Garrett Cook went. Yeah, I think I annoyed him, but yeah. Oh man, that kind of makes me, remember the good things about Garrett. Man,
I don't worry about it. But anyway, Night Stalkers. So
great.
you'd recommend it?
You know what? It's very, it's like I'd recommend it with an asterisk because it's very, very violent. So it's like with these splatter titles, I'm always like hesitant because I don't know. I feel like most of the people who know my tastes and listen to my recommendations are probably interested in splatterpunk themselves or interested in horror themselves, but I don't think all of them necessarily are 100% of the time always. So I like to give a little, just there's some real imaginative violence in here. So, gird your loins before you go in. But I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun romp and worth the read. And, ultimately, I guess the review I should have left was, this book was so good that I eschewed bathroom breaks and resorted to pissing in bottles like Amazon.
Oh my God.
5 stars.
Do that. You got to go back and review it like that.
No, they'll ban me for good. They'll be like, never again. No more reviews.
I bet it'll make it through this time. They won't even catch it.
Put that review on Goodreads instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should update it because it doesn't Amazon own Goodreads.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, technically, but as far as I can tell, they're a bit more laissez-faire on Goodreads.
So we got Zach and Frank. Do either of you guys have books you want to share from reading this week or in general, like the last few weeks? Zach first, then Frank.
Look, I've been super, super behind on my reading this year because I've been super, super busy. And I've also been reading a lot bigger books, so that's kind of affected my challenge. The only one I really want to talk about is I read American Gothic maybe a week ago by Robert Bloch.
I've always liked Bloch, yeah.
Yeah, well, I gotta say I like Psycho more than anything he's ever done. Like, of course he created it, but I think people made it better with the movies.
Mm.
But it's kind of funny. American Gothic was kind of like him trying to reinvent Psycho for himself by doing another book based off a real serial killer about a hotel owner who kills his guests. And this one it was fun, but it didn't have any charm to it. And I mean, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with, H.H. Holmes, who the book was based off of.
That guy was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like there's so many crazy avenues Bloch could have went, and he just didn't go there. Like, you would think that he can milk a lot out of this story atmosphere-wise because A, it's a period piece, and B, it's about a real-life castle that was just built in downtown Chicago. So, I mean, it kind of stood out. It was like, freaking crazy. And
nobody suspected anything abnormal about it. That's
the freaking Gothic castle in the middle of Chicago that's like a murder castle, and everyone is like, oh, it's perfectly normal.
He answers the door like the salesman with like his like blood all down the front of his suit, and he's just like, I spilled tomato juice on myself, and they're like, oh, everything's completely normal here. Bye, sir.
Yeah, it's about like that. But the thing that's annoying about Bloch is that he is from that dang era of like whatever is before the boomers, like the proto boomers, where he's like
greatest generation. I think
silent generation. I think.
Yeah. So, but I thought that was Gen X. Well, anyway,
no, the generation after is boomers is Gen X. One before is silent generation.
Yeah, so he comes out of that like hard-boiled detective fiction writing generation. And so he's wanting everything to be very concise and moving and quote-unquote thrilling. And the problem with him is that when he attempts this, he loses all kinds of atmosphere and just keeps the story moving, which can be good, but that's the problem that I've encountered in literally all of his work, is that it's just too, I don't know, it reads like a dime store, like an old 50s dime store novel, which, you know, isn't bad, but if you're writing like atmospheric horror, like it's just not right. Like imagine John D. McDonald writing something like a horror novel. It just doesn't fit. And I felt like he was doing this because he became the horror guy with Psycho, when in reality he was just the detective writer. So
it's a very mediocre cover too. It really, there's nothing happening with that cover. Am I right?
Yeah.
Well, that's most yeah, that's most of those kind of like paperback reprints. They do tend to be a bit dull like that.
What are you drinking? Scotch? Brandy?
Yeah, Scotch. Yeah, I read that one. I've really been heavily reading on the Lutheran Study Bible, which is kind of crazy because like every book of the Bible in that, with all the commentary notes, literally amounts to like a regular book that you would buy by itself. So I've been reading like crazy on that. So I've been reading a lot. It's just it doesn't show up that I've read that many books.
I'm interested in asking. I wanted to ask you because I came across an opportunity to turn the other cheek to someone several months ago, and I thought of you and how you're always confrontational with these like politically correct worms, you know, the social justice warriors, and taunting them and teasing them and everything, like Strange and I used to do before we just were too exhausted with them to even bother. What don't you feel that maybe you should be turning the other cheek a little bit in order to be in keeping with your religion? Because that's part of the reason that I've started a kind of apology toward to some exclusive, you know, very limited amount of people in those kinds of groups who maybe legitimately deserved an apology. Not all of them, but just some.
In fairness, I kind of have, just because I haven't really been on the internet or doing that much of anything like that at all for past couple months. But I think there is definitely kind of a stance, because there is supposed to be like, you know, there is that one quote that he comes to bring a sword instead of peace. So there is, you know, standing up for truth, like you don't really budge at it and you don't compromise, but at the same time I don't think you should go around like antagonizing people.
It's fun to do. It's fun to do, and you've been guilty of it and I've been guilty of it, but at some point you've got to grow up and realize, you know, I can't take this to the grave with me, all this trolling, you know. And so that's why I've kind of softened up on it and just said, I can't change these people and they're not going to change me. And that's good enough to leave it there like that, you know?
I would say that the main thing to do is that you, rather than like antagonizing someone with the intention of getting a debate and taking a high ground, which in my case, you know, in my experience, it's very, very easy to beat people in debates. It just doesn't always manifest in them accepting, because they're just taking that stance of being on the offensive. I think the main thing is just keeping truth and like not moving from it. And so
you have examples of winning debates yourself on YouTube yet? Have you won any on YouTube, like live streaming?
I would say some.
Link me. I want to add them. I'm going to add them to my arguments on YouTube playlist.
I
still think the old adage holds true that arguing on the internet 9 times out of 10 is like the Special Olympics. Even if you win, you're still retarded.
Yeah, it really is like that. most of the time it's not really been on YouTube, more so Twitter, which I go through Twitter profiles like crazy.
Celebrities get paid. Celebrities get paid for Twitter now. Fuck that. Man, screw that.
What, do they get paid to like post here, go buy this fucking tea or whatever?
Cameo type stuff. Twitter's adopted that for certain celebrities with blue check.
Can't you fucking people just shit post like Twitter was made for?
Yeah.
I would say it like this. You don't go in constantly looking for debates. It's like you have to know what your stance is, and I would say know what the truth is, and then you just put it out there. You don't waver from it, but you're not like just beating down people's doors wanting to, I guess, the whole cast your pearls before swine thing. You're not going to people who are like completely opposed to you and then just, yelling at them. You're waiting for an opportunity or just being in a place where you can have your own platform and say what's truthful. And then that the truth is what's moving people, not you as a speaker, I guess you would say.
Okay, so go over the rules of your new theocratic state or whatever. The one that caught me was...
Instead of giving any kind of well thought out response to anything people say, it's much better to just post something like, you get 0 pussy, or I accidentally fucked your dad, or something like that.
No, what is it? You said Marvel movies will be banned. Scooby-Doo is a Marvel property, son, as far as a comic.
That was a collaboration.
It doesn't matter, man. It was
But the live action Scooby-Doo movie sucked anyway, so who cares?
Yeah.
I like that first one, but the second one I didn't like.
That was shit.
No.
The first one was shit.
I mean,
that Matthew Lillard in it. That's like almost guaranteed to make it shit.
I like the ska, like the beachy theme of that movie. You can't deny that. The second one was awful, though. And then those Cartoon Network live action ones, while interesting, weren't that good.
Wait, what? Cartoon Network live action Scooby-Doos? Those are a thing? Why?
I don't know. They weren't that good. And Freddy had black hair, which was weird. But he didn't look like they did bad casting.
Was it like a school play or something? It's just random people. Hey, gang, let's split up.
It felt like that. I mean, they did good with Shaggy. I'll give them that. But other than that, it was pretty bad. Which Shaggy's easy to cast anyway. So.
Well, yeah, you just have to act like a hippie that's hungry all the time.
Yes. But as far as other books I finally read through all of Book of Concord. I've read, again, I've really not been reading that much this year. Like I've been reading a lot like on the Bible and then a couple other things, but I've just not, this year I've been busy with other things. I just haven't had time to read. But I'm hoping to change that because it's looking like things are going to be a bit more stable for the upcoming months, but not too much to talk about on the reading front as of right now. I've been watching way more movies this year. Like me and my girlfriend saw Wrong Turn, the remake, in theaters, which when I was looking through movies to go see for the weekend, it was like, I saw that and I'm like, they're showing Wrong Turn, as in like, I thought they were showing like a screening of the original one. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. So we're going to go see that. But nope, it was a remake, which I didn't even know was a thing. You're muted, Jeremy.
And isn't it the Wrong Turn remake?
I did not like that new Wrong Turn at all. No.
I thought it wasn't Wrong Turn, but it's its own movie. I thought it was cool.
I did not like it.
Instead of like rednecks, it's something else. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's like this kind of like
sophisticated alpha male trying to get away from like complicated society and revert back to like primitive ways. Charming, debonair. Like
they're basically like a millennialistic cult where they think that like, because they are like, they're pagan, but it's kind of interesting. You see a bunch of Bibles in there, and they're really similar to the Anabaptist rebellion, which broke out real close to the Reformation, where these people thought that like, they're not like Baptists. I mean, they're kind of similar, but they're Anabaptists. They thought that like everything, like the world was coming to an end, and so they were going to band together and have this kind of colony where they have their own rules and stuff. but then kind of like loosely used the Bible as like justification. And that's kind of what these guys were doing. They thought like America was going to like, like they were from the beginning of the Civil War. Like they wanted to like break away and like have like whenever the war and stuff's over, they would rebuild America.
Are we still calling that Wrong Turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were what they called the Foundation. They said they were going to be like this. Yeah.
And where they scooped out the gay guy's
This has nothing to do with Wrong Turn.
They scooped out the gay dude's eyes and made him like, and like gave him like somebody's brains to eat or something. I don't remember, but I don't.
Yeah, it was kind of stupid.
That image kind of that
like,
image.
why would you
even? Like how easily the gay character was just kind of written off. And I mean, I don't identify with that lifestyle. As far as the fact that I'm heterosexual but non-practicing. But I mean, it disturbed me that the gay character could have been written out that easily. It felt like a cold decision for the director to make as far as the character.
There's a term for that. It's called bury your gays, and it's mostly from like older stuff.
Well,
the thing I didn't get was like this whole system was like they were so I don't want to say complex, but they weren't freaking retarded like the original Wrong Turn inbred.
Those inbred, like, disgusting.
Yeah, but it's like they did that, like they were thought out, but then at the same time they're still being freaking like a horror movie villain. It's like it almost kind of felt forced.
And that
it's almost like doing a Friday the 13th remake, except the killer isn't Jason. It isn't Jason's mom. It's just some guy.
And he's philosophical, but then at the same time, he'll kill people just like a horror movie. Like it wasn't.
Frank, did you see the new Wrong Turn? I'm telling you, man, it sucks. If you haven't, avoid it.
No, I will be watching it now.
Now, I would watch it. I to be honest, I liked it more than the original.
No, man, I do not like that guy that runs the tribe or whatever, or the foundation. I do not like that guy. I do not like that guy as an actor. If he's in anything else, I don't like his oozy machismo type acting. I do not like it. Makes me feel gross.
I haven't seen it, but again, from the description, why are they calling this like Wrong Turn? It only sounds like it's vaguely related to the original franchise.
Right.
It's just I don't see them making a sequel to it.
You know why they do all these remakes and reimaginings and reboots and prequels anyway, right? It's to hold on to the rights for another several years, because if they don't, do something with a franchise for a while, then the rights revert back to previous holders, right? So they have to.
In theater, pretty cool though.
That's why you saw all these Abbott and Costello meets Frankenstein versus Dracula the Wolfman, Kong versus Godzilla, the original. They do all these things to keep those properties alive for future use, so they won't wither away, or become public domain. That's why they
trying to say that the Abbott and Costello crossover with the Universal Monsters wasn't amazing, because
I haven't seen it.
As a cash grab, it was probably the best cash grab in human history.
Is it good? I haven't seen it.
It's really fun. It's super fucking fun, actually, as I recall. I got to take in college like a fucking month-long symposium that was just entirely about Universal horror films, and it was so fun. And that was like the real fun one that we did. But it's been like 10 years since then, so I don't fucking know.
Have you ever, Eric Red, who wrote the screenplay for The Hitcher and Blue Steel? You know him, right? Eric Red?
I don't think so.
The Hitcher and Blue Steel, right?
I actually don't.
Neither one?
No.
You ever seen The Hitcher?
He wrote this thesis that there are 4 or 5 different archetypes in horror that every monster or antagonist in horror falls under. You've got the Frankenstein monster. You've got the vampire. You've got the ghost, who's a disrupted spirit, and you've got gosh, I can't remember. It was really cool though how he broke it down. Maybe I'll bring it up another time when I have more But
something for some reason I thought of this when we were discussing, like there's all these like remakes and reimaginings. Remember how a couple of years ago, for some fucking reason, they made a remake of Cabin Fever that was mostly shot for shot but had less gore?
I haven't seen it.
Does anybody remember that?
The original Cabin Fever was great. There's no improving on it.
I don't think it was great, but because there's a lot about Eli Roth's style I don't like, but the remake was just confusing. It's like it was I've never seen a more like, why does this exist than that Cabin Fever remake.
I don't have any frame of reference for the new Cabin Fever. I know that they did a prequel called for Patient Zero, the first guy infected. That sounds more interesting to me than any remake of it. Am I muted? Did that?
No, it's just I know that they not too long ago they did a remake of Straw Dogs, but apparently like they took out like a lot of the themes that were in the original Sam Peckinpah version, which is really fucking confusing. Like, that's one of those movies that does not need to be remade. Okay, the original Straw Dogs is a masterpiece. We don't need any kind of remake of that. Don't remake any Sam Peckinpah movies.
So Straw Dogs does not have the violence that the original did. That's what you're saying?
Well, it apparently did have that, but from what I've read about it, it doesn't really have the theme of, civilization is held up by thinly veiled barbarism theme that the original does. The new one apparently is just a sort of revenge movie, which, the original one is kind of a deconstruction of that.
Has anyone done anything interesting in real life away from media, like anything cool to report on?
Gay. No thanks.
Fucking normal fag.
No, it's like everything's opening up now, and like things are getting way better than they were. Like freaking March of last year, things were awful, and like March of this year, things were awesome. And it's like you can go out and do things and not get accosted.
The most exciting thing I did today was have Subway delivered to my door. I could not have done that a year ago. Thank God for DoorDash.
Yeah. I mean, about the only interesting thing I did was like go out to get sushi with my friends last weekend, and that was about it.
Sushi is good.
Babe and I both have our vaccines, so we're both comfortable with like getting food like takeout now, at least again. We're starting to edge into doing that, and then we just decided not to when the new strain came around. So, but now that we're both like we've at least had our first round of vaccinations, so I think we're both pretty comfortable with every once in a while getting like a burrito or something.
Once they turn on the 5G, both you and
vaccines.
What about VAT 5G, Ben?
Once they turn on the 5G, both of you, Regina, are going to turn into anime cat girls.
Yeah, I think that's probably a likely scenario.
Mr. Frank dropped out, probably going to bed. Thanks for joining us, Frank. If you get to do that. And I was going to close out by working you back into the discussion, man. But if you got to go, you got to go. Gosh. Do we want to close up, or do we have a little bit longer?
I want to do it longer because, like, I have a drink and I'm just like have nothing else to do tonight. So.
What about you two?
I'm fine.
What about you,
Virginia? I could go either way. I could stay on a little bit longer. I'm cool. I'm just hanging out.
I think we'll eventually need to go back to the multiverse.
I'm trying. To this day, I can't remember exactly how I did it, but Kevin Strange was the one that was advising me on how to do it, so you may have to ask him.
Let's look up funny clips. Go on YouTube and look up Sid Wilson speaks alien language.
What, the Slipknot DJ?
Yeah.
Alien language.
Now bring it up so I can make sure you're picking the right one.
Alien dialect, yeah.
Yeah, bring it up.
Hang on, let me rewind it here.
Olha só, quem veio aqui falar comigo? You're looking good, man.
I'm gonna destroy you.
That's early. That's like really early Slipknot right there. That's like first album Slipknot, or like 2 months before first album drops Slipknot.
Oh, please don't. Say, Sean Gray, how you see the Hey Sid, how's it going?
Is that the guy from Mushroom Head?
Speaking of new metal, I've been buying a bunch.
That's
of
Corey Wilson or Corey Taylor. I just saw that earlier and I thought that was really funny.
Fucking love Slipknot.
Is this meme I saw earlier? It was like that Galaxy Brain meme. I can't remember how it goes, but the funny like the Galaxy Brain take on new metal is apparently new metal is good because the riff slap and the clown guy is hitting a keg.
New metal is what?
New
metal is good because the riff slap and the clown guy is hitting a keg.
It just makes my brain happy.
New metal is fun in a way that you don't take it seriously, but I mean, it can still be catchy. It's not like Beethoven or Bach or, the Ring Cycle quality, but I mean, I can listen to it. I guess you probably can't, right, Regina?
No. I mean, the thing is, I like a lot of modern music too. I listen to all kinds of shit. I've been listening to Doja Cat lately, and I was actually just listening to Kanye West a lot this morning because I watched a little thing about him yesterday. I was pining for the days when Yeezy was not so taboo of a musician to enjoy listening to, and then I remember that he always was kind of quote unquote controversial. But I love his fucking music now.
I'm surprised that the Doja Cat got as popular as she did, because didn't she start off as like a meme artist with that song, what is it, Bitch I'm a Cow or something like that?
Oh, yeah, I laughed at that. I didn't know about that. I discovered it on Spotify, and I was like, what the fuck is this? She's a character, but I like some of her music, and, I'll listen to anything. I like music. I don't know. I don't think I could name a Slipknot song, but I also think that if like you played their music for me, I would appreciate it for what it is. So, it's probably very annoying to talk to me about music because I'm like, I don't have strong feelings one way or the other unless I'm talking about like Swans or the fucking Ring Cycle. But at the same time, like I think that's also. It's good to be open to music because I think it's good to find something excellent about all artwork. I think, my one thing that my significant other has really done for me is like I was very closed-minded in terms of the art I consumed, and I really wasn't open to viewing it as a whole unit. I would kind of write things off as being like, if it's like, I can still think a work of art is bad, but now in bad works of art, I try to find good things to say about it. So I feel like that's an improvement, basically. And, it's kind of like everybody's mother tells them, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. That's kind of the approach I take to my critiques of artwork. And so I don't know. I feel like I love music, and Slipknot is, like I said, I'm not familiar enough with their work to say that I know anything about them, but I like music.
I live in Des Moines, so Slipknot are actually still kind of hometown heroes here, and I've actually been drinking the whiskey that Clown from Slipknot put together.
Nothing has changed. The last time I was on here, we said the exact same thing, and you were drinking the exact same whiskey.
Well, it's a good whiskey.
I've been drinking IPAs a lot lately.
You have to drink Yeehaw since you live there and real close to Johnson City.
Yeehaw.
You have to drink moonshine.
God, no. I can't.
I've had some of that stuff, and it's powerful.
I can't drink that stuff that makes my body feel like it's bathed in battery acid. I can't do it.
I could go for a yeehaw right now.
There are some pale ales that will knock you on your ass, though. I'm serious. Like Dead Guy Ale. I drank a lot of that recently. And I tell you, there was this really horrible dogfish head.
Yeah, dude, that stuff. Like back when I used to go to the tap room there right next to campus, everything that had anything to do with a fish, like for some reason IPAs go with fish. I don't get why they use those logos and fish in their names, but I avoided them after a little while.
This stuff was horrible. It's campfire s'more stout. It's like chocolate milk with alcohol in it. It tastes horrible.
Now, I had one chocolate ale that was good, but it didn't taste like chocolate. It just tastes like a dark beer, and it
tasted too much like a s'more. It's disgusting.
I did have a chocolate stout before. It tasted like cold coffee.
Yeah, that's fine to me.
I didn't like cold coffee.
That's it right there. That's the one. I will never drink this again. Oh, God. I don't think that alcohol shouldn't taste like other things unless it's like fruit. If it tastes like fruit, that's fine. But if it tastes like steak or s'mores or
one of the worst fucking things I've ever been forced to try was a birthday cake absolute at a fucking party. It was horrible. It was just
what does a birthday cake absolute even taste like?
Like birthday cake ice cream, but gross.
I like birthday cake ice cream, but not alcohol.
No.
I usually just stick with like cheap booze, and I tried like a Four Loko hard seltzer recently, and that was a mistake because it tasted like cough syrup.
I had a good old fashioned last night at this place at called the Greenbrier in Gatlinburg, and they make real like their thing is like they have old fashions, like all kinds of fancy ones. And they make one where they take pecans and like light them on fire and then put the smoke in a glass and then pour the liquor.
They did that a lot in Portland, where they would drop a match on the surface and the alcohol would, make it spread like fire. Yeah, that was awesome. There's a lot of that in Portland. Show offs.
I miss they actually opened up a brewery here in Morristown called 1907, which I'm going to be heading down to. They have a tap room, but being there, like when I was in college, we were right next to not a fancy tap room, but just a bar that had a good number of taps. I miss that, to be honest, because there's so much good stuff, and it's like here, really nothing except that one place that it's not within walking distance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't admit that I kind of got lazy during quarantine, but yeah, I do miss kind of going out and drinking and going to clubs and things like that.
I never went to clubs. I just went to the tap room with my one drinking buddy, and we would just it was literally 5 minutes from the dorm, so it was perfect.
I wonder if the dive that's really close to me and it survived COVID. I'll have to check.
Yeah, it's weird to come crawling out to survey the damage. Kind of. We also had, as you guys will recall from right after I started coming on the podcast, we had just had a really terrible fire. And so there were some businesses that were really wonderful that got destroyed too. And but other things, like the taco truck that we go to got a better taco truck, so sometimes things get better. But, so I don't know. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of weird and surreal to come crawling out and looking around and seeing what the fuck has happened. Definitely.
Hey, y'all actually, I'm going to get me another drink.
Yeah. I actually did watch The Last Blockbuster on Netflix the other day. Kind of wonder if they survived COVID. But,
I fucking love Bend, Oregon so much. That is my favorite place, and we're talking about going there again soon. There is a place there called Boss Taurus. That is my favorite fucking restaurant in the whole wide world. Wow. But I've also heard that Bend is suffering just because they haven't been able to have tourists. So yeah, I don't know what the fucking Blockbuster is doing, but it probably services mostly locals anyway. So
what's the restaurant? What's so good about the restaurant?
it's a steak place, and it's like it's Wagyu beef is their specialty. And they make it it is so sublime, and just the artistry of it is so incredible, and it's like it is beyond the hype. I was like, yeah, okay, it's a steak, it's gonna be a really good steak, how good can it really fucking be? And then it's like I took a bite of this steak, and it was like not like a whole steak. It's like they give you, it's so rich. I mean, it's like you order it by the ounce basically, and so you end up like a few bites per person, and it's like such a flavorful explosion of an experience that you don't really want more than that. But what we always do is we order these ounces of Wagyu, these smaller bites, and then they use that fat to cook your big steaks. So even though the big steak is just like really high quality, regular dry aged beef, it becomes then like this flavorsome kind of like shadow of the Wagyu you've just had. And it's like it like transcends regular steak. It's just there's a sweetness, and then there's this just intense like mouth-watering burst of umami, and it's just like so rich and wonderful. And then they use the fat of this they use the fat from the Wagyu, and all of them, my mouth is watering. They use it in all their fucking dishes, and like their Brussels sprouts blow my fucking mind. They are so goddamn good.
Well,
so I'm really hyped.
Now I'm gonna go
back.
get me a nice snack.
That killed it, Brussels sprouts. You had me won over until that.
No, they're so good. They will turn
Brussels sprouts
right
are pretty
around.
good.
You think so? All that
I've had
asparagus, spinach, Brussels sprouts.
No, you just haven't had it prepared
roasted,
right. You haven't had it right.
Roasted asparagus is really good. It makes your piss smell weird, but it's
you gotta have it right, Jeremy. You gotta have it right. You can't just have it like everybody overcooks asparagus, spinach, the things you just named. They overcook them.
Yeah, an ex of mine used to make really good roasted asparagus that I really liked a lot.
That's nice.
This restaurant does sound great, though.
Fuck, it's the best.
It wasn't a Brazilian steakhouse, was it?
No,
Have you heard of these gaucho restaurants? Where
I have.
You hold up a green sign for them to keep bringing cuts of meat, and then when you've had enough, you hold up a red sign. But they keep bringing out. They'll bring out like chicken, like different kinds of pork and beef, and they will keep bringing cuts of meat out, and it's on a big skewer. Also, it's like a sword, and they'll pull it off there. But man, I would love to go to one of those sometime.
Me the fuck too. I really want to go. Do you like dim sum? Have you ever been to like a true dim sum restaurant where you got the little Asian ladies pushing the dumplings on their cart and coming up to you, and they're like, I don't even know the names of these fucking things. They like name 20 things, and at the end they're always like chicken feet, and it's like all of it. And yes, also the chicken feet too, please, thank you.
No.
Just leave the cart, woman. And it's so goddamn it. Dim sum is my favorite eating experience in the fucking world. I love it. It is. I've eaten a lot of different kinds of food, and probably there might even be something better out there. God, I hope there is. But like. Dim sum is something special. It's like any culture, like I have yet to meet a dumpling that I don't like, Every culture has a dumpling, and everyone's dumplings are delicious, and everyone's grandmother is wonderful, and everyone's grandmother's dumpling is wonderful universally. So it's just beautiful. I love it. Dumplings are the way to go, baby.
I'll say my German mother or my German grandmother is the best cook out of all the grandmothers related to the show.
I don't know. Dwayne's grandma ran a restaurant and was like renowned for her pies and various other things. So I don't know. And knowing,
right now.
having had his food, man, she definitely taught him well. So I don't know.
It's kind of funny because my German grandmother both knows like German stuff and then Mexican food because her husband is Mexican, and then Southern food because she lives here in Tennessee, and it's like you never know what you're going to get, and it's awesome.
That's cool.
Anybody else hungry? I am hungry as fuck.
I got well, I'm eating right now, so. But one of the more interesting things I learned from the last Blockbuster documentary is it wasn't really Netflix that killed Blockbuster. It was the 2008 recession because they had a ton of debt and they couldn't weather through it, so they had to declare bankruptcy, and then they just
I don't
went
know
away.
if it was the recession that did it, then that same recession had to have killed all the local ones. Well, no,
yeah, the local ones were on their way out before.
Yeah, I gotta say, Popcorn Video at Newport, where I grew up, lasted a freaking long time into this whole thing. But they finally, I think it was like maybe 2 years ago that they shut down. And it's kind of crazy they lasted that dang long.
There's a place in Des Moines here called Video Warehouse that's apparently still open.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah. But Family Video is still open, I guess, because they're attached to pizza places.
That's smart.
And one of the funnier parts of the documentary was the one person they had that was extremely critical of Blockbuster was Lloyd Kaufman. He did not have kind things to say about them because they constantly rejected trauma films.
Oh.
To be honest, I'm going to be like, okay, even back when I was super into Bizarro, I never liked trauma. Like, there were a couple movies that I was okay with. It's
Classic
like
Nukem High was good, but it hasn't aged well as far as, like, the humor is almost too goofy at times, right?
Yeah,
that's what it
the
is.
Thing. It's like there's some humor, like as a kid, I thought I would never grow out of. But it's like if I watch a trauma movie nowadays, I don't get it. Like I just don't laugh at it like I would.
I mean, it wasn't
the Toxic Avenger is fun just because it's Toxic Avenger. I mean, like I can still watch that, but like you said, yeah, a lot of them either have not aged well or just they're not as funny as you remember. You know.
I mean, in that case, it wasn't just their Trauma's original films. It was the ones they distributed, like Blood-Sucking Freaks.
Now, Blood-Sucking Freaks, that's not even a comedy horror movie. That's just a
that was one they distribute. They didn't
torture
make it,
porn,
they distribute it. Pretty much, yeah. There's one guy, I can't remember who, but he talks about how one of the first films he rented was that. It was from a local store, not from a Blockbuster.
Surf Nazis, didn't Trauma do that one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Surf Nazis Must Die or something. And there was what else? Chopper Chicks in Zombie Town. That was a real movie, right? That was a movie, right? Chopper Chicks in Zombie Town. I swear, I remember like all these biker chicks, right?
Yeah, the weird thing about Trauma is they had movies that they produced, and then they had movies people like sent in. Like for instance, that Redneck Zombies. Now that movie sucks. I don't care what.
Yeah,
there are some really
that's a pretty bad one.
Yeah.
Really low quality ones that look like they were filmed on a home camcorder. Yeah, I can accept.
The term I've heard for those is shot on shitty-o.
Or shot on like a freaking 2008 Verizon flip phone. I mean,
Redneck Zombies would have been old enough to be VHS. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Hell
it was.
to Frogtown.
It didn't have that flair.
Was Hell Comes to Frogtown Trauma?
I heard of that one.
I don't know.
Roddy Piper.
I know they had that Romeo and Juliet movie. I actually kind of like that one. I kind of like that one. It was pretty funny. Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny.
Who's excited about Clive Barker's new novel that he wrote to avoid writing something he was supposed to be writing, like Aberrat 4, huh?
I'm eventually going to read a novel by him. I've only read short stories, and not even like a short story collection, just things in anthologies.
Well, my friend Wes recommended Great and Secret Show to me as the first thing it was the first thing I ever read by Clive Barker, and I appreciate that to this day because it was a great first introduction to him. I love that book, man. It's so close to being a movie adaptation all these years later, and something always happens to put it in development hell. Great and Secret Show and Everville are the peak of Clive Barker's authorial powers.
I'll have to check that out. Man, I read one that was like what's the one about the bridge? Like the girl walking along the bridge, and there's like a thing, urban legend. Like it's kind of like an urban legend type tale.
That doesn't sound like Clive Barker.
No, it is Clive Barker. It's his story in Silver Screen, edited by David J. Scow.
I don't know that one. I have Silver Screen, but I haven't read it yet.
I'm going to finish it this year. I was thinking, when is Gregor's short story month? Is that March?
This is March.
No, I mean, remember last year he had a month where all he read was short stories?
Oh, yeah, I don't know when that was, but yeah, I'd really highly recommend picking up his short story collections. They're really great. Especially, the Books of Blood are really great books.
By the way, how many of Simon McCarthy's books have seen release? I know we got Moonface has been released. What about Gob and Knob? Is that officially out, Regina?
Yes. Gob and Knob is also out, and then he's got another one called Pitbull, which is coming out soon.
Pitbull. Simon McCarthy wrote Mother Maggot, which is freaking disgusting. I think I talked about it while you were still on here before, but it was really disgusting. You wouldn't like it, I don't think. But
when was the last time I was on here?
Christmas, or the week before Christmas. But there's this guy who wrote some weird vampire novels about vampires that get high on blood or something to survive. And he has a site up, and you're not going to like the name of it, but I mean, I'm not responsible for him or you or anything. It just is what it is. He calls it godless.com. But it offers,
named after one of his novels.
It offers a great platform for authors to not be censored out the ass like they are on Amazon and now Smashwords as well. So it's like, you may not like the name of the site, but he offers a great platform for authors who have been screwed over. That's the facts, So, and
the portion of the profits go to the Children of the Night charity, so that's a good part of it too.
Yeah, he's been working with that charity for a long time. But what about Aussie Sickos? That's also by Simon, right?
Oh, I know. I really fucking want him to finish it soon. He just, he's a human being with a life, and I just want him to be a.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to believe, but he's actually a really nice, gracious guy who's just kind of a little shite because he won't fucking come on the show. But that's okay, Simon. Not really. It's not okay. You're a little fucking bitch, and you need to come on the show. I know you're listening. But so it's just like, man, I don't know. We'll hopefully get him on eventually someday, maybe, or not. But I feel like Aussie Sickos is going to be, like, I find it very funny. And it's like, it's very dark, obviously. But it's, Simon is at his best when he's funny. And so I feel like...
is that your husband?
No. God, no.
Okay.
Check this out, Zach. That's the cover of Aussie Sickos.
Huh. Who put that out? Or self-published?
Looks like a very... it's almost like a cover from a death metal album or something like that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that reminds me a lot of like a kind of a death metal work.
Cannibal Corpse.
But,
that should be interesting because, I did enjoy Moonface, and the main characters of that were Australian bogans. So I assume that's kind of similar
reminds
thing
me
with
of the
Aussie
thing.
Sickos.
Yeah,
that reminds me completely of Wolf Creek season 2, which is about it involves a tour bus, and that's the whole season. Like what the heck is his name? Hey, Jeremy, what's the guy from Wolf Creek's name? The killer.
Oh gosh, I don't know. I hate that movie. That poor girl suffers horribly.
Now I hate the movies, but the dang TV show they're awesome.
Oh, that's right. You were always big on. I don't know, John something maybe, right?
Yeah, the big old outback dude. Like the second season is him like freaking killing off people from a tour bus and.
So it's nothing to do with the movie, the series.
No, they are like there's a pretty straight continuity, and it's like the movies are just like random episodes where he's killed people, whereas the first season is like he almost gets killed by one of his victims, and then in the second season he has those scars like still there. And so they're kind of trying to build continuity that way. And like at the very end, it's like they're showing where he's about to get caught, but it doesn't happen. So I'm thinking there's either going to be a new movie or another TV season where he does get caught. But it's kind of crazy to see. Like, I enjoy horror that's like good versus evil, but in this case, it's like it's kind of skewed. It's just one of those kind of nihilistic three from hell type thing going on.
Well, you usually hate that stuff.
Oh my god, yeah, I do. But
so this is the guy
for about 5 minutes.
Okay, well, this is the guy that Wolf Creek is based on, from what I understand. He murdered
died in prison, wanting like his last wish was to get a PS2.
Like in 2019.
I don't know if that's his like last wish, but like that was one of the things. And the freaking prison denied him getting a PS2, which is the funniest thing ever. It's like you're gonna live out your days in boredom because you're freaking.
There's a scene in No Country for Old Men where the sheriff talks about how there was someone on death row and they had their last meal and they requested like a cheesecake as dessert and they didn't touch it. And when the sheriff asked why, while they were being led to the execution, he said, "Well, I'm saving it to come back for it later."
That doesn't make it baffling.
Well, it's a Cormac McCarthy book, so there's a lot of interrogation about things like life after death and things like that. Have you read much Cormac McCarthy?
I've read like half The Road in high school, and I just got bored with it and watched the movie.
I'd recommend reading something like Outer Dark or Child of God.
Yeah,
I think you'd enjoy those.
Yeah, the thing about The Road is like at that time in my life, I was kind of like defiant, where I would just read pulp horror, and that was my thing. Anything literary, I kind of skewed away from, which in hindsight was stupid. But I mean, I was a teenager. So.
Yeah, I think The Road isn't his best work, but it's still good. I do like the conversations between the son and the father about carrying the fire and things like that. I think Blood Meridian is probably his best book. It's a very difficult one, though.
It's kind of funny. Martin Amis used to make fun of that like crazy. Like, okay, everyone knows Martin Amis is like super snooty. But all throughout London Fields, when have you read London Fields, Ben?
I haven't read it yet. No.
What about you, Regina?
Martin.
No.
Have you ever any of y'all read any of Martin Amis other than Money?
Here, I know he wrote Money. I know he wrote Money. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've read like one of his short stories or something like that. Yeah, I think it was one of his short stories.
Okay, no, it wasn't Martin London Fields. It was. Okay, yeah, it was London. I get London Fields and The Information mixed up because they're both about writers in London, like pretentious writers. But it's kind of funny, like the joke throughout one of those was like he had this character who was like giving literary fame as in being like a literary writer, but he wrote like kind of like a thriller type thing. And he's like the writer's like appearing in all these like action movies and basically just like a celebrity. And it's kind of funny that he picked Cormac McCarthy out of all the people to make fun of. I don't know why. He's just kind of a.
So yeah, Cormac McCarthy seems to like for the most part, he kind of defied being a celebrity.
Didn't Cormac McCarthy's wife get arrested for like sticking a gun up her pussy and smuggling it into a restaurant or something to attack somebody?
One of his ex-wives, yeah.
Holy shit, man! That's a novel in itself. That's a novel. He could turn that into like.
That might be something he'd do if you've ever seen the movie he wrote, The Counselor. There's a very strange part in that where a woman masturbates in front of one of the guys on the roof of a car.
Okay. For what?
It's really hard to explain The Counselor. It's a movie you kind of have to see to really get what it's about, but I think it's a really good movie. But I do know that like Cormac, before he got really popular, he just lived in like abject poverty, and part of it was a choice too. Is like apparently like he would get calls from like colleges asking him, like offering him money to come talk about his books, and he would just reply, "Well, everything's there on the page," and he would just keep living in poverty.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a connection. That's pretty funny.
It's kind of funny. Like the main thing Martin Amis was making fun of was Blood Meridian being like it has like kind of a thriller aspect.
Well, it's a Western.
Yeah, like being a super snob like Martin Amis is like if any dang novel isn't a super literary thing about a dang writer living in New York or London, he thinks it's trash. And it's like he picked Cormac McCarthy to be the brunt of so many jokes where like people would point to him at like the fictional Cormac McCarthy is like the kind of like literary rock star of the day. And it just makes me wonder, it's like, why Cormac McCarthy specifically?
I'm guessing because his writing is very American in London, and Martin Amis doesn't like American writers.
That's probably got something to do with it.
Because Blood Meridian, I mean, it is like it does have that Western feel to it, but it's very anti-Western. It's about like scalp hunters in the Southwest who, commit atrocious violent acts, and the character Judge Holden, who's this like weird albino guy without a trace of hair on his body, who goes on rants about how war is God and likes to rape children and things like that.
It doesn't sound fun.
It's a difficult book because it's not fun, but it's really great. It's very evocative, very thoughtful. I very highly recommend it.
I've been hearing about House of Leaves and No Country for Old Men hyped up for so long.
You have to read House of Leaves.
They're legends.
You have to.
Yes.
I love it.
Their legends are like overshadow so much.
House of Leaves is one of the few horror novels that has genuinely scared me.
Why did it scare you? When it seems more like a puzzle.
Well, it is like a puzzle, but there's like one part in particular. I don't know. It was like I read it when I was home alone. I was young. I was just like already like very anxious and insomniacal, and so I was very strung out and tired all the time. And I was reading this book, and it was just really dark outside because it was early or late winter Ohio, and it just gets really dark really early, and I don't know, this section of the book just really hit me right, and it's one of those things where it feels like The Ring a little bit, where it feels like you watch The Ring, and in The Ring you watch the videotape, and so it feels like the Ring curse can impact you now when you leave the theater. And I guess that really fucked with me when I was a kid, and so I'm always like, that's the only type of media that can scare me. Is like, I was really intrigued. I've actually never really read anything by Clive Barker, but I was really intrigued by the concept of Mr. Be Gone, and I really want to read it after hearing about it because I like the the notion of this, this like living piece of fiction that can like almost hurt the reader is very interesting. So
it's kind of funny. What you described is like metafiction gone wrong. It's like it's like metafiction normally is like this ironic thing where people smirk, whereas this is like metafiction where the fiction like can actually hurt you, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's like weaponized metafiction.
Yeah, like there's a lot in there that's actually genuinely very creepy. The endless passages that should be physically impossible within the house, and whether the Minotaur actually exists or not, things like that. And there's very funny parts in there too, like the part where the family that originally moved into the house, where the wife takes the tape to a bunch of different people. There's at one point she takes it to Hunter S. Thompson. And he completely freaks out. And
that's funny.
There's a part where she takes it to Camille Paglia, and she gives a very pretentious speech about voids and the feminine and things like that.
That's funny. Yeah, I forgot about that. I just it's like that's the thing too, is that there's so many different ways to look at and read the book, and so many different footnotes and avenues and things to focus on. It's like I feel like you can read it 5 times and probably come up with different things every time,
Yeah,
it's like a David Lynch movie.
Yeah. The plot I think is actually fairly easy to follow.
Yeah.
It's just a case of like what layer is actually real or not. Trying to figure that part out can be very much of a mind fuck.
Here's something that I've always puzzled over is how do you best, create a weird scenario in a story where it's not just you showing off and saying, hey, I'm so weird, like how do you really get into the feeling of something otherworldly like David Lynch does? I mean, he goes to some other totally alien place in his mind or the...
I've actually thought about what you're talking about a lot, and I think the way the Bizarros, how they kind of idolize them, and the way that their genre is built around being weird.
The Bizarros are they do a... I'm not saying they're dumb, but they do a dumbed down version of what David Lynch does.
Well, I think what it is like there's this stream of people interacting with media and then taking it, and I want to say quote unquote meta direction.
You're right.
When they're not actually doing it like you could come across it and it's just a story, but they're doing it as like inspired by David Lynch.
They snatch things from popular culture
exactly.
and meld it with some subgenre or some slogan that is popular in a year or some trend, and they mix it all together like stone soup in a pot. But David Lynch legitimately goes somewhere else in his mind.
He's free. He can make a story that's like one part of it is a genuine like soap opera type thing.
Yeah.
But it exists in this weird kind of like, I don't want to say meta because it's not meta within the context. He's able to play around with like the laws of physical reality and like how people act. Like it's controlled by him. It's like they don't act like characters in Twin Peaks, how they act and interact isn't how they would in like reality.
Yeah.
Like you can tell it's controlled by him, but it's like the Bizarros will take that and it's like, everything's all weird and people have lobster hands. And he will do it.
Yeah.
The character in my book has a lobster hand, although it's described as looking like the story of the Y. But
if I could come through the thing and slap you, I would.
It's this. Well, the thing is, like, it's this.
You did what I said not to do.
It's described as looking at like a lobster hand, but in my own mind, it's a deformity that just looks fucked up.
It was the musician, right?
No, the character Larry, who goes by Lobster.
Was he the music store clerk guy?
No, that's Elaine, where he was the main character. Story of the Y. He's the
owner, right?
The what?
Like the owner of the music store, whereas the guy in Elaine was like the clerk.
No, the story of the why. He's the guy's both the clerk and the owner. But Elaine, he's both the clerk and the owner. But in the story of the why, Lobster is Alex's friend, and he's kind of a sleazy guy.
But
So-
see, go ahead.
With-
You've been trying.
I was gonna say with David Lynch, it's like the difference between David Lynch and I feel like some Bizarro authors is there is a tendency. I see what you mean, definitely, Zach, with the lobster hands thing. There's a tendency to write to symbolism and to weirdness for the sake of being weird. Whereas David Lynch, or like with House of Leaves, Danielewski, they're both writing to feelings. They're writing to these feelings of like severe existential crises and like just the absolute panic and confusion of being alive. And, just like David Lynch has struggled with depression for his whole fucking life and definitely in his career. And he has a lot of anger issues that he's working with. So I think the question is, it's like, are you plumbing your true well of feeling and just writing to that feeling and letting the feeling express itself in the
It
world?
reminds me of that one famous picture of him where he says, "Believe it or not, Eraserhead is my most spiritual film." And the interviewer says, "Elaborate on that." And he says, "No."
Yeah, why should he?
I think there's a way to describe it. It's like from the advent of whatever started postmodernism. I'm not even going to say I know, but it's like there was a time like when that weirdness started going. Media gradually gets weirder and weirder, it seems, and it's like you have some people who are like genuine artists, like David Lynch, who come along and they do their thing, and they're not really part of a scene. Whereas, you get further down the line, the Bizarros are doing that, but in pulp form. Whereas they're writing for the genre of weird, as opposed to being an artist who is weird, if that makes sense.
Telling a story. Lynch tells stories that happen to be weird. They are in the business of
making weird stories.
And you kind of mentioned meta earlier. In some senses, Mulholland Drive and Inland Empire are meta in the sense that they're movies about making movies and the movie industry, but they don't really hit you over the head with that. They they're kind of kind of Regina said, they're more emotional meditations on the aspects of Hollywood and filmmaking than they are diving into saying this is a movie within a movie and things like that.
I'm going to buy Desperation and Regulators and compare and contrast them. These guys have got me wondering now.
It's been years since I've read either of them.
I'm gonna be the deciding. I'm gonna come down on one side or the other after I read them. But
you're gonna be the decider.
Yeah. Hey, Regina, can you send me the phone number that you had for Mothmeister off Etsy so I could try reaching them?
I don't think they had a phone number.
I thought you said you left a message with them, and they never called
buddy,
back.
I sent them a message on Etsy, and they never got back to me.
Wasn't there a phone number for their shop or something though?
No.
I want to talk to that unit those two so bad. It's two people that do those fantastical images, and this is what I'm talking about for those unfamiliar. I have these pictures crop up on the stream every now and then, but it's always these strange landscapes that are desolate, and these strange characters that always have some familiar, like an animal that's familiar. That's somehow, an extension of them.
Oh, look, the kitty's got a blind.
Mad at my dang gross food pictures? What's up with that?
Oh God! Don't bring
gross food pictures.
Don't bring them up.
Oh, I've got a dang stash, dude.
No.
Hey, share my stream.
Is it like pictures like the shrimp inside the Oreo and shit like that?
Yeah,
yes, dude.
And Toad Burger from Hardy.
Yeah, let me pull up a couple.
The Toad Burger just looks like what a burger looks like when you're on acid.
there was one about toe jam or something. I don't know. What is the aesthetic of that, Zach? How did you come across that?
They are freaking.
That's a shitpost aesthetic.
I don't have to, explain myself.
What do you mean you don't have to explain?
How can you explain what you can't explain?
Yes, it's inexplicable.
Yes.
But
it's the sublime.
Yes. Okay, here. Click on share screen. There we go.
Which one?
Let Zach share screen.
Oh,
exactly.
That's what a burger looks like when you're on acid.
That's beautiful. Whoever made that, I mean, they deserve a dang medal.
It's like they take the actual image and they warp one part of it over and over in each image.
Okay, are y'all still seeing the frog or my Google
Yes.
tab?
I'm seeing the frog.
Let me come up with the best one.
The McToad is back.
Go ahead and move it. Go ahead and move it around to all the others. Yeah.
Worship at the altar of Burger Frog.
I love
Burger.
All hail Burger Frog.
No, McToad. Rich Bottles calls it McToad. That dude's cool. Rich Bottles is cool.
He is awesome.
Yeah.
He sent me he's been responding positively to my super Christian posts, but he's actually started writing straight up Christian fiction, which is cool.
I did not know that. That is a surprise. I remember
it is a surprise because as far as Bizarros go, he was the most degenerate you could get, but he was always Christian, and it's kind of.
He got some books removed from Amazon too that had attacked every taboo you can imagine, from necrophilia on to. Anyway, go ahead, show all your gross pictures while we're here.
Let me just, I hate how freaking StreamYard does this.
How?
It takes forever to do the dang share screen feature.
Not for me. It's instantaneous. Okay.
Okay, do y'all see it?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
We see your gross ass. God.
Is that not beautiful?
No. No, it's wrong.
I wouldn't eat it, but it's aesthetically pleasing.
No, it isn't.
It is.
What's wrong with
Regina, do you want to eat it?
No.
Do you want the shrimp Oreo?
Completely reversed my pleasant taste memories of Boss Taurus from earlier, and now I just feel vaguely nauseous.
What was the one of that toe jam, Zach? What was that one?
Oh, heck. It's the one I had pulled up. It was on that comment thread.
All those things were gross.
Yeah.
I got to go back to it.
It's like they kept getting worse.
Oh, yeah, they do. They're bad. I have multiple sources. I have multiple sources, dude.
What is the aesthetic of this thing, though?
I can't.
It's a shitpost aesthetic.
No, it's a way of life, dude.
Way of life.
Shit post wave, shit wave.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Hey, who here has seen both of the Grindhouse movies, Death Proof and Planet Terror?
Not me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you think that maybe Death Proof happened first before Planet Terror, and maybe when they step on his face at the end, that's where he gets that scar in
Look at Facebook.
Maybe.
Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, I that could be. I haven't seen either one of these in a long time, so you're barking up the wrong tree here, but
have either of you seen, has anyone here seen 4 Rooms?
Yeah.
Oh, is that the
It's
one in the hotel?
It's not very good. Tarantino,
yeah.
Robert Rodriguez.
Oh,
Foot dogs.
no.
No.
Okay, wait. Do y'all see
Toe
my
jam foot
mouse
dogs.
again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Toe jam foot
Oh
dog.
God, not the Furby. What is that?
Squeeze bacon.
God.
It's bacon in a bottle.
Don't do the Furby. Don't do the Furby.
Do the Furby. Do the
No.
Furby. Do it.
Oh,
Do
God.
it. Yeah.
Disgusting.
That is really
Look
disappointing.
upon the face of your true God.
No.
No.
It can't be. It can't be.
I got a couple other good ones. Yeah, there's one.
Oh yeah, mac and cheese IPA.
No,
mac and cheese IPA.
Yeah,
Drink up,
you are
bitch.
into IPAs these days.
like I said, any alcoholic beverage that has to taste like something else is wrong.
That's true, Jeremy.
Puppies.
So is that the old girlfriend or a new one?
This one?
Yeah.
Nah, she's current.
Okay, good. Not the old one?
Nah.
Okay. Well, I think what is the point of that? What's the Pepsi?
He's drinking Coke.
Okay. I don't blame him.
Sus.
Yep.
Do people even drink Pepsi anymore? All I ever see is Coke everywhere. I never see Pepsi.
I just asked for diet whatever they have.
How is Pepsi even still around?
Pepsi's still pretty popular.
It is? I've never seen anyone drink it in 20 years. In 20 years, I haven't seen one person drink it.
You live in the South. You live in Tennessee. They call all pop Coca-Cola there.
Yeah.
First off, we don't say pop, and second off, that's not true.
Some of them do
say pop in Iowa, which is the proper
soda.
way to say it. We say pop in Iowa. That is the proper way to say it.
No,
Dr.
I'm sorry.
Pepper's
It's soda.
soda.
Well, but in 20 years, I haven't seen one person drink a Pepsi. Yeah, we could argue.
The problem is that's because you don't interact with people.
Right, I guess, but I don't know, man. Even at functions and public readings and
this is Pepsi.
I never see Pepsi. I just see Coke, Dr. Pepper, stuff like that. I do not see Pepsi. I see Mountain Dew, but anyway.
I had another dang disgusting food thing that was like, that old Gerber's like baby food.
Oh God,
It was that, but it
baby
was Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Stop! Stop! STAHP! Stop! I guess.
What if nacho cheese, but carbonated?
God,
No.
That would be pretty good.
remember
It'd be
Crystal?
better than that thing bacon soda they have. It's nasty.
Remember Crystal Pepsi in the 90s? Anybody
Yeah,
remember
they
that?
brought that back
right
for a
now,
while.
actually.
I don't know why, but I
It tastes
love
like-
that.
I tried it. It just tastes like Pepsi.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's just that the look of it influenced me, but I was like, oh man, this is great. I'm drinking crystal clear Pepsi.
Like
That's
I
back
drank
when I
it,
did
and it's
drink
just like
Pepsi.
I drank it. And it was like this just tastes exactly like Pepsi.
I don't know. I think it might have been a little different.
I remember they brought back
Pepsi
Zima
that tastes
for a
like
while.
They brought it back, huh?
Wasn't that what? Wasn't New Coke that tasted like Pepsi?
That's a mistake if that's true. I
Never
miss
got
Surge.
tried.
I wish they'd bring back Surge.
They did bring back Surge.
I know, but they took
Yeah.
it away again.
I want them to
tried
bring
it.
Jolt back. And
Huh?
yes, I know they did bring it back for a little while, but again, they keep bringing it back and taking it away and bringing it back and taking it away. And I just want my Jolt Cola because there's nothing else that gives me caffeine in the same amount, at the same rate, in the same taste as Jolt does. And I want it.
My god, I'm going to get sick thinking about the energy drink Bang. Like I love Bang, a lot of their drinks, but they had one that was called Miami Cola. And I'm just here to say, cola and energy drinks do not mix. Like that was the thing I literally couldn't drink because I would get sick like drinking it.
There's an energy drink called cocaine, or there was.
Yeah.
But
Four Loko used to have the same formula as an energy drink plus alcohol.
Oh yeah, that was a real problem at our place of work when I was at the convenience store because Four Loko was like in its original formulation then and really strong, and it like it was a pain in the ass. It just people were always trying to steal it. It was awful.
Hey, Anne went live.
You know what
do we want to check out what she's ranting about the homeless or something there? Do we want to watch that?
You know what? Here's my $1 million idea. Coca-Cola with Coke in it again.
Yeah, I know. I was hearing on last podcast on the left the other week, they were talking about how you used to be able to get fucking like opium and cocaine and all this other shit through the pharmacy if you have asthma. And it's like, what the fuck? Come on, man. That's just not even fair. Jesus.
They used to prescribe heroin or opium for morphine for coughs. I think
you can see like old ads of heroin cough drops and things like that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Man, if only to be alive back then and get that prescription. Jeez, so easy too. But
yeah, probably not the best.
Why do you have a name
Don't set-
Spider? I don't think you smoke.
Don't set things
Candle.
on fire, Jeremy.
Candles, remember?
Yeah,
Jeremy, I know the way the flame dances is pretty, but please do not set your house on fire.
Speaking of wholesome things, I had my first Palm Sunday service, which I actually was able to bring my girlfriend to. She's not Lutheran, but Palm Sunday is a pretty awesome thing. Did y'all used to do that when you were Catholic, Regina?
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
What is
Palm
Palm Sunday?
Sunday is my favorite, but Palm Sunday is pretty good.
What
I
is
used to
Palm-
really like to take home the palm fronds and put them behind the cross. It was fun to get new palm fronds every year.
What is Palm Sunday?
It's like when Jesus rode into Jerusalem, they greeted him with palms, like throwing them down or whatever. And so, like, we do the same thing. Like, literally, it's just a service, but you have a palm leaf. Like, that's it.
So, do we want to check out Anne's little live stream where she's ranting about the homeless in her area real fast, or do we want to wrap it up now?
I want to do
Sure,
something
we'll-
else, but not wrap it up.
What do you want to do?
I don't know.
Sure, we'll look at what Anne's doing.
You want to argue about something? Yeah. I don't know. I could see Regina like resenting this if I play this.
Mhm.
What do you think, Regina?
No, I don't resent anything. I am probably gonna be going to bed soon because I'm pretty fucking tired. And
You know how opinionated Anne is, though. So,
oh well, I don't know. She's fucking entitled to her opinions. I don't know what her opinions are. I don't care.
okay.
movie stars would be to just go to every party vaguely somehow.
Can you hear it?
To the entertainment industry as they could. Do enough math to do that.
You can hear it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
And still make
We ain't got to watch all
doing
16.
whatever. I mean, not a lot of them are waiting tables because, as you can imagine, almost everyone on the planet wants to wait tables in LA.
Not me.
It's not the humble working class job it used to be, believe me, especially if you're a bartender and you're just using your tits to make money. It's an elite profession at this point, more or less, in large cities that you get into through almost as much bullshit and connections as it takes to get into the entertainment industry itself. But as I was saying, whatever you have to do to get into the entertainment industry, A, I don't think it has much to do with talent, and B, I certainly don't think it has much to do with doing lots of meth or coke if you can really afford it. Maybe if you got one of those jobs waiting tables. Anyway, doing lots of self-destructive stimulants so that you can keep up with your party schedule until you finally run into a real live producer who's drunk enough to listen to your bullshit and you're not too messed up for him to perceive this star quality which you believe yourself to have, possibly because you're the best actress in your drama club in Kansas. Man, people are bad at math. You say whatever you want about him being a minstrel, but Andrew Yang is right. Americans need a better education in math. Holy shit. And I'm talking about myself, too. I could have been maybe decent at math, but since I taught myself to read before kindergarten, they decided that they didn't need to teach me math. They could just have me like skip a grade and then just send me home with a math textbook over the summer. I mean, maybe that's just because I went to a small high school in the middle of bumfuck Wisconsin.
What the heck is she talking about?
Even the kids who were most interested in math got a piss poor math education. Maybe that's because our math teacher was also our football coach, which, go figure. Anyway, Americans need a much better education in math, myself included, but the kids who can't figure out quite how many high schools there are in Kansas, much less all over the country. And there's only, 3 actresses who become famous every year, and there's a graduating class every year. You do fucking math. But anyway, lots of them wind up still believing they're going to be stars someday, but more or less crawling around as meth zombies all over California. And they're hyper concentrated in Los Angeles. And yeah, you'll see a lot of older homeless people, some of whom might be genuinely down on their luck, some of whom might be schizophrenic. But a lot of that schizophrenia was probably generated 20 or 30 years ago by whatever drugs they were frying their brains on back then. Not that I am against drugs.
Right.
It's just the cocktail of...
What does this have to do with learning math in school?
I don't know.
You need math to learn the proper measurements to sell drugs.
And marijuana. Can take someone who would have...
I think she's saying that people are bad at math because they think their statistical odds of going out to California and getting a movie job are higher than they actually are. I think that was her point, but I don't know.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a hard time sifting through that.
I'll be honest. I kind of worry about her. I feel like there's something that we're missing about her day-to-day life that, I just feel like there's some untold, things about Anne. She's a very unique, complicated individual, right? And we only see a side of her on this show, because we're very book-centric and everything, so we tap into that author, shard of her broken mirror, But I don't know.
Well, I think some people are very troubled in this world, Jeremy, and I think especially with authors, it's you have to look at the on the one hand, I don't like to judge people by their fiction because I think that you can and should write about whatever the fuck you want, but I think also that really anybody who's writing outside of very mainstream middle grade fiction or memoir fiction, sometimes even memoirs, tend to be like very traumatized, very kind of troubled people with very different mindsets and very I don't know. I think it's very common to get to know these artists and find that they have some form of mental illness, or they've had this troubled past, or they've done things that they're not proud of, or who fucking knows what. And it's just so I think it is hard, I think it's hard too, because obviously she's like very prolific. So I don't know, I don't know. I just hope she's doing well. Hope she's taking care of herself.
She brings up the typhus thing so often, and the multiple sexual assaults or whatever she brings them up.
Hey, can you put it back on the thing?
They were extremely traumatic.
Oh, I know, and she laughs at them so readily that I almost feel like, she doesn't really think they're funny. It's a coping mechanism, right?
Probably.
I hope this doesn't make me terrible that I'm saying this just because she's not on. But
no, you're just being honest. It's like if someone brings something like that up, then it is a coping mechanism. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not casting judgment.
Yeah, and it's it is worth saying that if there's anybody out there that is dealing with the long-term effects of sexual abuse, if you're ever triggered by things that we're discussing, you're always welcome to check out the resources available on rain.org, which is a great resource for survivors of rape and incest and other forms of sexual assault.
Tell them what RAIN stands for.
Oh, it's I cannot. I think it's Rape and Incest National Network. I can't remember. I don't remember what it stands for exactly.
Can you believe?
Yeah, and then also, of course, in the Bible, where like everyone goes on about the Bible being misogynistic, which that's just because they don't like God's natural hierarchy. But people who are rapists definitely get punished greatly in the Bible. So. That too.
Well, that could open up a whole other can of worms for multiple people here. I'm not sure if we want to go down that route this late in the show. You know what, Zach? It was good to have you on again. I didn't feel like maybe the time away like did you some good, but
yeah, I had to get more real life stuff going on. I was kind of like,
I didn't feel like you were preachy at all, and you stated your
I mean, I was in a transformative, not transformative.
Yeah.
A period of where I was going in one phase to another phase, as far as practical things, as in just graduating college and then becoming like full adults. I had to get things taken care of, and now I'm in a more stable position, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I could see you kind of breaking away from the show before it happened. I just didn't want to be the one to make it happen. I wanted you to decide on your own, But it was good. I was just going to have you back as a joke, but I didn't feel preached to or, condescended to at all with this. It felt like old times when you first came on, and I'm relieved by that because that was when I enjoyed it the most,
I mean, one thing, of course, I would never put myself in any type of like. I'm never going to say, "Oh, you have to understand where I was coming from," because I kind of see that as like a weird feminine thing. But it's like two things were going on: A, transition from college to real world, and then B, like going from like full on agnostic to full on like I won't say fundamentalist, but like traditional Orthodox, I would say Western Catholic with.
That's a lot of adjectives, man. Or
basically a lot of different phases. Not phases as in they change. Like I'm still obviously Christian. But
that's a lot of descriptors. I mean, that's identity politics, man.
No, well, I wasn't saying politics. I was saying like going from one place to another to end up where you need to be. So there's a little like transformative middle ground. That's like, I guess I would say a zealous state if that happened. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess
you were young once. You understand.
Yeah, I guess we can wrap it there. I do want to say, and I hope this doesn't feel this. I don't know if this is me like being like snake like or what, but I mean, I don't know. I just remember speaking to Ann one night, and it was after the show was long over, and she came in while I was still downloading the show, so it wouldn't get lost if YouTube deleted it. And she was having missing time, and she looked so pale. Like, I don't know if she had passed out outside or what, but she was so pale and didn't remember some time she was missing. And
sounds
so
like demons to me.
No, I think this was some sort of, I don't know. This is part of the mystery of Anne that I was referring to, the things we don't see that she doesn't tell us, that maybe we're not entitled to know, those other sides of her life. Something happened there where she was real pale and had missing time. And I don't know if it was drugs or a traumatic psychological break or what, but yeah, there's a lot about our girl that worries me for her sake,
Yeah. Well, I hope she's doing okay out there tonight, Anne, if you're listening, and I hope you are taking care of yourself, dude, because we love you.
Hey, do you feel like going to 3 a.m. like we used to, as in like the show would start at 7 and then end at 8 hours, and it's like we've only been doing 5.
I could almost do that, but I know we wouldn't have Ben and Regina. We wouldn't have Ben, Regina, or Gregor.
I'm doing
You're not. You're going to bed, kid.
I'm not going to bed. You're going to bed.
You know what?
You're going to bed.
I still want to do the 24-hour stream sometime, but it won't be tonight.
Jeremy, go to bed.
No, tonight you're doing the 8-hour stream. You'll let the lightweights get out.
You don't have 3 more hours than you, kid. I guarantee.
I do too. I stay up to 3.
I will bet you.
Okay,
I'm gonna let the married couple bicker, and I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Thanks for listening.
Good night.
I'm staying up 3 more hours. If I'm on this show or not, I will be up 3 more hours.
All right, you're on, kid.
Okay.
What do you expect to do for 3 more hours?
There are multiple things we could talk about. A multitude. Like, we live in a freaking insane, like.
Zach, pull out your Zach, pull out your hog.
You know, I kind of like his. I don't know.
Ben, okay, wait, no. The time I have been gone, Ben has completely gotten soft, and it's like now at 12 a.m. sharp, which for him would probably be like 11. He wants to pull out, and that's pathetic.
Zach, pull out your hog.
You need to quit being a freaking old person. When did you become a boomer?
You know,
Zach,
I'm
pull out your dingling.
I don't take your dang advice.
Zach, take your dingling out.
I'm actually somewhat curious to see if we can go to 3 a.m. now. You've got me wondering. I think you'll fall asleep. You'll fall asleep before I do. I know that.
Okay, let's bet.
Okay, bet what? We want
okay, either bragging rights or future cryptocurrency. How's that?
Jeremy, tell Zach to pull his dingling out.
No.
Zach, show your dick, kid.
No.
Show it.
Show hog.
Why do you want his dick on here so bad?
Why? Because he's a fag.
Yes. Yes, now show dick.
No.
Post dick.
Stay up 3 more hours.
How about an outline? Wait, how about an outline? Huh?
No.
Have you heard of people doing that? Outline. Hey, here's something to talk about. Although Zach, you probably won't have much of a frame of reference, but Ben, let's talk comics for just a few minutes here.
I got to go pee real quick. Stay on because I'm coming back.
Okay, good. So now that the rabid fan base has managed to get Warner Brothers to cave and release the Snyder Cut, do you know that now they have a hashtag that says "Restore the Snyderverse"? Are you aware of that?
Oh, no. Probably because fuck Zack Snyder.
Why? What do you have against Zack Snyder exactly? What is wrong with his approach that the superheroes are like gods in?
Oh, look at me! I'm Superman, but I'm dark and brooding. This is exactly how he was intended to be written.
Don't we all hate the Superman that's a red and blue Boy Scout, though? We do.
No,
you don't.
No.
Hate, you don't find.
No,
that
I liked him in the DC animated universe like that, and I liked him in the Christopher Reeves movies like that.
Christopher Reeves, sure, but I mean, in the comics, he was unbearable, except when he was either dead or missing.
I mean, sometimes he was in the Silver Age, especially he got pretty up his own ass, but
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You know, that's what I've said before. DC should just go full Silver Age. Like the next DC movie should be Superman fighting Mr. Mxyzptlk in a fairy tale book or some shit.
As with a new actor, that's what you're saying?
I mean, the guy looks the part, but, just write him as fucking Superman.
That's interesting that you say that about Mxyzptlk, the imp guy, because I notice every time they recycle these movies, like Spider-Man, for instance, the first villain was Doc Ock, right? In the Tobey Maguire movies?
I think so.
And then, because they didn't want to do the same thing over again with Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, the first villain in his movie was the Lizard, Dr. Kirk Connors. Because they didn't want to do Doc Ock and tell the same story, right? And so as you get further out and do this over and over with different actors, they constantly have to have the first villain be someone different, and it gets further and further away from what Spider-Man's first enemy was intentioned to be. So by the time you get to Tom Holland's Spider-Man, I don't know who was the first villain, the Vulture, who didn't come in until later in the comics. I mean,
something like that, yeah.
See what I mean? They have to keep jumping through hoops to stay creative and not be stale, And so that's why I can actually see them reaching a point where Mxyzptlk is the only option. But
can you imagine Mr. Mxyzptlk? Can you imagine Mr. Mxyzptlk in the Snyder DC films?
Well, if Snyder wanted him in those movies, he could do it. He would find a way, I'm sure.
He would probably be terrible. he fuck him up worse than he did Lex Luthor.
He would have to be dark somehow. Yeah, Lex Luthor. I really hate the way he talks in those movies.
He's so annoying.
So
hey, can you get back to we can see each other?
He's like, so if you want to destroy the Batman, here's something that can help you. His name is Bruce Wayne. I hate that little sissy sing-songy way that he talks.
Remember that fucking part in the Batman v Superman where he's like, well, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne in the same room. What a good coincidence. And he's like, why is it special that fucking Clark Kent is with Bruce Wayne? You don't know that Clark Kent is Superman. You suck, Zack Snyder.
Are you sure he doesn't?
No, he doesn't. Not in the Batman v Superman. I mean, like, maybe he does, but if he does, they did a really fucking shitty job of showing that.
Hey, click off share screen.
Why? I was
because he's going to post because he's going to show his dick.
I was gonna finish Anne's video though. I wanted to see what else she had to say. That's my girl.
No. Oh, do that later. But get it when we're talking. Not doing that to where we can like see each other's avatars. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't even see her on the video. Masturbate to her pictures later.
Where did Regina go? Did she leave while I was gone?
Yes.
She said she was.
She left because of you specifically.
She said she was
because
going
she could not stand to be around you.
Get this: Michael Keaton is set to return, just as Bruce Wayne, though not Batman, because obviously he's too old. In the Flash movie. Okay.
What's the point of that?
He's going to be like a.
They're probably going to do some shitty de-aging on him too.
Multiple universe, alternate universe type thing with Flash, who can run between universes. I guess is the plan. You know.
Seriously, just have like Flash fighting like the Ultra Humanite or something like that.
Aren't they doing a thing like that with Spider-Man, where there will be Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and
I've heard that's the rumor, but Tom Holland denies it. I think it would be cool, but when I go back and watch those Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, they are horrible. Sam Raimi, I don't even know when I watch those Spider-Man movies if Sam Raimi like interacts with other human beings.
I remember the first two being fine.
Really?
There was a third one that wasn't very good.
He forgives the guy who killed Uncle Ben, and he looks relieved when he does it, as Sandman drifts off in a bunch of fairy dust.
I don't remember that.
Sam
Raimi
botched that shit so bad. He didn't want Venom in it, but the fans wanted Venom.
I like Venom.
Yeah, why would we
Venom
want
movie? I've heard it wasn't very good, but I haven't seen it.
Why would we accept Sandman as a villain over Venom? Why would that ever be a better way to go?
Okay, now you have to admit that Venom, like Spider-Man 3, is better than the standalone Venom movie that they made later. That movie
I disagree, though.
It wasn't good. It was like, why did they take the character and make it this comedic thing? It's like, it's supposed to have a kind of angsty feel to it. And it's like they just threw that out.
It is, man. He exhibits all the symptoms of a meth addict, except that it's the symbiote changing his body.
I know Venom in the comics is kind of a smartass, but I think the tone was pretty. From what I've heard, the tone was inconsistent in the movie.
It was serviceable. But you mentioned the Ultra Humanite. Why were there so many gorilla villains in the Silver Age of DC? Ultra Humanite, Monster Mala, Gorilla.
Because gorillas are fucking awesome.
Who cares about comics is my main question.
We do.
Well, you care very much about them when you roll them up tight and shove them up your ass.
Here's the thing, Zach. I grew up reading comic books, so I don't care so much about comics as I do when they become movie properties. Because
movies are fine, but it's like, I thought you didn't read the comics. I thought you just read like synopses.
Sometimes, but I do get the graphic novels if they collect them. If they collect all the issues together, I will read those. Like Into the Spider-Verse, I read that, and I actually like that. I love that idea of multiple Spider-Men across different universes. So I've gotten to a point where
we were talking about House of Leaves, and House of Leaves has been behind me this whole time. You see it?
Okay, what is that?
Oh, yeah, there it is. I see it.
But no, do you know about Monsieur Mallah in DC Comics? Then you should if you like Doom Patrol.
I like the Brotherhood of Dada more.
The one that's in love with a brain, a talking brain or something.
Doesn't come to mind.
Okay, hang on. I'll pull up a picture of him.
There's the fuzzy butt. There's the fuzzy butt.
I can't see.
He's fuzzy butt.
Jeez. Ruthless.
You have a picture of the Pillsbury Doughboy with a gag in its mouth and your shirt.
I do, yeah.
Okay, why?
Gluten for punishment. See it? Gluten for punishment.
Does he make that hoo-hoo noise when you shove something in his ass?
Woo! How do you do it when he's got a ball game?
Have you read Johnny the Homicidal Maniac?
That DC Marvel or what?
It's Johan Vasquez.
And that means what?
it's an independent comic. You fucking Philistines.
I don't like comics. I'm just gonna be honest.
Well, I mean, we're talking
Johnny,
about him.
You really don't know Johnny the Homicidal Maniac? I thought you would have.
No,
I thought you said you didn't read it.
Comic character or what?
Yeah, it's by the same guy who did Invader Zim.
Okay, well, tell me about him.
Well, I mean, the character's a serial killer, but one of the things he has these two doughboy statues that both talk to him.
Wait, what?
Yes, one of them basically tries to tell him to commit suicide, and the other one tells him to go out and kill more people. Their names are like Mr. Fuck and Mr. Question Mark or something like that.
Mr. Fuck?
Yeah.
Is this DC or Marvel or what?
It's independent. I think the collection was put out through Image.
Okay. Mr. Fuck, that's a cool name.
It's not.
It is. It is a cool name.
But anyway, read Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. It's good.
Okay. Where did that go? I just... Hang on. It's the gorilla who's in love with the brain. Here. Here's the gorilla that's in love with the human brain. Right here. See? Greetings all. Forgive my intrusion, but my companion and I would have a word with Monsieur Grodd. Grodd being the gorilla god, Grodd the king of the jungle, who's also a gorilla villain. But this guy, he's in love with a human brain in a cylinder. He was a big part of Doom Patrol in one of their story arcs. So yeah, Ben, you're onto something when you say that most of the villains were apes at one point, and I don't know why it is. The Ultra Humanite, Gorilla Grodd, Monsieur Mallah, and there's one or two more. I don't remember. There was one called Congo-Rilla who was a hero, a superhero. Fun fact there.
I mean, I do know that on the Red Letter Media review of the Snyder Cut, they actually had a segment where Rich Evans talked about all of the gorilla characters in DC.
Did he mention Congo-Rilla?
I think so.
Or Monsieur Mallah, did he mention him?
I can't remember.
Well, what was the? Did he come up with some idea why they had so many apes?
Not really. I mean, most people just like because apes are cool.
But why are there so many of them, though? I mean,
apes are cool.
Snakes are cool, and they don't have like a ton of snake.
Snakes are lame.
What?
I'm not a fan of apes or snakes.
There's Congo-Rilla. He was actually a part of Justice League Europe. Fun little factoid there. Nobody knew that, I guarantee it, except me.
And I actually think they found that when they put gorillas on the cover, they sold more, so they came up with more gorillas.
That makes sense right there.
What?
We need to put more. We need to have a gorilla on the show. That's what we need to do to make it successful.
I like it. Get one of your buddies to come on here and wear a gorilla mask. I don't care if it's Lesco or your next door neighbor or what. Get somebody to come on here with a gorilla mask and talk as if they are representing.
Now we need an actual gorilla.
Okay,
like Zach, get a gorilla to come on.
Yeah.
Where the heck am I going to find a gorilla?
Figure it out.
Just find a fucking gorilla. Do it.
They're out there somewhere. Pray for it.
I'm imagining a gorilla.
Ask God for a gorilla.
No.
I'm imagining like a gorilla just fucking wandering into frame, and you're like, here's our next guest, gorilla, and then he just crushes your head.
Have y'all seen the SpongeBob episode with the gorilla at the end, with the undersea gorilla?
I vaguely remember that.
How does that work?
It's like, okay, they have this whole thing where they're scared. SpongeBob develops a phobia of going outside. And so at the end of the episode, he goes outside and there's a gorilla and he's scared of it. And it turns out that gorilla is fake, but there's another gorilla that looks just like it. And it's causing all kinds of mayhem. You have to see it. It's a weird freaking episode.
Would you all care if I turned my webcam off?
I will care. You need to keep it on. Stay
Show
strong.
dick. Show dick first.
Stay strong.
I mean, if I'm going to stay up until 3 a.m., I'd kind of like to be able to take my shirt off, but okay.
That's freaking weird, dude.
Keep your webcam on when
it's comfortable. It's comfortable. What?
It's comfortable, but
I'm
you
alone
need to have
in my house with 14 cats. Nobody's going to care if I go without a shirt, except for people I'm on here on a stream with. And if I had my avatar on instead, I could do it. But
you should care about how you look. You're competing with yourself. You should just stay.
How?
I don't know how to word it. You need to just your self-confidence will be boosted.
It's the scotch. Your scotch has muddled your mind.
Just take your shirt off, but keep your webcam on.
I'm out of mellow yellow too, man. That sucks. How am I going to stay up till 3 a.m.?
Get
I
booze.
remember when I was in 5th and 6th grade, I used to stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning watching Beavis and Butthead marathons that were on MTV every single Friday night. And it was like the most valuable use of my time back then. I truly, I learned life lessons watching Beavis and Butthead marathons.
Let's ban Beavis and Butthead now because we've seen the effect they can have.
Oh, I can't watch them now. But back then they were hilarious, and it's like I loved the music videos even that they would watch and goof on. I mean, it was, and I would stay up and watch the sunrise with Beavis and Butthead playing in the background, and it was like the most zen moment of my life. Me and my friend Ken at the time, we would stay up and watch the sun come up while listening to Beavis and Butthead get into Mr. Anderson's shed. Those were good times. From 11 p.m. on to 5 or 6 in the morning, and then we'd fall asleep to an infomercial, and that was life, and it was great.
Look at you now.
Life sucks.
Yeah. What? Don't you guys have any personal memories like that?
No,
I do.
Well, share them.
Okay. Whenever I would go to my friend's house, it's like we always envisioned we would stay up late like that.
All right, I'm bored. Shut up.
Well, we never made it, but we would watch things like Teletubbies when they came on, and they're so freaking surreal. I know it's a kid show, like a baby show.
The baby son was
freaking weird, dude.
Yeah.
That baby's an adult now.
We also used to do a lot of crazy, mean prank calls, and I've
Oh man, I've always wanted to do prank calls.
Did you record them like the Jerky Boys?
We didn't record them, but some of the meanest ones we did was we called. I don't advocate doing this, and it's actually I saw.
He advocates doing this. He endorses this.
You actually get prosecuted if you do this.
What?
We called those restaurants. Like I think one of them was Pizza Hut. Like right before they close, and we would order like a gigantic order. And they would say, "Okay, well, we're about to close. Can you come get this soon?" And we'd be like, "Yeah." And of course, we never freaking went and got it.
Wait, what now?
This is what Zach endorses doing. What an asshole.
No. No, it was like, okay, yeah, we called Pizza Hut and ordered like one time I remember.
You're supposed to send the pizzas to someone's house, dumbass.
No, we ordered 60 hot wings. And it was like, they said, okay, well, we're about to close. Can y'all come and get them soon? And then, of course, think about it. They had 60 hot wings that they would have had to throw away.
That is pretty mean, yeah.
Yeah. And then there was another time, there was this dude, like, we would go through the phone book and stuff, and there was this guy. His number was, like, somehow the same as, like, the stump grinding service. So, like,
the what?
Like, if you have like a stump on your property, they would remove it, like a tree stump.
Yeah.
And we would call this dude, and his number corresponded with it, but he was like, it wasn't the same guy, or like it was a guy, not the service. And we would ask him all these questions about grinding grinding stumps, and he got so freaking mad.
What did he threaten you? What did he say? Did he threaten you? Like what he was going to come down and like anything like that?
No, but there was a funny time when he answered. He's like, "They're asking me about grinding the stump again."
It's like that guy from Billy Madison. It's that poop again.
Exactly.
Did you ever call up random women and when they would answer, just go into their phone?
No, but we did something worse. We called this family, and we would tell them that their kids were calling us and doing prank calls like 3 in the morning. And we would hear them reprimand their kids and say, "Have you all been doing this?" And then they'd be like, "No." And be like, "Oh yeah, we're calling back the number." And it went on for a while, and then they eventually caught on and got mad at us.
You should have called random people and say, "We were just calling to let you know that your shipment of 50 dildos is going to be delayed."
Why don't you call somebody right now with all this slick stuff?
Yeah, call someone, Zach.
Yeah.
I don't have my phone with me.
Pussy!
I don't.
I'm sure you can get it.
Pussy!
Okay, well, let's see. Jeremy, where's your phone at?
No, I'm not calling somebody.
You've got a dang phone.
This is your idea. This was your idea, Zach.
Yeah. You take.
Go get your fucking phone.
My phone is on the charger.
Go home and get your shine box.
Nope, my phone's on the charger.
All right, so what are we going to do for the next?
Yeah, well, your mom's on my dick.
Ben, you use your phone and do it because, like, we all.
I'm not doing it.
What are we going to do for the next 2.5 hours? If not prank calls,
I'm leaving soon.
Why?
You freaking
because I have to work tomorrow.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they just called jobs.
It's just going to be me and Zach then.
Yes.
Zach, you don't work tomorrow? No. Oh, you don't have a job, right? You're Welsh.
Or do I?
Yeah. Or do you?
I'm not telling you.
Look, giving rim jobs to people behind the dumpster at the Chuck E. Cheese is not a fucking job.
I'll be right back.
Ben, okay, you need to make this fun. Okay, put your webcam on.
No.
Why?
Do you want me to whip?
No,
you want to whip out my dick?
We have to do the dang prank phone call thing.
Well, that was your idea. You do it.
Jeremy's the only one who isn't going to affect because he just works at Hardee's.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing that shit on my phone.
Why?
I'm not taking the fall for this shit.
I'm not either.
Whatever, you got it. But you're young. You can stand going to jail once.
No, I can't. I'm a
Yeah, you can.
responsible adult. Oh my goodness, that rum is disgusting.
What kind of rum is it?
Tortuga, like it's good rum, but like going from Scotch to that, like the flavor, it's just they don't mix.
I've been drinking a lot of Honey Jack. That's really good.
I kind of stopped liking it.
Why
It's
is that?
good. I mean, it's good if you mix it with something, but I don't like it by itself. I like mixing it with Sprite.
I think it's good with eggnog.
Okay, that would be good.
Yeah, I didn't really do that. I haven't really done that because eggnog is terrible for you.
Eggnog's amazing, though.
It is really good, yeah. Especially, have you ever had eggnog ice cream?
Hmm. Well,
It's
no,
really
I've had
good.
like eggnog milkshakes, like from Crystal or something. But
Yeah, eggnog ice cream is really good. It's been a while since I've had that.
Yeah, today's like one of my days where I'm breaking Atkins, and I'm going freaking crazy on like the food I'm eating, and I'm still hungry after having eaten like pretty bad food all day.
Yeah, I was doing a carnivore for a few weeks, and I did lose quite a bit of weight on that. But I also had like zero energy. But I've been breaking that for the past week to try to reset.
Yeah. Sometimes, like, I think I've been doing pretty good on Atkins. I haven't weighed or anything, but I felt like I've lost a lot of weight. And, like, I have way more energy when I do it, to be honest. But it's like I've got to have a reset time, like, every couple of weeks or something.
Yeah, that's yeah. I had to reset with the gym as well. I had to like take my weights down because I hit a wall on those as well.
Yeah. I need to eventually do where I'm not doing like just the machines and doing actual weights, but now I just show up, do my cardio, hit some machines, do more cardio, and then go home. Like it's just my routine, and it's hard to break that.
Yeah, I pretty much never did the machines. I've always done free weights.
The thing is, there's so many people over there with the free weights. I go to the machines because there's no one.
I usually go like later at night, so there's not that many people using it.
I feel like doing some big prank phone calls.
I'm trying to even think of pranks, but I can't think of anything creative. Besides that, we could just do that. Like your shipment of 50 dildos has been delayed or something like that. That would be funny.
I feel bad about that though, because all the cooks had to make those hot wings and stuff, and it's like they would have had like throw them out or something.
Yeah, that was shitty doing that to workers who don't get paid enough to put up with your shit.
Yep, exactly.
Just do it to random individual people. That's much better.
These technically were random individual people. They just happen to be workers.
Why don't we try to get somebody else on here as like an impromptu guest?
Why don't you just whip your dick out?
Why don't you take your phone out and let's call some freaking
Yes.
Let's call some people.
Who I can't think of anybody that would welcome a call at 12:30 at night.
Do you have an old phone book?
Uh-uh.
You don't have one laying around somewhere that's like super old?
There's a phone book in 2021.
Yeah, I know, but you don't have new ones, but you might have like an old one in your house or something.
I could prank call Gregor, but he's asleep. I don't think I should.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody in my list that
Type in 1 and then whatever your area code is, and then come up with a number.
Here, I got one.
Now, if it's my phone's upstairs, so I won't hear it. The anticipation.
Hang up.
No, don't.
That didn't show up. That didn't play on the. They couldn't hear that, could it?
Yeah, we could.
No,
why didn't
I pulled it away. Something? I pulled it away from the microphone. Huh?
Why didn't you say something? Leave him a message.
I don't know.
Well, do it again. Leave him a message.
Okay. Don't call the same number.
Yes, call the same number. Yes.
Isn't this fucking thrilling?
Yes, it is.
Are you excited? Are you having fun?
Yes. Now you got the. Did you never do prank phone calls at all when you were a kid?
No.
You don't understand. Like you're. It's thrilling. Trust me.
I want to die. I wish I was dead.
Hi, my name is Jasper Guile, and I was wondering if I could interest you in an interest-free loan of 50 dildos. What are you wearing? Oh yeah, don't say anything. Keep being silent.
I don't believe it. I think
I love it.
No.
Oh yeah. I love it. I love it silent. I love it when they don't talk back. Oh yeah. Don't talk back.
He doesn't have anybody on there.
I know he doesn't.
I am turned on right now.
That's fake. I didn't. You're not talking to anyone.
No.
No, maybe.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jasper Guile, and I was
Is it coming clear that way?
Yeah.
50 dildos. What are you wearing? Oh yeah, don't say anything. Keep being silent. I love it. Oh yeah. I love it. I love it silent. I love it when they don't talk back. Oh yeah. Don't talk back.
If you are satisfied with your message, press 1.
I'm satisfied with it.
To send your message with urgent delivery, press 2.
Urgent delivery, definitely.
Your message has been sent. Goodbye.
Who did you call?
Nobody.
Your mom?
It better not have been me.
Why? Why?
Okay, I'm gonna have to go get my phone.
Why?
Was
Do they
good. It
listen?
was
Do
an
your
exact
parents
question.
listen? Do your parents listen to your voicemails?
Yes, they do.
Your parents listen to your voicemails?
Well, I figured you were leaving a message for his mom anyway, so.
His parents listen to his voicemails. Is that what he's trying to say?
No, he's probably just he just realized, oh shit, he did it to me.
Hey, do we want to finish this and video thing now or what?
Sure, go ahead.
I was kind of interested. I mean, I
know you want to finish masturbating to her voice, so.
Right. She can hold my attention, yeah.
Owning hippie who believes that they should be able to park their tent wherever the fuck they like and do whatever the fuck they like, and anyone who tells them not to do whatever the fuck they like is a fascist. Which brings me to my main topic, which is the current riots, protests / demonstrations / conflict in Echo Park, LA. Echo Park is a sort of hipstery neighborhood in Los Angeles. It's very odd. I've never seen someplace where the rents are quite so high, but the garbage is quite so ubiquitous.
Dude, it's not fun if it's me.
Why not?
It's got to be a random person in the community.
Well, we'll play it. Let's prove that it's there.
Okay, get it back on me and I'll show you.
I don't want to hear it again. Jeez.
We'll get it. Okay, there's that.
Okay.
Is it playing?
Yeah, I'm not hearing it. You might want to put
Okay,
it
you
on.
see Jeremy Maddox right there.
Put it on speaker so we can hear, unless you're afraid of your parents hearing it.
What? No, it is on speaker.
I can't hear it. Put it up to your mic.
Where is
This
the
phone is older. My phone is older than yours, and we could hear it more clearly than that.
Okay.
You need to put it up to your mic.
Okay, can y'all still hear me?
Jesus Christ. Stop.
Can you hear me?
It sounds like a fucking wind tunnel.
What about now? Can you hear me?
It still sounds like a wind tunnel, except quieter.
What did you do?
You broke it.
Why does it sound like that?
You can't hear it. Can't hear shit.
It whistles.
Where did that come from? See, it's not okay. Can y'all hear me or not?
Yeah, but there's like all this noise. Is it storming there or something?
Yeah. So what's it sound like right now when I'm talking?
Like a wind tunnel, like he said. I don't know why, because I don't wear headphones and it doesn't sound like that.
I have no clue.
I don't know what's
my main laptop that has like a crazy fan. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that about? All right, so I want to know what I want to get some more nostalgia, man. I got on my Beavis and Butthead, up all night rant, and I started getting the nostalgia feels. I want to know 2 memories you guys have of staying up all night, like sleepover type stuff. I want to hear some nostalgia from you 2.
Why you want to hear about this?
Because I got the nostalgia feels, man, and I want to stay there for as long as I can. I'm alone in the house with 14 cats. I want to feel that.
Okay, I've got a couple.
Okay.
Well, I've got I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. The vibes. That's what I've got.
Why is that?
Why are you so lame?
Because I need to go fuck your mom. So I need to go. So I'm gonna go.
All right.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Yep.
No, you ain't
Bye.
gonna fuck with me later.
Yeah. No, I won't. You're right. I won't. Bye.
So we've made it to.
What time is it now?
We got 2 hours and 15 minutes left. You really think we can make it? You think we can make it?
Yeah.
Do we want to finish watching Anne's thing?
No.
Okay. Why not? Do you not value her as a person?
No, I do. It's just a live videos are kind of boring.
And could never be boring, though.
Much like these videos are probably boring to people who aren't us, but
dude, I don't know if you've noticed, but the number of listeners or viewers is growing substantially.
Are they the bots or you?
No. I stopped doing the bots. Now we have real people interested.
I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
No. Look at the last few episodes. Look at the listenership.
Okay.
Dude, look at my Facebook. There are people that come back to watch this now. Somehow we've happened on some kind of formula. And get this. This author that was on a few episodes ago named Thomas Kleckler, he was saying that a lot of authors experience what's called the Goodreads bump after coming on here. So that's a thing now, the Goodreads bump. It's like everybody starts adding the books we're talking about to their list or whatever. So this is like this is like what I dreamed of when we first started doing this format, man. That's what I was aiming for, to influence people and to get the word out about great, works of fiction, So.
Okay, so are you sure you're not doing that Fiji thing as in like part of that QAnon thing where Fiji had to do with something related to Epstein Island?
Huh?
Yeah. Have you seen like...
What does Epstein Island have to do with my show, like growing?
No, not your show. It's like it was a specific signal that people would do with Fiji water, and it's like you're doing it. So I can't see it as not related.
What is the signal? What, showing Fiji?
No, specifically that water company had some kind of relation. I don't know what it was, but that was a signal people would use.
For what?
Kind of like saying that they're in on the secret. So they're like the resistance or whatever.
Okay, well, fine. If you want to think that I'm a rebel...
No, I'm not saying you are. You might just be drinking it because you.
I'm just drinking Fiji. Yeah, listen. Fuji water. Not only does Fiji have significantly more electrolytes than other brands, ours are naturally occurring. How? Well, as tropical rain slowly filters through volcanic rock, it gathers the electrolytes and minerals that give Fiji water its signature soft, smooth mouthfeel. How smart is that?
With LaCroix.
How smart is that? That's what it says. I just like Fiji water. I don't know. Honestly, I could drink any bottle and it would be the same to me. I mean, this.
You ever drink any of the sparkling water like Bubbly or LaCroix or Perrier?
No.
I love that stuff.
Mostly I drink Mellow Yellow, but I'm out. So I haven't been to the store in a few days. So I'm going to have to go without till they open up tomorrow. So
we should do a segment now with the nostalgic staying up all night thing.
Yes. Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Tell me some of your memories. So you used to try to pull all-nighters too, huh?
Yeah, we would always try them, but we wouldn't make them. And I used to have a thing where I would get up way earlier than everyone else, like if I was staying up or staying overnight. And I would feel freaking weird because I'm up and everyone's like asleep. And that used to be the period I hated the most. Where like nothing.
You didn't like to be you didn't like the fact that you were up and everyone else was shut down.
Yeah, I hated it.
Alone, right?
Yeah, I couldn't stand that feeling. I hated it.
Huh. I know that for a long time I had trouble going to bed before like 5 or 6 in the morning, and sometimes even 7 or 8. And I would sleep all day and get up at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. That was the worst time of my life. I'm so glad that I got a stressful job that reversed that to where now I can, sleep at night like a normal person. I don't know how graveyard shift workers do it. I always see a change in their personality when they do it for long enough.
I almost accepted a job doing it, and it's like, I know that would freaking be awful.
Graveyard shift, it changes people. It's not healthy or natural for people to do that. You're supposed to go to bed at night, but it's occasionally okay to do like an all-nighter just for kicks or, because you're invested in something, that's my view.
No, I used to like for some reason things get weird around like 1 a.m. when everyone's like super tired, and like I don't know, I was always like the one invested to staying up the whole time, and no one else ever did. And so that seriously sucks. Like when you're there and your friend's there and they're conking out, and like there's all this stuff you want to watch and do, and you just can't really do it. I hated it.
So this doesn't sound like a pleasant memory. This sounds like a bad memory. I want to know something like good that you got, that there's something rewarding that you got from trying to stay up all night. Tell me something good. Some movie you watched, or some experience maybe you climbed up on the roof with your buddies and looked out over this town, or I don't know, some fireworks at 3 a.m. just for kicks, who knows, or catching lightning bugs at midnight. Just
okay, I've got one.
Okay.
It wasn't super late, like it was around normal nighttime, but it was probably one of the times when we would try to stay up like that. But my friend's stepdad was always freaking awesome. And I used to like it when he would actually come and hang out with us because he was like a big kid himself. And we did this thing where we would go play hide and seek outside, but we would make it freaking insane, wherein we wouldn't just stay within their property. We would actually go out like far back in the country, and there were like a couple houses, and the dang stepdad would go hide in like other people's property, and we would go out and like find him like under their cars and stuff. And it was just really awesome doing that because like it just felt cool, like breaking the rules, like trespassing like that.
It does sound pretty cool.
It was fun. I was always too scared to do it, but I mean, hide and seek used to be pretty, I mean, like when you do it like outside, like in the woods, it can get pretty hard.
It's weird. I've got this kind of ritual that I do every weekend now. Like my work schedule has been screwed up recently due to extenuating like family circumstances, but usually my consistent work schedule is that I work from Tuesday to Saturday, always every morning, and then when I get off on Saturday, I have 2 days to myself and the rest of Saturday. And that little bit of time on the rest of Saturday is like sacred. I get into this headspace where all stories are happening at once, whether I've read them or not read them. And I'll like try to watch 3 or 4 movies on my computer at once and read 3 or 4 books, going back and forth on my Kindle, just trying to absorb all I can into one ball of like fictional entertainment. And it's like, I feel like I'm at the center of all stories, and it's like the greatest feeling. I know that's weird, but that to me, that's the best way to celebrate Saturday night and having some days off. I've always held stories in high regard just for the sake of them being stories. So It's fun. It's fun for me to think like that. It helps me forget about the fact that I have to do my own taxes this year for the first time, and I'm scared of getting it wrong.
I need to get better at like, I kind of compartmentalize too much, where if I'm really on a nonfiction book, I'll just stay with it, as opposed to like trying to balance it out with reading stories and the nonfiction book and then something else.
Yeah.
I do that thing where like I try to zero in on one thing and then I kind of get bored with it. So I need to do the back and forth a little bit more, because I got more read that way. It's like nowadays I'm sticking with like one book the whole time, and I get stuff like the big books, like the hard stuff done, but I don't take in like a big sampling of things like I used to.
Have you read anything good lately, fiction wise, or is it all just like theology and religion?
Mainly theology and religion, but I have been reading a lot of Alien versus Predator tie-ins.
Really? Hey, do you know anything about assembling a tent?
Assembling a tent,
like the type you can't,
I mean, I've camped in a tent before when I was little, but as far as putting it up,
I bought one just because I like the idea of camping around on my property in different places eventually, once things calm down, because I've got these woods around me and hills and stuff.
Might go missing.
No, but trying to assemble the thing is really confusing me, and I'm even looking at the directions. But I mean,
it's reminded me of the SpongeBob episode when Squidward comes out with a tent like that, and he can't freaking get it right.
It's weird, man. I know that you've got to put the stake, the rods through like across like an X, and then there's one that goes in between, right?
I can't remember. I never set it up. It's always my dad.
See, I messed up. I got one of the huge tents, like 8-person, 2-room tents. I should have started with a more simple one, or even a pop-up tent. That's what I should have done.
That actually reminds me of another story. There was one time my friend and I at my house, because typically I would go over to his house and that was more fun. But one time, because I live way back in the woods, and we did a tent thing like that. And we both lasted 2 hours because we were both convinced in our minds that there were freaking werewolves out in the woods. And so
you made believe that there were werewolves?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we were little, so.
Wait, did someone tell you there were werewolves, or did you just pretend there were werewolves?
It's like we pretended there were, but then it got scary and we freaking went back inside.
Ah, pussies.
Yep. It's true. Yep. We didn't last the whole night, which sucked.
Kind of like we're not going to last the whole night tonight.
What time is it now?
12:56. If we were to make it to 3, we've still got 2 hours and 3 minutes.
If you would do the dang prank phone calls, we could do it. Why? You can.
Why don't you?
Okay, here, look. My phone is at 10% battery. So it would die literally during the middle of one.
No, you have a charger. You can use a plug-in down there to charge it.
Your phone is a flip phone. You can do it and no one will care.
What are you talking about?
It just seems because my phone is more modern, they can trace it back easier.
You don't think they can trace mine with the outdated technology on it? Jeez.
No, it just wouldn't work because it's freaking some kind of technology no server would recognize.
What? You're crazy. No.
Where did you even buy that thing? Do you have to buy minutes for it or what?
No, I've got the plan, man. It's the plan. What? I don't know.
You literally never see those these days.
I know. I never turned mine in and got a new one. I stuck with this one, and they hate it. They try to talk. They send me all this shit in the mail, trying to sweet talk me into trading it in for something more modern, and I don't do it. I don't give in to them.
Well, see, you have a dang advantage. Now you can prank call and they can't trace you back.
Yes, they can. Just as well as they can with the spy phones.
Okay, what is it? Star 99?
Star 69.
Do it.
I don't think that works all the time now.
Yeah. It will on yours because it's freaking old. Okay. Let's just come up with a number. What's your area code up there in Bluntville?
423.
Oh yeah, 423, but then cause that's the same pretty much everywhere around here. 423. Okay, what are the first digits of your number?
I'm not going to say that out in the open.
Yes, I'll
put it in the private chat.
Well, no, I can look on my dang phone. Contacts, Jeremy. Okay. Do 1, 4, 2, 3. Okay. Do you have your phone with you?
I'm not doing it.
Okay. Just do it.
Oh, you do it.
No.
Use your idea.
The freaking sound didn't come through on mine.
I know, because you're weak.
Yeah. So since you're strong, do it.
No, I'm not strong.
Pick up your phone and do 1, 4, 2, 3, 782 3399.
No.
It's just a number I made up.
No.
Why?
Because what if it's like a Grizzly Adams looking biker Aryan nation dude?
It would make this freaking stream more like interesting, and you'd get viewers. You have to have a thing.
We have viewers though. That's the thing. Don't you get it?
Give them a dang
Instead,
treat.
0 are watching right now, but they'll go back and watch it later. They'll go back and watch it later.
Give them a treat. Yeah, they'll go back and watch it later, and they'll see me goading you into trying to do it, and you won't do it, and they'll say, screw it.
No, they won't. They'll fast forward to a more intriguing part. There are a number of things we could do that don't involve prank calling people.
Jeremy, do you not want it to be interesting? This will make it so much more fun.
No, but you're wasting time trying to get a result that won't happen when we could change it.
Now, I see you breaking down. You're going to do it.
No, I know.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
Okay, how about this?
We could be talking about something so much more interesting than do a prank call. No. Yes.
Okay, how about this? You just do it one time, and I'll be satisfied, and then we can go on.
No, we're going to
go just once.
Move on to the next topic. Come on, dude.
No, just once. Do 1, 4, 2, 3, 782 3399.
No.
Yes.
Not at 1 a.m.
Why? Because what do you have to lose? What are they going to do to you?
It's mean to call people in the middle of the night and wake them up. How do you know they didn't have a horrible day at work and then come home to more nagging from the wife? I mean,
okay, I'm going to be honest. When I have gotten prank phone calls in the past, I was never mad. I thought it was funny. And
a lot of people don't appreciate them, though.
Yeah, but this will help them.
No, it won't. Not if they don't like it. You're wasting so much time here. We got 2 hours to fill if we even make it that far, and we could be talking about something more interesting than this.
Dude, I have never, when I have gotten a prank phone call, treated it in any type of negative light. Like, I've understood it for what it is.
That's you. Tell me about the Indian behind you there.
The Indian was actually purchased by my father at an antique store in downtown Morristown.
Is it haunted?
No, it's just an old cigar store Indian. One cool thing they said about how they made it is like after they carved it, they put it in like a tin of like motor oil until it soaked up the oil, and now it's like it's obviously wood, not wet or anything, but like it's not like all dried out and stuff.
Cool.
Now the lawn gnome on top of my mini bookshelf is where do they get that? That was a gift also. I can't remember. I think they got it in Knoxville. You should do the dang prank phone call.
No.
Why?
Because I'm bored with the idea.
No, you're not bored. Prank phone calls should. Are you getting?
I'll play somebody else doing a prank phone call for you on a video. How about that?
No, it's got to be organic in the moment.
No.
Put them on speaker and we can both talk to them.
Nope. I'm willing to play a prank phone call from some video for you. That's as far as I'm willing to go. And they're funny, too. The Snowplow Show is funny with prank calls.
Yeah, but you're not going to be that funny. You're just going to be living in their dang limelight.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they'll notice. Well, you want to hear it?
Whatever. It's going to be the only dang fun that comes out of this.
It's fun. I mean, it's funny. It's going to be funny, I'm telling you. Where do you hear this shit?
Hello, Autumn. Yes.
Hi, this is Dave. I'm calling from the garage. You
Can you hear?
Yep.
Brought your Dodge in recently.
Yes.
Did you pick that up yet?
Pick up the car?
Yeah.
No. It should still be in the shop.
Oh, weird. I can't find the keys.
Wait, what? Really? Oh.
Yeah. I left a bunch of stuff in your trunk, and I don't know. I thought.
Oh no, the car's still there. We have not yet picked it up.
Okay. I don't know. I might have to break into it because I need to get all my stuff out of the trunk.
Awesome.
Yeah. Do you have insurance on it?
Okay, fast
I won't break any windows.
Fast
Water,
forward.
come on. What's wrong with this store? He wanted one of the, like a bunch of rooms in there. Hang it up.
Yeah. Here we go.
2016, and I'm just now getting to it. Lately, I've been going back and trying to find old
Okay,
numbers
here we go.
to call old submissions and stuff, just to kind of try and get caught up.
Say again?
Steve Dave from the grocery store. Hey, just hang up the phone, okay? Just hang it up.
Hanging up.
What's up, buddy? What do you need?
Nothing. I don't need anything. Just hang up the phone.
He called just to say hang up the
Have a
phone.
good night.
Yeah, you better hang it up.
Hello?
Hello, Dan?
Yeah.
Hey, hang up the phone, okay?
Why?
Because I said so.
Who is it?
Don't worry about it. Just hang up the phone. Hang it up. Right now.
Who is it?
Don't worry about who it is. Just hang up the phone. Do what you're told.
Do it. You got your dang phone right there.
You hang it up. What are you doing? Looking at your caller ID?
No, I'm actually working on a friend's phone.
Yeah, you don't have any friends. Just hang up the phone. Hang it up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know you will. You better hang it up.
And why don't you hang up?
No, I don't want to hang up. You hang up. I'm calling the shots here. You hang up the phone.
How'd you get my number?
Don't worry about it. Just hang up the phone. Or I'll hang it up for you. All right. Do
Hang
it.
it up?
No, you hang it up. I ain't hanging up shit.
I'm going to set my phone down and leave it on.
Good. Go ahead. I dare you. I'll just make other calls while you set your phone down. I don't care.
Hello?
Hello, Allie?
Yes?
Allie, hang up the phone.
Huh?
I said hang up the phone. Hang it up. Allie? Allie, hang up the phone. Allie. Guess we lost Allie. I know you're listening, Dan. I can hear you breathing.
Well, yeah, I told you I'm not going to hang up.
Well, you said you were setting your phone down.
I did for a minute. Sounded like you started talking again, so I picked it back up.
Oh, okay. We're going to call Rick now.
You got Ben's
Rick's gonna
number?
Hang up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hang up.
I'll hang
I
up.
have him on.
Hey, Rick.
Give me Ben's number in the private chat and I'll do it
Rick,
to him.
Can you hear me?
That's the only person
All
I feel
right, good. Hang
comfortable
up your
doing this
phone.
to. It's the only person I feel comfortable doing the hang up the phone bit with.
I don't have his phone number. I just have him on Facebook, like the messenger call thing.
I don't have Facebook Messenger.
You do too?
No, I don't. I just have Facebook, and I shouldn't have even gotten that. I shouldn't have gotten that started again, but I did.
Okay, I'll call him.
All right. Tell him to hang up the phone when he answers. All right. Or you want me to?
Can you hear him? Wait, can you hear him?
No.
You hear it ringing?
Barely.
What?
Hang up the
Yeah.
phone.
Hey, hang up the phone.
What?
Hang up the phone.
Yeah, hang up.
Did he hang it up?
Yep. He just said okay, and then
Wow, that was fun. That was I kind of feel a tingle from that. Should we do Gregor too? No,
he's not active. I think he does it on like online. He doesn't have it on his phone.
Call your girlfriend and do the hang up the phone thing.
No.
Just once. Give me your number and I'll do it.
No.
Okay, then that's it. We got Ben, and that's it.
Okay. Take out your phone. I'll give you a number to do it, and then you do it.
Who is it?
I can't tell you.
You're not leading me into some trap.
No, I'm not. Just do it. And, no.
You won't tell me who it is.
I can't tell you.
Tell me somebody else from the show if you have their number, and I'll call them. That's the only people I trust. To not, reprimand me or whatever. You got Ann's number?
No, just Facebook.
Let's see. Lesko, maybe? You have his number?
I've got one, but I'm not on speaking terms with this person at present.
It's not strange, is it?
I do have his number, but no, he wasn't the one I was thinking of.
Okay. I don't think I want to mess with him. He's just gotten off work, so I don't want to joke on him. We'll leave him alone. Let him sleep. He deserves it. Having to put up with all that pizza delivery, ignorant customers not coming to the door and all this shit. It's
okay. If you do it, I will. I'll give you a number. I can't tell you who it is, though.
Is it somebody involved with the show?
Yes.
Are you lying to me, though?
No. No, I promise I'm not lying. I'll put it here in the private chat.
Tell me who it is.
I'll put that in the private chat, too. Just don't advertise with the number.
Okay. And you got to tell me who it is, too.
All right.
I won't say.
Yeah, I'll tell you who it is.
All right. How did I let you talk me into this? How did we get this far into this?
Wait a second.
How did we get this far into this? You sure I want to? Why don't you do that one?
No, my phone's literally about to die.
Mine too.
Do it.
See?
I give you the thing. Just try it once. See what happens. Do the hang up the phone thing. See what happens. You don't have to tell the people who it is. I can't do it because he has my number. He doesn't have your number. He wouldn't have any clue. No, I know what you should do. You should do it, but disguise your voice, and he wouldn't have any clue what's going on. And no one here would know who it is, so they couldn't tell him that's what's going on.
I don't think it's a good idea, no.
He wouldn't have any clue.
I don't think it's a good idea.
He wouldn't have any clue, and no one would ever know.
I'm not on friendly terms with that dude, and he's not related to the show. You said he was.
Yeah, he was on an episode.
Barely.
That counts.
All we heard was him pissing into a toilet.
Yeah.
And he probably did that on purpose.
Just do it. He probably won't even answer. Just try it. You
do it.
He has my number. He doesn't have your number. You only live once. You only have one quiet place.
We got Ben. That's good enough for me.
No, you only have one quiet place. You know it will be more fun if you try it. Just do it. You want to. Just do it. Just once. He might not even pick it up. Just type it in, put it up to the phone, and see what happens. You're going to regret it if you don't do it. It's the perfect opportunity. Just Oh yeah, go for the bust.
Voicemail.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn my phone off now so he won't call me back. Or
Why?
stop me moving.
If he goes,
no, I did it. I did it. It didn't work. Fine. I'm done. I'm done tempting fate.
1 second. Let me see if I have another one.
Unless you want to leave a voicemail message for him.
No, he has my number.
Oh, well.
It wouldn't work.
You could disguise it with star 69, right?
I got a feeling that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. I'm going to send the link to someone.
What, to come on here?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. You think they will?
Maybe. I'll just really goad him into doing it.
Why don't you get the Jim Star Trek Jesus guy back? You think he'd come on?
I don't want to associate with a false prophet. I mean, really, the people who by definition, he's talking to demons and telling everyone that's the word of God. You just don't.
Wait a minute. How is he talking to demons? I just think he's wrong.
He's wrong, but he says that he gets actual revelations and that this is the word of God, et cetera, et cetera. And if he says that, and if it doesn't happen, and obviously it doesn't, then
like Harold Camping always, yeah.
I mean, if they do that and they're wrong by definition from the Bible, they're not to be associated with because they're motivated by a spirit that's not God, basically.
Dude, I don't think anybody should be disassociated, and that's the same as canceling them. I don't think that anybody should be blacklisted from humanity or society.
Well, that's the thing is, though. I mean, it is what basically the qualification for a prophet. If a prophet is speaking, saying that they're from God, you pay attention to the prophet, and if what they say comes to pass, then they're being truthful. If they're not being truthful, by definition, they're working with negative things. Now, he could just be stupid and being like, "Oh yeah, just freaking whatever comes to his head." Like he's not actually talking to anything. He's just basically making stuff up out of thin air and thinking because he has a feeling about it that it's something. It could be on a much lower level than he's actually talking with demons or whatnot. But at the same time, he's just not someone to be taken seriously. That's the white power symbol, isn't it? Dude, it freaking changed.
What changed?
It was the dang thingy, and then it wasn't.
Huh?
It was the symbol, and then it was a fist.
Yeah. How about that?
Here, wait 1 second. I think he's about to come on.
Is it the same guy I just tried to call?
No.
Okay. Am I going to regret this?
Heck no, he's at work, so he can't do it.
Oh, I know who you were going to get.
Yeah, he didn't come.
Cunt Crusher?
Yep.
I miss Cunt Crusher.
Yeah,
is he not going to come on anymore because you're not on here regularly, or what? Did he leave my audience? Did you take him with you when you left, or is he still?
I think most of the times he came on, that was when I got him to come on. I mean, maybe if you asked him yourself, he would come on, but he wasn't. He's not too big in that type of. He wasn't super into it.
But you didn't take him with you. I had high hopes that Cunt Crusher would be a regular fixture around here.
I mean,
I do have to hand it to you though. You were influential in getting Gregor back and Anne to be like a regular thing. Both things.
How did I get Gregor to come back, or did he just do it?
I got the impression that somehow you were talking to him, and it's like, don't give up hope or something is what you said, right?
No, I mean, a couple times I goaded him, but when he left that one time, that was kind of, he wasn't talking to anyone.
Yeah, something happened. Whatever, But I sure am glad he came back. And
wait, do you know what happened or what?
No, I just think something happened.
I mean, he probably just didn't want to be associated with it for a little while everything was kind of super hot, because there've been periods like that where it's like, especially coinciding with massive like Twitter bans and like basically crackdown periods. We're in kind of a lull right now where nothing matters.
That's another reason why I just kind of threw in the towel on arguing with these people at all. I have my beliefs. I know who I am. I know what I represent, and what means something to me. And that's all I need to know. I don't need to change people's minds. They don't need to change my mind. They won't succeed in changing my mind. And that's all there is to it, I will live by, my own example. And, they can cancel Muppets and Dr. Seuss and Clifford the Big Red Dog and 101 Dalmatians and all this other stupid shit all they want, but it will not taint my memories of my pristine childhood, Yeah,
the thing that gets me mad about a lot of that stuff is like, it's almost like a psyop in the way that like all this stuff is
disgusting.
Getting banned.
It really does come from a Marxist root. It really does.
Yeah, well, the sad thing is like that stuff will get banned, and it's like, okay, you have stuff normal like that getting banned, but then you have like actual,
and then you
research,
fucking dead
like
people,
real stuff,
necromantic, where a girl's fucking a corpse, and that's totally okay, yeah. Or Cannibal Holocaust, yeah.
Yeah. No, what I was saying is like you'll have funny, or I mean normal stuff like say Dr. Seuss getting banned. Then you'll have like all kinds of things people aren't talking about that get banned, and they're never talking about that stuff. You'll only have like the people who are into this like I guess I would say Breitbart conservatism, only talking about Dr. Seuss and then acting like they're edgy with it. And it's like they're discrediting everyone by like the freaking hill they're going to choose to die on is Dr. Seuss, but they won't touch the dang other stuff.
I'm going to tell you, in 50 years, history will not be taught as a class. I'm convinced of that. They are dismantling so much history. It's disgusting. In 50 years, there will be no history class. I really believe that. I don't understand the motivation totally. I don't know why they think that they're purifying their future by pulling all this shit, but they want to socially re-engineer everything. It's like reconstruction without any opposition, hardly, is what it is.
Yeah, I think you have to think about it from a younger generation's perspective too. Like even I have to do that because I feel like in a lot of ways my generation was the last normal one, and it's like everyone else is growing up. Like imagine the kids who are coming of age during this period, and it's like they're going to be so screwed up we won't be able to deal with them. We can't talk with people who have lived like being programmed like that. And it's like, after this there's going to be no one who cares about like actual good virtues and like the certain type of what like the way of thinking that we've been brought up with and like have used to like battle the freaking SJWs and whatnot, which even that's become an old thing now, of course. But it's like this new generation, they won't have a basis for that. They have no nostalgia to defend or like way of life to defend. They just know being controlled by freaking HR women. That's all they know. It's like, imagine that being your frame of reference for childhood.
You think maybe we should wrap up in a few minutes at 1:30?
Maybe 2:30. What time is it?
I'll think about it. I might be able to go for another hour. I may have to go pick up Dad at the hospital tomorrow and bring him home. So I can't. I don't want to stay up too late, because he'll be anxious to come home and I'll want to sleep, although I do look forward to these every weekend. Do you think you want to jump back in like maybe every other weekend or every other, like every few shows? Do you think you might want to jump back in occasionally? As long as you're not like over the top preachy like you were getting towards the end. And I understand now that you say you were transitioning into a different mindset, but
I think it was essential. Like, I think I could do that, like maybe just like whenever I'm able.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I have a hard, like, I agree. I probably came on too preachy. I don't think I was necessarily wrong on things, but it really is just like a thing when you're transitioning, like when you're going through a period wherein you've locked on to something that you like kind of changes the way you're going to think, like from here on out.
Yeah,
it's a little bit more intense.
But, you got to understand that this is a show about people who tell stories, fiction, authors, and a lot
there's all types of people coming on.
And
here,
so it is kind of laid back, and so it's more about letting your hair down, so to speak, or you know what I mean?
I get what you mean. It's there are definitely levels to it. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't come on and like adamantly like fight people, but at the same time, like you just have to like realize that, like, stay in that gray area to where you're not like beating people over the head with things, but then at the same time not moving, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, that guy Drew Stepik has got a website called godless.com. Well, I don't consider myself godless, but if he can help out authors with a platform that they will be able to express themselves, and not be canceled or censored, unnecessarily, then, I mean, that's a plus to me, even if you don't agree with the name he chose to go with.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like I can talk with anyone about, cool stuff like that. I think that there is a point when, and even it would probably make for good radio to be like on certain issues you do have to like not fight about, but it's like not be concerned with maintaining like a genteel nicety where you're saying, yeah, I agree with you and we can all disagree and be happy. Like sometimes you can be a bit more abrasive and firm, but at the same time,
for what?
Like once you make that on whatever point comes up, it's like once you make that known, that doesn't have to like rule the show after that.
What should I agree? What should I disagree on so firmly?
No, I was speaking.
If I oppose abortion, if some girl comes on here and writes a book about like a fetus like coming back to life, and the main character is the mother, and she kills it, and she as an author, she tries to say that it's a metaphor for how abortion is misunderstood or misrepresented. I can't change her mind in one sitting of a book promo, basically.
You can't change her mind, but like what I'm saying is you can make it known that you vehemently disagree, and then sometimes get to a point where you're saying something that like ruffles the feathers of everyone who's around. But once you make that known and you stay within your frame, you control your own frame. She can't like push you to where you would say, oh, well, I can see where you're coming from. It's
you
like
don't have to say that. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make your case known and
but
say,
then it doesn't have to rule the show, basicly.
Right. No, it doesn't. No. And, I'm prepared if I ever interview, or discuss, have a guest that is trans, I can state my position respectfully enough, and hold my position and still, communicate with another human being.
Yeah, that reminds me, you had a guy on, I think it was in the incarnation of the show before me and Ben back like in the old school, and there was a guy that came on and you said, why should I have to like give in and agree with these pronouns when I don't agree? And he said basically, well, you could do it because you don't want to be an asshole. I would say completely like
I don't remember that. I do not remember that. You don't know who it was?
No, I don't know who it was, but like what I would say is like, no, that what I'm saying won't budge. I don't really care about being nice, because once I give in that much, that's completely like saying that the truth is relative. It's like you just have to be at that point where you think the truth is the truth. And it's like they can try to get you to budge. You can not budge, but then that doesn't have to be like the whole show is like a discussion on that.
Right. I agree on that point. And I have a pretty good idea of my own values and what I'm willing to, let pass and what I'm not. I would not be disclosed to interviewing someone who is trans, which I strongly disagree with. I could communicate with them and treat them like the human beings they are. But for them to get me to use the pronoun they want, no. I mean, I would just kind of squeak around it. Probably, so.
Yeah.
I'd rather not use any pronoun than use one that I don't feel is, accurate.
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is like, it doesn't have to be a debating thing, but for people like you as a Christian would have that kind of duty to like, you're the shining example of like what the truth is.
Well, I don't think
someone over the head with it.
As a host of a little YouTube show, I don't think that I have a duty to do it necessarily. I mean, is God going to judge me based on this show?
No, basically everything.
If he is, I'll stand by it or change to his will. But I don't know that it's that important to him. My show.
I think there are two ways to look at it. One is that like nothing you do is ever going to be perfect, so you can't be worried about like being perfect in every little thing, because ultimately you're forgiven based on grace, not on like what you're doing. But at the same time,
that's something that comes up a lot when you're like firmly set against these people who believe that works are the way to God, right? Isn't that something that comes up a lot?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. So, but you can kind of see their point, though, right? That
basically, I would say that's kind of like the human way of like rational, like kind of like wanting to take the credit, not in a bad way, but it's like we want to be told what to do so we can check off the checklist and then have that done and then be eased, when I would say that what the actual gospel message is that we can't really do that, so we have to basically trust on God to help us out of it, or to get us out of it. And some people like have a trouble with like relinquishing that control, but the two things that happen when you do relinquish that control is that your conscience is, not burdened anymore. It's like you don't have to worry, but at the same time, you're not doing what's right because you have to do it. You're doing it because now you have everything lifted off of you and you're like, yeah, I can do it because I don't have to worry about being perfect. But not at the same time, you're not going back to like just doing whatever. It's like, I think the best way they describe it is like an analogy of like when your father is mad at you, like you don't have to worry. Like if he forgives you, you don't have to worry about pleasing him based on doing a certain thing. You accept his forgiveness, but then you're not doing that thing anymore. If that makes sense.
Okay. Sort of.
Yeah. Well, it's like you have to get out of like the checklist mindset. So like if you're bringing it back to like on the show, like what your quote unquote duty would be, it's not necessarily that there's something you have to do. But and you're going basically you have to accept that you're gonna mess up and not be perfect.
Mhm.
But it's within that understanding that you do better knowing that you don't have to like fulfill a checklist. It's like, okay, so now I'm right with God, so I'm going to be doing, everything because I want to, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But as far as like talking with people with different beliefs, I mean, I think it's fine to have conversations with them. But if like things come up, like you would make your stance known, but then you don't have to dwell on it, but also don't move. And then like say someone's listening to your show who's like, say they are a Christian, and they want to know, like, for instance, on the trans issue, like you having that testimony that doesn't waver would help them out, basically. You don't have to make that the purpose of the show, but you would be like, I'm not going to use your pronouns if they're like badgering you about it or something.
I think that their minds are made up by that, and I don't think that it would be of use to them. But I would, it would be of use to me to express, that I don't stand by that. But
I mean, I would kind of disagree. I would say there's more people out there than you would think who are thinking along the same lines you are. And like someone agreeing with them to where they're not isolated, that's a pretty big help. I mean, particular being in the arts field, we all feel like isolated weirdos. Having people who share our opinions is that's kind of what we go for when we look into arts. Like whether we think about it or not, we want someone to echo the weird thoughts that we've had in our heads. Like it's kind of not saying that the gospel or the Bible are like weird thoughts in your head, but it's like everyone wants to feel like not alienated with their thought processes, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, you think we should go a little longer? Or you think that's good enough?
What time is it?
It is 1:37 a.m.
Mm.
Are you starting to feel it? Because I am.
Yeah, if you're feeling that, I'm fine. I'm not really sleepy or anything.
Okay, well, I can go a little longer then. Sure wish I had some mellow yellow, though. Jeez.
It's been a long time since I had dang mellow yellow.
You ever think about moving down here?
Man, I live in Morristown, which ain't too far away. I think it's about 2 hours.
I mean, I could probably use a roommate someday, but I don't think you'd like all the cats,
Man, I wish cats, like, I love cats, but when I'm around a bunch of them, like, my eyes and stuff itch and it sucks.
Yeah, you wouldn't, yeah. Okay.
They said they're actually coming out with a thing that, like, when your cat's like a baby or something, you give them a shot, and they'll never produce the thing that causes the allergy. So whenever that happens, I'm going to have cats, and it's going to be awesome. But as it is right now, they freaking make me itch, and I hate it.
You don't have that problem with dogs, though?
Nope. Not at all.
Huh.
Only cats, and it sucks. I don't like it because I like cats. And they like me, too. So I only stay around them for a period of time. Now, the cat...
Huh?
I was going to say, the cat scratch thing, does that happen to people even who aren't allergic? Like, if you get scratched by a cat, it freaking itches and is weird later?
Okay, I got scratched by a cat of mine who was sick last year and couldn't sleep that night. I was hot and cold at the same time. They call this cat scratch fever. Like I said, she was already sick, and I was trying to give her medicine, and she bit or scratched me or something. And so, like I said, I had a fever all night and couldn't get to sleep. I was cold and hot simultaneously. Couldn't get warm enough, couldn't get cool enough. And eventually it broke, and I was able to get to sleep after taking some Alka-Seltzer Plus. The next day I was fine. But, yeah, cat scratch fever can really happen.
I was thinking it was more like whenever they scratch you, like the dang cut like just itches and is freaking weird for a long time. I don't think I've ever had like
there's some enzyme in their bites. If they bite something, like if they get a hold of a chipmunk or a squirrel, this enzyme is poisonous to them from cats.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they're weirder animals than you think.
Yeah, my dang grandma had a pet squirrel for a while that they got.
Really?
She kept it inside for a while until it got a little too wild, and now it lives outside their house and stuff.
Wow.
But I never actually got to go down and like pet it and stuff. My dad did, and he said it's freaking like mean. But I think that would be awesome having a squirrel like that. Now, you're not supposed to be able to keep them as pets. Like they didn't keep it as much as a pet as much as they did like nurse it, like because they found it outside hurt or something.
Yeah.
But that'd be freaking awesome.
It kind of would. You'd be worried about sitting down on it on the couch if it got down in between the cushions, though. I would think.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. They're kind of big up close.
They'd still be good enough. They'd still be, you know.
What?
Extendable enough to get down in the couch cushions.
Yeah, it could happen.
Yeah.
So if you live in Bluntville, do you like ever go down to ETSU or anything or no?
No. Why would I?
I don't know.
You know, I could go for some pizza right now. Jeez.
I had pizza for dinner.
Yeah.
It's Hawaiian and it was awesome.
It was what?
Hawaiian.
Oh, with all the pineapples and ham?
Yep.
I've had it before. It's all right. It's a gimmick, but it's all right.
It's not a gimmick for me. It's my go-to.
Yeah. No. Anything besides pepperoni and cheese is probably a waste of pizza, a good pizza dough.
Now, I will say I like cheese way more than I do pepperoni.
Every now and then, mushrooms are good with it too. Yeah.
I
but
think
black olives and green peppers and all, no, that onions ruin it.
I agree with that. I don't like peppers.
Onions and green peppers on pizza it ruins it. Yeah.
Well, it depends. Like if
even black olives are okay. Black olives can be okay. But yeah, green peppers and onions and Canadian bacon and all this other shit. No. Hamburger, none of that goes with pizza as far as I'm concerned.
I agree with you. But one time though, I did have like a legitimate hamburger pizza where it wasn't pizza sauce. Like the sauce was mustard and it had cheese and then it had like ground beef and onion on it, like a dang cheeseburger. Now that was freaking good. But it wasn't pizza. But for what it was good.
Hey, since we're up in the middle of the night here, and we're kind of like in a nostalgic front porch / campfire type, vibe here. You sure you don't want to try and make up for your lame ass story at last Halloween and try to actually tell a good ghost story right now? Because what you did before, that was weak ass shit, bro.
Was it fiction?
It was just a guy with a weird hat. And then it's like you didn't even put any effort in. It's just, I saw a guy who had a weird hat. And I mean, I had branded that thing, Dude, Where's Your Chainsaw? The annual Dude, Where's Your Chainsaw story contest. And I'm going to do it again this coming Halloween. But you didn't help me give it a good start, and it discouraged me to the point that I gave up telling my story halfway through. This year, Dude, Where's Your Chainsaw? The story contest is going to be better. We are all going to be better at telling stories this Halloween. So be ready.
I'll have to come up with something, but I'm not good with like.
Why don't you come up with one on the fly?
I'm right not good at that. It's hard.
Okay, have you ever experienced anything weird and ghost-like? I know
multiple times, yeah.
Yeah.
I've not told you the weirdest stuff. The weirdest stuff I do keep to myself. But
why?
Various reasons.
No. Tell me. Tell the world.
I would tell you personally if I knew that the world wasn't going to know. Now, I had stuff happen when I was a kid that I've told you about. Now, that stuff was freaky, but as far as like modern current stuff, I keep that to myself.
Why?
For risk of sounding too crazy.
We talked with an author earlier who has a Barbie doll superhero / killer, and you're worried about not sounding crazy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's intense stuff that happens, but I keep that to myself.
Whatever. Now,
the stuff when I was a kid that I talked about before, I don't know what the heck it was, but I mean, it was pretty. Like, for instance, like, again, that was one of the scaredest times in my life was waking up to something jumping at the foot of my bed unseen. Now, that was freaking.
Frank has been talking up this book lately. The Demon, the Dumbwaiter, and the Douchebag.
Sal Kangimi has one follower.
Is that right? Well, now he has two. Kyle Jarvis is hiding. He has moved into Le Trou du Cul, a pleasant suburban apartment complex to hide from those he has wronged. But the well-hidden complex is not as quiet as he had hoped, and there are the odd neighbors, a reclusive old actress, a man who listens to Christmas music year-round, and the Horn family, the patriarch of which, who has found a way to travel back in time to his 1980s heyday, are fighting a demon. This does sound awesome so far. The forest surrounding the complex is ready to engulf the building. Unknown animals are appearing on the grounds, including a family of Sasquatch and a Nessie-like serpent in the small man-made lake. A ghost is haunting one apartment, while another shrinking, and a demon, the evil sly-mind brain twist, is the cause of it all. This actually sounds pretty awesome, doesn't it?
It could be fun, I guess. Looks like Frank likes it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Frank does like it. This is the first time Bobo's been on a stream. Usually Gracie and Charlie make an appearance, but Bobo usually stays off camera. It's unusual. He must really be lonely.
My new poodle's name is Gracie.
I know. Yeah, my girl cat Gracie's over there. Had her for since 2004. I got her on Thanksgiving and brought her home from a friend's. She's been one of my best friends ever since.
Cats are awesome. I just wish I could have them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm good with dogs. I really like them.
Well, like I was saying a minute ago, though, someday I might need a roommate, man, or at least I could use one, and I've reached out to a few people, to think about when that day comes, with varying degrees of answers,
So how's your dad you probably don't want to talk about that on stream.
I'm exhausted from talking about it, to be honest. From I barely got any sleep last week, trying to keep him in the game, with insulin medicine, him falling and slipping all the time, and me trying to prevent that, to even trying to get him to his doctor's appointments, but he was so dizzy he couldn't even get in the tub.
So it wasn't like a new stroke, was it?
No, this was something else. No. But I'll tell you this much, and this is all I'm going to say. He will never take another goody powder again. Because I think that's what did this next thing that happened, that put him in there this time. You know what a goody powder is, right?
Mm-hmm.
They told him one more of these could kill him. You shouldn't even take them if you need them. That's what the doctor says. They're killers.
What do they do to you?
they can tear up they can tear up people's stomachs, stomach lining and stuff. I guess if you take them in excess.
Yeah, I've never taken them before. I think my grandma has.
Acetaminophen, aspirin, and caffeine. This severe liver damage may occur if you take more than 4,000 milligrams of acetaminophen in 24 hours. And sometimes he would go through a box in 2 or 3 days. And I got on him about it. But I mean, I believe in adults making adult choices if they want to. You know what I mean?
They must have worked if he's taking them like that, man. It just sucks they have that awful side effect.
Stomach bleeding warning. This product contains an NSAID which may cause severe stomach bleeding, and boy, it did. The chance is higher if you are age 60 or older, which he is, have had stomach ulcers or bleeding problems. Take a blood thinning or steroid drug, which he does. Take other drugs containing prescription or non-prescription NSAIDs. Have 3 or more alcoholic drinks every day while using this product, or take more or for a longer time than directed.
Yep, that sucks.
Just stick with regular pharmaceuticals instead of that shit. Jeez.
But they think he's going to be back from this like quickly, like in the house and whatnot.
He's already got a huge appetite. I mean, I had a pizza sent over to him from DoorDash yesterday. So, I mean, he's eating. It didn't destroy his stomach, but he fucked it up good, though. I know that much, yeah. I think I am starting to wind down now. Yeah. Bubba's making me sleepy. Sorry, man. Maybe we can try another time.
Nah, that's cool. I don't want to have to freaking wake up tomorrow and be back on Atkins, which is going to suck.
Atkins?
Mm-hmm.
The diet?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
This weekend was like my cheat weekend because I've been doing it good for a while.
Why are you even bothering with that?
I mean, it's good to do diet and work out a little bit.
Whatever.
It makes you feel good. I mean, weight loss is one thing, but
I know the endorphins and all that, but I haven't been eating lately due to stress, you know, and I'm sure I've lost that 40 pounds I found last year. No doubt about that. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to call it a night, man. I'm going to close out with some new metal or new metal-ish music anyway, sort of new metal, associated with new metal anyway.
Who is it?
You ever heard of Stained?
No.
Okay, well, they were signed to Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit's record label for their first album. So I'm going to switch over the audio settings, and so it will echo. Please do not talk, and I'll be right back.
Well, I'm all in.
Okay. I bid you adieu. Good night. All that stuff. It was worth a shot, man. Maybe we'll make it to 3 a.m. next time. If you want to come back. I don't know. Okay?
Yeah.
Turn this webcam on. Tired of that shit. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Now the shirt comes off. Oh, it feels so good.
Sounds kind of gay.
I forgot what I was doing. Okay. Bye. You can go now. Or you can stay, whatever.
I'm staying to listen to the dang song.
Okay. Give me a minute. Jeez. Can't remember where I was going to start. No, it wasn't that. Okay. Yeah.
Better be the Deftones.
It's not the Deftones. I told you who it was. You really want me to play the Deftones?
Sure.
Who? What song?
What's the one with the freaking awesome music video with the shark?
Oh, My Own Shove It, My Own Summer.
Deftones.
Yeah, it's My Own Summer. Yeah.
Yep, My Own Summer.
You want that?
Yep.
All right. All right, we'll do it. You happy?
Yes, I am.
New metal forever, baby! It's 1999 all over again.
Yes.
I'm gonna play one more.
No,
if you want to stick around, whatever.
That was a good song. Hey, there it is.
Good night, everybody. Make some noise for the quiet place. And please tip your waitress or bartender on the way out. They have needs too.